Ann Wolbert Burgess.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to mark in exhibit number 354, which is a transcript of a tape recording. The recording is dated December 11th, 1989. And the transcript consists of 47 pages.
All right, 354.
Dr. Burgess, do you have a copy of Exhibit 354, a transcript of the tape of December 11th?
Yes, I do.
Now, before you testified the last time when you rendered certain opinions about Erik Menendez and what you believe were the reasons for the shooting of his parents, did you have a copy of a transcript of that same tape?
Yes, I did.
And had you had that for some time before you testified?
Yes, I did.
You understand that what we're going to do today is we're going to play that tape for the jury.
Yes.
And before you returned to Los Angeles in order to testify this time, did you have your own copy, in fact, of the tape?
Yes, I did.
Now, you did not have that before you testified last time.
That's correct.
And have you listened to the tape recording?
Yes, I have.
How many times have you listened to it?
At least 5 or 6 times.
And in listening to it those 5 or 6 times, did you develop in your mind an analysis of that particular tape?
Yes, I did.
Who are the voices, to the best of your knowledge, on that tape?
There are 3 voices on the tape. There's Dr. Oziel, there's Erik Menendez, and Lyle Menendez.
And in your listening to that tape, were you paying any particular attention to what's known as the interaction between those 3 people?
Yes, I was.
Now, were you in court yesterday in order to listen to the testimony of Judalon Smith?
Yes, I was.
And did you learn additional information concerning the making of the tape of December 11th, 1989 by hearing Ms. Smith testify?
Yes, I did.
And what information that you heard from Ms. Smith yesterday was at all important or significant in your evaluation and analysis of this tape?
Objection, improper opinion.
I'm not asking for an opinion, Your Honor.
Well, let's break it down. You're asking for things that she considered from Ms. Smith's testimony, is that right?
Exactly, Your Honor.
All right, without characterizing it in any particular way,
Right.
why don't you ask it then?
Okay. What facts, if you will, that Ms. Smith testified to did you consider in formulating your evaluation of this tape?
One of the facts was the point that Dr. Oziel wanted the voices of the brothers on tape. That was an important factor.
Okay.
And that it was made at his request. It's a second factor.
And was there anything about the time frame at which this tape was made that was significant?
Yes, there was the time frame, I believe, was from 4 in the afternoon till close to midnight, about 8 hours.
And do you know how long the actual tape part is?
I believe the tape part is about 48 minutes.
And with respect to the taped part, how does this tape begin?
This tape begins in the middle of a conversation, and it begins with Erik Menendez speaking.
And how does it end 48 minutes later?
It ends essentially with Lyle Menendez. It just ends. It doesn't have any concluding statement or anything. It says end of tape.
Does it end mid-sentence?
Yes, yes, it does.
Now, you have told us when you were here before that you are a professor. You teach people at the University of Pennsylvania.
Yes, I do.
Do you teach how to conduct therapy.
Yes, I do.
Is that the main part of your teaching?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your teaching obligations, do you supervise the students who are learning to be therapists in the therapy that they are giving in the course of their, they give therapy in the course of their training, do they not?
Yes, yes, they do.
That's the more advanced part of their training?
Yes, it is.
And do you evaluate and supervise the therapy of the students that you teach?
Yes, not only do I do that, but I also, because of being division chair, am responsible for all of the instructors and their supervision of our students.
So other instructors also supervise the students?
Yes, they do.
And what physical means do you use to you don't attend all the therapy sessions, I take it?
No.
So how do you do your evaluation of the therapy that the students are giving?
Students are required to tape record all of their therapy sessions with their patients. They then bring the tape to the supervisor. The supervisor reviews all of the tapes, and then they come in for individual supervision, so that not only the tape comes in, but also their notes, and it is gone over in a detailed manner as to the process, if you will, between the student and his patient. That's on the audio tape. We also do videotapes of sessions, and we do one-way screen mirror of students with their patients.
So you watch sometimes?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, with respect then to these audio tapes, I take it then that you have a fair amount of experience in analyzing therapy sessions on audio tape.
Yes.
Now, you use the word process.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In training future therapists, are there methods that they are taught, things they're supposed to do in dealing with patients?
Yes, there are.
And what is the significance of process?
Process is an important component of the therapy. It's divided. We divide it in terms of what's content, what is said during the session, as well as what occurs from an interaction standpoint, or process, or what may be not said, what may be hinted at, what may be going on with the patient that needs to come into the therapy session.
Let me see if I understand the dichotomy. There are two things. There's content, that's what is said, what is hinted at, what seems to be coming from the patient.
That is correct.
And then there is process, which is how the therapist interacts.
Right. What is said between the two parties.
The two parties being the therapist and the patient.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to return to this area of your training of therapists a little bit later on in your examination today, but for now, did you analyze this purported therapy session with Dr. Oziel and the Menendez brothers, both from the standpoint of content, what is said, not said, hinted at, and the standpoint of process?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion as to, I guess, whether or not this is what you would characterize as a competent or acceptable therapy session?
Objection and proper opinion like foundations.
Overall.
Yes, I do.
And would you tell us what that opinion is?
My opinion is this would be an unacceptable form for a therapy session.
And can you give us the reasons why you think this is an unacceptable form for a therapy session?
First, just on the tape alone, there's no introduction. There's no naming of persons. There's no consent given for the tape being made, and no necessarily any statement of why it's going to be made. Second of all, there are many missed pieces to follow up on that one would expect a therapist, to be able to follow. There are what we call missed metaphors.
If I can stop you for 1 second, I want to go back to the first point you were making as to the nature of the tape. Is it appropriate, or is it what you're training your therapist to do, to just start in the middle of a patient's sentence?
No, that's not acceptable.
Is there a commonly held theory about what are the most significant things, or what is the most significant time in a therapy session to learn what the patient's thoughts and feelings really are?
Yes, there is.
And what is that commonly held belief about the most significant time?
Commonly held belief is that within the first 5 minutes, what the patient initially brings up, and the theme, once the therapist can grasp the theme, that becomes very critical to the entire hour.
And that's the patient's theme, is that correct?
Patient's theme, yes.
Now, you to return to where you were, you said there were missed pieces to follow up on. Pieces being offered by whom?
Pieces being offered by the patient,
And who was it who failed to follow up?
the therapist,
Dr. Oziel?
Dr. Oziel.
And you said there were missed metaphors.
Yes.
Now, what role does metaphor have in therapy? If you could explain to the jury.
Yeah. A metaphor generally refers to someone by name or a type of person by name. And that can be what is called a metaphor for someone else or for a theme, but it should be followed up on as soon as the therapist questions it in his or her own mind.
Okay, so a metaphor is a patient making a statement about someone or something,
Yes.
and they're making a statement that's metaphorical. They really mean something else.
That is correct.
And the therapist is supposed to pick up and find out, what do they really mean?
To explore it more, not necessarily to identify it or to interpret it, but to give one more exploration of that.
Now, is therapy some kind of search for truth?
Yes, that's one way to describe it.
And is it typical in therapy that patients just come in and sit down and tell the therapist their true psychological state?
No.
Why is that not common?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered in previous testimony.
I don't believe so.
Overall, let me answer your question.
Patients come in with a variety of kinds of issues, and the purpose is to get some clarity, to get some organization, to get the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors into a cohesive order.
Do people who are seeking therapy ordinarily understand or have insight into their problems, their behaviors?
No, that is why they are in therapy.
So in the way you train your therapists, are they bound to accept, or should they be accepting at face value, the specific words that patients say?
No.
What is the whole reason for having a therapist there?
Is to explore and to bring into awareness and to give insight, if you will, as to what their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors mean.
And are they supposed to do that by formulating their own opinions and conclusions about what happened in the patient's life and telling the patient, here's your problem, and getting the patient to agree with them?
No, the therapist is not supposed to introduce their own thoughts. They are supposed to elicit that from the patient, use the patient's own words, and to explore with the patient areas that the patient brings into the session.
Okay. Now, you have indicated that part of your criticism of this session is the missed pieces, the missed metaphors. Are there other things about it that you find below the standard of your teaching and training?
Yes.
And what else is there?
Other things that are done is that the therapist introduces his own theories, if you will, his own ideas. He suggests, he leads. He also does certain things that would be considered certainly very bad technique. It's manipulative.
He's manipulative?
Yes. He's controlling in the session.
Is there any particular portion of the session, without too much elaboration because the jury will hear it, where this aspect that he's manipulative and controlling and using bad technique is blatant?
Yes, it comes a little bit beyond halfway through the tape, in which he changes the whole flow of the session and requires the brothers to look at each other and to have more of a face-to-face expressive kind of exchange.
And from your listening to the tape, do the brothers appear to want to do this?
The brothers are very clear to say they don't want it, they feel uncomfortable, they don't like it, and they protest quite a bit in that particular segment of the tape.
And does Dr. Oziel heed their protest?
No, he doesn't heed it, and he also laughs at them.
In spite of that, do they go along with what he wants in that segment of the tape?
Yes, they do.
Now, you said that he is suggestive and he is leading during the course of this tape.
Yes.
Are there times during the course of this tape when one or both of the brothers agree with him?
Yes, there are.
And are there more times when they reject what he is suggesting?
Yes, there are.
Now, just to summarize before we play the tape, strike that. Are there other things about how this supposed session was conducted that you take issue with?
Dr. Oziel ignores the feelings of the brothers. I've said that in a little different way. That's certainly bad technique.
Was it your opinion that Dr. Oziel just doesn't know how to be a therapist and is using bad technique?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Why was it significant to you that Ms. Smith talked about how and why, if you will, Dr. Oziel wanted to get the Menendez brothers on tape? How did that assist your evaluation of this tape?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Why was that significant to you?
Same objection and argumentative.
Sustained.
On which grounds, Your Honor?
It's improper opinion.
Now, Dr. Burgess, you have previously testified that you were aware, both through testimony in this trial and through your interviews with Erik Menendez, that he never told Dr. Oziel the truth about why his parents were killed.
Yes.
Argumentative.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Overruled, but let's get beyond these foundational questions.
Okay.
Part of it.
Now, does this tape basically corroborate what he told you?
Yes, it does.
Objection, improper opinion, move to strike the answer.
Sustained, the answer stricken.
Well, is this consistent with what he told you?
Same objection. Improper opinion.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, that's not an opinion.
All right, it is an opinion, obviously.
Does Erik Menendez, in the course of this tape, tell Dr. Oziel that he was molested by his parents and that he killed them in self-defense?
No.
Does Lyle Menendez, during the course of this tape, tell Dr. Oziel that there were a series of arguments because of the molestation of Erik by the father and that the killing was in self-defense? Do they use those words?
No, they do not.
Are there, however, metaphors used by both brothers throughout the course of this tape that were significant to you?
Objection, improper opinion.
How much more questioning do you have before you're going to play the tape?
About 2 more questions, Your Honor, because I'm about to do just one example and then we're going to play the tape.
All right, let's play the tape first and then get back to this and do it that way.
Well, I would just like an answer to that question and one example, and then I'm going to play the tape so that the jury knows what to listen for.
All right. Do you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay. You may answer it.
Yes.
Are there metaphors used
Yes.
by both brothers throughout?
Yes, there are.
And this is one of the things Dr. Oziel never follows up on.
That's correct.
In the very beginning of the tape, do you have the transcript in front of you?
Yes, I do.
You said that the copy. You indicated the tape begins in the middle of a sentence by Erik Menendez.
Yes, it does. They were both killed.
And why is that a metaphor when Erik is talking about that? How do you interpret that as a metaphor?
That is a metaphor that one would want to, as a therapist, would explore to find out what is in his mind that he's making this metaphor, that he's talking about this. Does it have any meaning to him? What else is in his mind about it? Not that one would make an interpretation, certainly at this point, but to see if that evokes some aspect of identification.
What do you mean by identification?
In terms, identification means that a person feels something, can align themselves with that other person, whether it has to do with what happened or feeling or thinking, thoughts, feelings, behaviors. All of that would be explored.
Let me see if I understand you. You would want to explore, if Erik Menendez refers to Bobby and John Kennedy, two brothers who were killed, you
Yes.
would want to explore whether he's identifying with them as a brother who feared being killed?
Yes, but not making that interpretation, but just to see what is in their mind, in the patient's mind about that, why he brings that up. And that would be a theme that also should be followed throughout. It's within the first 2 minutes of the tape.
So if you had a therapist under your training where a patient said this, and particularly if you knew that patient had made statements of being afraid of being killed, you would have followed up.
Yes.
Dr. Conte, you testified in this courtroom some time ago with regard to your analysis of Joseph Lyle Menendez, who's seated here in front of me. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the connection of his lifetime experiences and the killing of his parents on August 20th, 1989.
Yes.
Is that correct? Since you were here to testify, have you had the opportunity to review some additional materials?
Yes.
And the additional material in particular was a tape recording of a session on December 11th, 1989 with Dr. Oziel, Erik Menendez, and Lyle Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that tape recording contain the voices of all three of these individuals discussing the facts surrounding the killing of the parents?
Yes.
And in this tape recorded document, are there actually facts about the killing itself or more motivation, family constellation type material?
Objection and proper opinion.
Overruled, you can ask the question.
I say there tends to be more information about the family constellation.
Okay. So this is not a tape about how many shots were fired or what type of ammunition was used or that type of thing?
That's correct.
And did you review that tape to determine whether it affected your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And the opinion you previously testified to was that you believed the motivation for the killings was fear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And having reviewed that tape recording, do you still hold the same opinion or do you have a different opinion?
I hold the same opinion about the fear.
And has anything about your opinion changed by virtue of having listened to that tape recording?
Yes.
And what changes, if any?
Well, I think that this tape recording is an indication of what transpired between the Menendez brothers and Dr. Oziel suggests or raises greater concern about Dr. Oziel's technique and purpose in relating to the Menendez brothers.
Your Honor, move to strike the answer as being a proper opinion on the part of the witness.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
And what do you mean with regard to technique?
Well, this is, my understanding is that this was supposed to be a therapeutic relationship in which Dr. Oziel was the therapist for both of these boys. And it's possible in analyzing a transcript of a session to get some idea of how a professional approaches that task. And in analyzing how this session was conducted, I think it illustrates a number of concerns that I'd had some awareness about before, but became more clear in looking at this tape.
What specific concerns are you talking about?
Well, to answer that, I have to sort of explain for just a minute what therapy is, because it's what lots of people think therapy is based on Bob Newhart or movies or what have you. It's not really what therapy is all about. So to understand this tape, you have to understand something about therapy. there are different schools or models of therapy. Some models suggest that you teach clients new behaviors so they can act in different ways, and some schools teach people to, or help people gain insight into how past experiences influence present functioning. But across the models of therapy, there's more in common than there is separate. And what is essentially at the core of all therapeutic approaches is a special relationship, a relationship which is designed to meet the needs of the client. And so there are what we call ground rules or boundaries, or there are ideas, principles about how you proceed. Confidentiality is one such, but there are other examples. And all of those rules are designed to make it possible for the client to trust the helper, the therapist, and be able to tell the therapist any thought or feeling or impulse or any idea, and not feel that they're going to be rejected or judged, but rather accepted. And so it's the responsibility of the therapist to create an environment in which therapy can take place, in which there's an understanding about the ground rules, and in fact in which the ground rules are implemented.
And how do you find that that was not carried out? What is reflected in this tape that suggests that that was not carried out?
Well, I think there are a number of boundary violations. One of them, I think, for example, is there is a universal prohibition in all therapeutic models about dual relationships. You don't become your client or your patient's lover or friend or business partner. And the reason for that is the therapist has greater power, so it can't be an equal relationship. And if the client has the idea that the therapist may engage in these other activities, then they will no longer be as safe to communicate or to share information or to explore inner things about themselves.
Let me stop you. Is what you're suggesting is that if someone is going to end up in another relationship in addition to the therapeutic one, that is a business or friendship or love relationship, they'll want to be an equal in that relationship? And so if in therapy they reveal secrets about themselves, they'll be more vulnerable?
Yes, but it's more than that. The argument is that because of the therapist's lack of emotional involvement and because they are in a more powerful position, it is forever impossible to make a more balanced relationship, such as a kind of relationship you'd want between business partners, where both people were equally able to protect their own individual best interests. And so most professional societies forbid forever, not just when therapy ends, but forbid forever a therapist ever going into a dual relationship, such as business or a personal relationship, friendship or love relationship, because the feeling is that the relationship started out unequal and it can never become equal, and therefore is always the opportunity or the danger that the therapist will use his superior knowledge or his advantage for his own rather than the client's own interest.
Now, you're aware of testimony here in this trial, by Lyle Menendez and Erik Menendez and their uncle Carlos, that Dr. Oziel had interjected himself into their possible financial future. Is that correct?
Yes.
He'd involved himself in helping them select a probate lawyer. He had suggested that he would help them invest in future businesses if they should ever get any inheritance, that type of information. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that one of the areas that you're expressing concern about, is the fact that he had established already that he would be a business partner of theirs in the future?
That's one of the areas in which he appears to have broken a fundamental principle of therapy, and therefore to understand the tape, one has to understand that there is a real possibility that this is in fact not a therapeutic relationship, because a critical tenet of therapy has been violated.
You also have information, I believe, in terms of the fact that the last time that Lyle Menendez saw Dr. Oziel the last session that he had with him prior to this session was November the 2nd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from November the 2nd to December 11th, there are no notes, no indication that there was any sort of therapeutic session going on.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You also have information that this session was conducted because Dr. Oziel had indicated that he wanted the contact
Yes.
with Lyle and Erik Menendez. rather than them seeking him out for therapy. Is that correct?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Does it affect your opinion as to the validity of the session itself in terms of whether it is initiated by the patient or it is initiated by the therapist?
Well, to some extent, it's not just the initiation that's so important. I mean, it is conceivable for a competent therapist who hasn't seen a client for a while to initiate contact because of some concern. But if the initiation isn't for concern about the patient, but is rather concern for the therapist, emotion or financial gain or whatever it would be, then that would be another, although relatively small, example of a concern that I would have about the nature of the therapeutic relationship.
In this tape-recorded document, there is no reference by Lyle Menendez or Erik Menendez to having been physically, psychologically, or sexually abused. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does that concern you in any way with regard to the opinions you've rendered?
Well, it's a complex issue, but it doesn't concern me.
Why?
Well, there are a number of reasons. First of all is the sort of principle of child abuse, that many victims of child abuse are in therapy for years and years and never reveal. Revealing abuse requires a level of comfort. We suspect that one of the reasons that people reveal abuse in therapy is when the therapist asks them about past experiences. And if therapists don't ask, many times victims won't tell, and there are complex reasons for that. Especially where there is an improper therapeutic situation, it's not at all surprising that people would not reveal things which are particularly anxiety-producing or traumatic. And I think everything I've learned about this relationship suggests that it was not a good therapeutic one, and therefore it's not surprising that Lyle would not reveal to this individual critical things about his past and about his experience.
In your experience in working with Lyle Menendez, did you find that he was able to give you all of the information he had all at once, or that you gradually would get more and more information?
I think my experience with Lyle is consistent with my experience with other survivors, which is they reveal in very small doses. They reveal a little bit at a time. That's partly to protect themselves. It's partly to protect the person who's listening. It's partly to see if what they reveal is going to have any negative impact on them, so that what is sometimes called a rolling disclosure or a gradual disclosure over time is the norm rather than the exception in abuse.
And in Lyle Menendez's case, he first was able to discuss his abuse by his mother, and then considerably later his abuse by his father. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that also consistent with your experience?
Well, it's consistent with my experience. It's also consistent with my understanding that it was, for him, the abuse by the father, which was far more conflictual or far more anxiety-producing or traumatic or painful. And so he revealed that much later.
Now, when you listened to the tape of December the 11th, did you find it to be consistent with what Lyle Menendez had testified to he had already agreed to in the November 2nd session?
Your Honor, objection is improper opinion.
Sustained.
In listening to the tape recording of December the 11th, were you listening to see if new material was disclosed?
Well, I was listening for a number of things. I was listening to see if there was new information or information that would alter something that I understood. I was listening for what the interaction would tell me about the nature of the relationship between Dr. Oziel and his two clients. I was listening for any information that it would give me about the events that I had previously assessed or the emotional state of the person that I had evaluated, because this was potentially a sample of behavior from long before I'd actually met.
You said one of the areas that you analyzed was the material.
Yeah.
Is that correct? And what conclusions did you form based on that evaluation?
Well, I may have used to a clinical term by material. Material is, when we use it in therapy, we're talking not only about the facts of what was said and whether it's consistent, but also how it is said and what it tells us about the individual psychologically. And so I was listening both for facts that I'd been told or read to see if they were new or different or challenged. And I was also listening for the emotional content or material from, especially from Lyle, but to some extent from Erik and Dr. Oziel also.
And what, with regard to the facts, was significant to you about this tape?
Well, I think there are a number of things. There is some information which is not consistent with other information I had obtained. So there's some things here which are inconsistent with my understanding about various personalities. I think it's also was significant to me that there were things in Dr. Oziel's understanding or theory of what happened that weren't even present here. And that was surprising to me.
What do you mean by that? Things that were in Dr. Oziel's understanding that weren't present there?
Objection, improper opinion.
Well, again, it's hard to answer because I filter it through the whole context of my understanding what's going on. But there was no discussion of perfect crime, for example. There was testimony that Dr. Oziel had given that one of, at least my reading of it, I didn't actually see his testimony, but my reading of the testimony was that one of the motives was to create a perfect crime, and there was no mention anywhere in this material of a perfect crime. And that was surprising, since I thought that was part of what Dr. Oziel said was happening.
Dr. Oziel also, with regard to perfect crime, did you read Lyle Menendez's testimony with regard to, Lyle Menendez was asked about Dr. Oziel's testimony. Dr. Oziel had said that they had talked about a perfect crime. Lyle Menendez, in his testimony, indicated that that had never been part of the discussion. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Dr. Oziel talked about killing the father for hatred, and Lyle Menendez, in his testimony, indicated that had never been part of the discussion. Does that theme appear anywhere in the tape, that there's hatred?
No. There is mention to hate, but there is not hatred of father as a motive for the parents' death.
Okay. The tape does not contain a discussion of self-defense. Is that correct?
Correct.
It does have an explanation for how the killings occurred, or why the killings occurred.
It has an explanation, yes.
Okay. And did you evaluate that explanation?
Yes.
And is there any significance with regard to any opinion you formed with regard to that explanation?
Well, I thought the essential theory, it's hard to justify this by calling it a theory, but the essential idea that, for example, mom was killed out of mercy, I thought to be psychologically naive and not to be consistent with anything that I had read or heard anywhere else.
Okay. And yet that was the theory that was suggested by Dr. Oziel and adopted by the brothers in the November 2nd session. So,
Objection, argumentative and improper opinion.
Sustained.
are you aware that both Lyle and Erik Menendez indicated that this was an idea suggested by Dr. Oziel and that they agreed to?
When you say is he aware, what do you mean?
Have you read the testimony of Lyle and Erik Menendez, in which they indicate that this was the idea that mother was killed because she was suicidal and this was an act of mercy, that they had agreed with that idea November the 2nd?
Objection, argumentative.
When you listened to this tape, you indicated that one of the theories expressed is this mercy killing, more or less. Is that consistent with what you had already heard had been a theory suggested previously?
Objection, improper opinion.
What other material or factual material was important to you in forming your opinion?
terms of,
Evaluating this tape and whether it had any impact on your prior evaluation.
well, again, there was prior, I believe in Dr. Oziel's testimony, there was discussion that it was done for the money. There's nothing in this tape about doing it for the money. In fact, there's reference to being disinherited. There are other issues about the tape, I think. I mean, there are places, for example, where one or other of the boys says two things in a segment that are inconsistent with each other, so it's difficult to follow. There are many places in the tape where words would appear to have double meaning, and it's not always possible to tell what exactly is being said. Now, that's quite common sometimes with people who are in an anxious situation, is that they'll say things that can be taken double meaning, taken as in one of two ways, and it's the job of the therapist to clarify it. I can't find any place in here where the therapist tried to clarify those issues where meaning was not clear.
Do you find that the content of this tape is inconsistent in terms of the theories, the explanations that Lyle and Erik are giving for why the killings occurred?
Objection, improper opinion.
The question is vague as to what you mean.
Your understanding, according to your prior testimony, was that these killings took place because of an aroused state of fear on the part of Lyle and Erik Menendez, and that they killed because they believed their lives were in danger. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Does this tape reflect that fact pattern?
No.
Does this tape reflect a different fact pattern?
Yes.
And what is the fact pattern? What is the impact on your opinion of the fact that this tape contains a different scenario?
Well, again, given the context, which is the nature of the relationship between the person making the tape and these two young men, given that this tape apparently represents a discussion taking place in early November 2nd, I think, and that this is kind of a replaying of portions of that, and given the problems in the tape, given the number of problems in the material itself, such as the inconsistency and those things, it doesn't alter my understanding about what happened.
When you say that this is based on the November 2nd discussion, I mean the meeting that Lyle and Erik have with Dr. Oziel November 2nd, in which the theories are developed, it is those theories that are then recorded on this tape?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Does it appear that after the November 2nd session that Dr. Oziel was left with the impression that this was a killing that was planned to put mother out of her misery and to punish father for having made her miserable?
Objection, calls for speculation and improper opinion.
Sustained.
Well, that's just foundational, if I may.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Does the content of the tape, in terms of the theory that it proposes, make sense to you?
Objection, improper opinion.
You have to rephrase the question. Objection sustained.
Does the material in the tape offer you an explanation which seems more logical than the explanation that was given to you as a result of interviewing Lyle and Erik Menendez and other witnesses?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained to the form of the question.
Your opinion is that this homicide was committed out of fear.
Yes.
Is there anything in that tape that seems to be a more logical theory, a more logical explanation that would make you doubt whether this was committed out of fear?
Objection, improper opinion.
Overruled.
No, but it's not just a matter of logic, it's a matter of what I understand about child abuse and about human behavior.
Okay, let's start with logically. Did you evaluate it on that basis,
Yes,
in terms of whether this made sense?
yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Well, again, there are areas where the statements and the tape are internally inconsistent. Something is said and the opposite is said within a few seconds in a conversation. there are several references to the prior discussion, which I believe to be November 2nd, in which there's a reference to something that took place. It's not part of this tape, to some conversation or some theory between Dr. Oziel and Lyle. There's just a host of reasons to question the context in which this is made and this itself, and the theories that are actually offered I don't think to be particularly psychologically sound.
Why?
Well, first of all, because I don't find any evidence other than Dr. Oziel suggesting to the boys that there was a mercy element in this. Dr. Oziel, even in this tape, is sort of puzzled and doesn't understand why Dad. So here is supposed to be a tape that sort of embodies a summary or an understanding of why this took place, and the person primarily responsible for making it still doesn't seem to understand it within here.
Move to strike Dr. Oziel's understanding of speculation on part of the witness, Your Honor.
Sustain. That portion of the answer is stricken.
Does this tape seem to still be a searching for explanations?
Objection, proper opinion.
Sustain.
When you reviewed the material, did you look at it in context of other information that you had about the family?
Yes.
And when the suggestion is made that Mom is killed now because she is so miserable and so suicidal, did you consider the fact that her mental condition had been far worse in '86 and in '87
Yes.
than it was now?
Yeah, in fact, things had improved.
And did you consider the fact that the letters that are referred to, the suicide letters and the letter from Lyle asking her to leave the father, had occurred at least 2 years prior to the killing of the parents?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinion as to whether killing Mother because she was suicidal made any sense?
Yes, it seemed to be a theory that was based either on old information or on information that is not consistent with other knowledge I had about the family.
And there are sections of the tape in which there are emotions described by the parents that are inconsistent with other information you had. Is that
Yes.
correct? Is there particularly a paragraph that talks about which Lyle Menendez is talking about seeing his father cry?
Yes.
And in that same paragraph, does he talk about his father never cried?
Yes.
And
That was
this-
one of the examples.
Examples of what? What's the impact?
Well, it's an inconsistency within a few seconds. He's describing his father crying. Nothing I've ever heard from anyone in this case suggests that Mr. Menendez was a person who was giving to showing any emotion other than perhaps rage, and certainly not an emotion that would be perceived as weakness, as crying was in that family. And so there's a description of several places where he cried, and then it's 6 or 7 lines later, so it's a few seconds of conversation later, Lyle takes it back and basically says, I cried, I never saw him cry, or something to that
And
effect.
what's your analysis of that? To say I saw him cry and then to say he didn't cry? What's that mean to you about the content of the tape?
Well, again, it makes me question how much faith they have in the tape at all. It appears to be a script, but in spite of the script,
Your Honor, move to strike. It appears to be a script as a conclusion on the part of the witness and improper opinion.
Objection sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
Okay. It appears to be something that is artificial.
artificial, it was arranged previously, there are references.
Your Honor, move to strike artificial and previous arrangement as being speculation on part of the witness, lack of foundation.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Are there references by Lyle Menendez in talking to Dr. Oziel where he says things like you said before, or as you mentioned before? Is that what you're referring to specifically?
Yes.
And what effect does that have on your evaluation of the accuracy of the content of the material?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Does that have any effect?
Yes.
Objection, improper opinion, improper area of inquiry.
Proper what?
Area of inquiry for this witness.
Overall.
Does that have any effect on your opinion as to the accuracy of the information? If it seems to, and what is that?
Objection, improper opinion.
Overall.
Well, again, I think it indicates that this is a set of ideas which have been discussed previously and which are being repeated here for the purposes of the audio tape.
In that paragraph in which there's the discussion about Dad crying, there's a reference to something called the Calabasas incident.
Yes.
And what do you believe that to refer to?
I believe that refers to some burglaries that took place in Calabasas.
And what is your information with regard to Lyle Menendez's involvement?
My understanding is that his brother had been involved in, I think one, but I'm not absolutely sure, one burglary that, it's been a while since I thought about this, but and Erik showed Lyle some of the stuff that had been taken. Lyle, for a number of reasons, went along, was involved in another burglary. I think it was kids kind of burglarizing, or whatever the proper word is, each other's homes.
You mean they knew the victims?
Yeah.
When you say kids, I mean it's that they knew.
Objection,
They weren't
leading.
12 years old. I mean they.
I'm sorry, young men, right.
But so they knew the victim.
Yes. Let's see what else.
And did you take that into consideration in forming your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And in the tape, you said that it was significant to you that there were references to other sources of the material, that is, the like you said or as you mentioned kind of thing. Were there other incidents in the tape that were of significance to you because they seem to be revealing more what you believe to be what really happened in terms of this being something where there wasn't any choice or that it was spontaneous? Are there statements in the tape of that nature?
There are places primarily where there is sort of double meaning, or the meaning is not clear, and it could be referring to what I understood to be the events, or it could not. It was hard to tell because it wasn't followed up by Dr. Oziel.
So when you say not followed up, such as when Erik says something about I didn't have any choice, Dr. Oziel never says, what do you mean you didn't have any choice?
That's one example. I think there are a number.
Was that of any significance to you?
Well, again, yes, it goes to the confidence to have in the tape because important things are not followed up.
Was there anything in this tape that was, strike that if I may. Before you testified here in court, you reviewed Lyle Menendez's testimony about the November 2nd session with Dr. Oziel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he indicated in court that when he walked out of Dr. Oziel's office on November 2nd, he had signed on to a planned killing of his parents, his mother because she was suicidal, and his father because he was controlling. Is that correct?
Essentially.
And you knew that before you came and testified before?
Yes.
And he indicated in his testimony he had agreed to those ideas because Dr. Oziel had suggested him and he didn't want to tell what really happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
After listening to the tape, do you find that there is anything added to that that in any way changes your opinion?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I propose to play tape recording, and may Dr. Burgess step down for the 48 minutes.
Certainly.
And we would stipulate that the court reporter need not transcribe the tape.
All right. And there are transcripts of this tape that will be distributed to the jurors, as I've said, in reference to other transcripts of tape recordings. These are only given to the jurors to assist you in following the words on the tape. The fact that you have these transcripts is just to assist you in listening to the tape recording. The conversation was tape recorded, and the recording is the evidence of the conversation, and the transcripts sometimes have errors in them. Although these transcripts appear to be pretty accurate, there are occasions when words are missed or omitted or misstated, and you are the judge of what actually is said on the tape, and these are only to assist you in listening to the tape, but your ears are the final judge of what is actually on the tape, hearing it yourselves. Just use these to follow along.
I believe people are prepared to stipulate that before the close of the case, if we can refine the transcripts, make them any more accurate, we will do so, and what would ultimately be admitted into evidence would be the best version that we can come up with.
I have submitted revisions.
Okay. Well, I'm sure the lawyers will keep working at it, but no matter how hard they work, it's my experience that no matter what effort goes into a transcript, there's always something wrong with them. There's always some words misplaced or whatever, and it's no one's fault, just the way these transcripts are prepared, and there's only so much time and effort can be done to prepare them. That's why we caution you to listen to the tape as the evidence of the conversation.
Your Honor, I have this turned up as high as it can go, but as the court knows, it's not perfect.
Okay.
At that point, I was living alone in New Jersey, in a mansion that they had left, and that was a tough time. But then I immediately approached my mother, and this is really aggravating. Well, because I was alone, and there wasn't. Well, I think the reason it's a tough time because it was so far away from what people thought that you couldn't tell anybody. I couldn't tell my aunt. What was I going to do about my mother's suicide thing? I mean, you couldn't do anything like that, and it was just the reason why she didn't. I in fact believe at that time was because she couldn't kill someone. I mean, you could take a gun and you could put your head into somebody, you could pull the trigger. It takes an amazing amount of energy, and she was so drained from learning about the affair, which was right after she learned about the affair, because I was listening in the next room, and for months and months and months, I would have to listen to my mother crying in the house. I would come home, my mother would be crying upstairs, and I would just be watching TV downstairs, and I would just hear the sobbing, and I couldn't go up and say what was wrong. And I would, because I didn't have that kind of relationship, I just never, I wish I had, and I look back on it now, and I wish I had that kind of relationship. But I remember when we first moved out and we were living in the condominium, I would hear right through the wall and I would listen about how they were about to have a divorce, and how my dad was telling my mom that they should not have a divorce. And I was just, that year, we were just going right through it. And from listening to her, she wasn't strong enough. What year was that? It was the year we first moved out. That was just a few years ago. Yeah, it was in 1987.
Well, when you ended up killing your mom, did you feel like you were sparing her? I mean, I know she was horribly depressed, and she was totally dominated by your dad. She was like a shell of the person. She had no identity or strength left anymore. You had been, I know that you had been responding to her as I think almost like a person has become sort of pitiful. Yeah, that's a strong word, but is that how you felt?
Well, when we were doing almost my mom's case, something that first of all, there was no way, never could she live without my father. That was something that we had to really, it was a big thing holding us back from killing my father, is that we thought that we would just kill Dad and eliminate the problem. And see, the first step, when I found out the first suicide note, and then it got worse and worse, but was okay, I'll now support my mother. Erik and I decided we would rally behind my mother instead of my father. He could take care of himself, he would understand, he would probably want us to rally against for my mother, because all along his view was, you protect your mother, she's your mother, you only have one mother. I may be your father, but your father is not as close to you as your mother. And that was his view. And even though I was never as close to my mother as Erik in the early years, and I sort of rallied behind my dad because we had more in common and so on. But so I decided, okay, I'm going to rally behind my mother. And I had a conversation with her. I wrote her a long letter saying if she ever wanted to leave Dad and whatever, she could move to Princeton. I'd live with her. She wouldn't be alone. There'd be no problems. There wouldn't be any big fight over custody of the children. We'd go with her if she wanted and visit back and forth, whatever she wanted. And that didn't work because she cut me short immediately. There was no discussion. It was, Lyle, you're fabricating this. I started out by not wanting to really deal with her problems. I didn't want to know I found the note. It wouldn't be as effective. So I started to go through all the things that aggravated me about Dad and how he was suppressing myself and all these things, and he kept saying, no, she wouldn't even let me do that. She was, this is something you're fabricating. You know that really you bring a lot of this upon yourself, Lyle. You don't realize this, and you don't realize that. And it was just not true. She was the worst psychologist ever. She was not, in my opinion, a good open mother like she wanted to be. I felt that at that point she was so tainted by the fact that things were so horrible between her and Dad that she couldn't come out and say, you know, you're right, I'm having the same problems with my husband that you're having with your father, and maybe we should talk about it, like a mother should. Even just out of curiosity of wanting to discuss something. She would rather discuss my girlfriends than my relationship with my father. Mm-hmm. And she was definitely with Dad
Dad on that issue. And so it was a dead issue within 5 minutes. I don't want to talk about it. Nope, you're wrong. You're overreacting. If you want to leave the family and you want to go off on your own, fine.
You had no one to really talk with us about it, except Erik.
Except Erik. And I sort of just said, all right, fine. She doesn't want to get divorced. Things seemed to almost get better. And then all of a sudden they just turned for the worse. And I think they turned for the worse after she found out that she had made a decision that she couldn't take it anymore, and that Dad didn't love her anymore. And
That's the affair?
I believe it was after she found out about one of the affairs, like the main affair, that it had been 8 years long or whatever, or that maybe after she found out there had been more than one. It was some point where she just decided, boom, no way did he ever love me. I was wrong thinking that he loved me and he was just doing this because he needed to. And at this point I had stopped trying to help her divorce, so she didn't have my support anymore. I was, gradually being separated from her because she was no longer someone I could talk to about anything. Anything I talked to her about, I would talk to your father.
Did she actually get angry for bringing up stuff that was negative?
She was very cold. My mother was always very good in stressful situations. Very calm. This was obviously something that was an extreme stress for her. If Erik would have walked in the room when she was crying, or when I did, frequently, she would stop crying. I don't want to talk about it. It's my own problem. Blah, blah, blah.
She wouldn't let you in at all?
No, very matter of fact also about stressful things, which would mean if I started saying, which I would do would be to try to get her emotional and get her emotions out. Hey, I'm with you. I think we should leave Dad. He's crazy. He's doing this and this to you. It's obvious. He's doing this to me. Her reaction is, no, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I think you're overreacting, Lyle. Here's all the things that Lyle, he bought you this car. He said he wanted you to do this. He wanted you to do that. He's a loving father. I don't know what you're talking about. I think we should stop thinking about it.
How angry was that?
And, what?
How angry was that?
To me? Oh, it was extremely angry to me because she was putting me in a position to defend the things that my father was doing to me, and that wasn't even supposed to be the issue. It was the things that I had to get past first, the things he was doing to me, to get to the things he was doing to her, and there was just no way.
You couldn't even get her to acknowledge that he was doing anything to her or to you. I mean, she wouldn't even, you were trying to protect her, and you were trying to say, Mom, we know what he's doing, and you were trying to tell her that he was doing the same thing to you and to her and to Erik, and she wouldn't acknowledge he was doing any of it and turned it around and actually blamed you as if you were an ingrate.
Right.
And she basically invalidated all of your perceptions and everything that you knew that was going on. She told you wasn't happening, got angry at you, blamed you, turned on you, and you ended up trying to protect her and getting punished and rejected, and as a person and getting told you were a bad guy, when really what you were trying to do is save her from what your dad was doing to you and your mom. I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
That's it. And I didn't try as much as I wished I would have tried. I didn't know a lot of it. I found out a lot of it later on. I found out more and more and more. And in my opinion, she got worse and worse and worse. And but for a while, I was traveling so much, I was away from the picture. I'd only hear about it from Erik. Oh, my mom freaked out about this. Oh, Mom burst out crying about this and mentioned Louisa again and couldn't trust Dad here or there. And my reaction is, I don't want to be involved. It's a situation I can't help. And the alcohol, the drugs she would bring up to me, it was a sign that it was getting worse. And she would finally come to me and go, you don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day, I drink. Be careful about this Princeton issue or whatever. I'm not handling it well. I don't want to hear about this or that. And but there was no way I could open up to her about the real issues. I knew that she was seeking help, and I was hoping that it was help. From my girlfriend reading the letters that I found afterwards and before, her conclusion, and it seems to be a lot of my relatives' conclusion, is that my mother could possibly have staged the whole thing and killed both of them herself, because she was unable to kill herself, and
she just said, okay, kill us at some point. And that's their feeling. I mean, obviously, it's my feeling, I know what happened, but I could see how they believed that, reading those letters. I kept thinking it over, almost as if it was true, almost as if I was like an instrument of hers in killing herself. That's where we sort of feel like, you mentioned before, that we were doing her and us a favor in putting her out of her misery, really, in that she could kill herself at any moment. And our reaction was, we knew that if she killed herself, my father was in trouble. He would physically not be able to handle that, because she was really a helpless victim. And I saw her going through her own.
I had in my mind that I would be the turning point. If my mother killed herself, I would hate my father for life, and there'd be almost no point about it.
And I didn't know how my mother could live with it, and I tried not to think about it. Thinking about it was a very painful thing. That's why I don't have dreams about it now, and I don't think about it now. There's a serious sore spot, my mother, and that whole issue, because, even if I think about it for a moment, I say to myself, Dad was having an affair the whole time. He was saying he was out late, working, and she was at home bearing the fact that she couldn't be with her husband, they couldn't go to the dinner parties and so on, to take care of his kids and do all the things he wanted her to do, and she worked like a dog doing that, thinking she was helping their relationship for a better time. And then he would come home and say he's tired from working late and therefore didn't want to go to dinner parties, and she would cry about that, but her strength came from the fact that he was doing it for the family and for her, and so she was going to sacrifice. And then she realized that the 20 years of sacrifice was for nothing. He was going around with other women and so on, and that her whole basis for being able to go through it all was really a falsehood. And that I could see how, boom, you want to kill yourself. Can't handle my whole life as a waste. I've wasted all these years. I could have been something. And our feeling, she would tell us about all the things she could have been and done and couldn't. Because Dad, she told us, Dad gave me an ultimatum. Take care of the kids and stay home and forget the acting and the hostess job that you were offered and all this other stuff, or I leave. And that was my dad's general feeling when she was crying, which was, hey, I want my life the way I want it. If I have to do things I don't want to do to satisfy the marriage, that's not the way I want to live. We'll go our separate ways. And my feeling was very strong. It's not the way it is. I told him flat out, you make sacrifices in order to have a relationship. You make compromises. It's the whole point of a relationship. You each not going to get exactly what you want, so you try to come to, you go to a dinner party even if you don't want to, because you haven't been able to go to one and because you've been working with. It was not his feeling at all that he should do that. How did he respond?
He responded by saying, well, I'm not prepared to do that. My feeling is that you have a relationship. One person controls the show. If I have to do things I don't want to do, even the smallest things, then I don't want to be a part of the relationship.
So it's his way or no way?
It's his way or no way. And he did that, and he was smoking a cigarette, and I remember the scene very well back in Pennington. And I was shocked by the statement, because I realized there, if I pursued it could lead to a divorce. If I pursued it, his feeling was he would rather have a divorce than work out even a small thing like a dinner party. To me, it was amazing.
He had to have total control, or he wanted a divorce.
Right.
And is that?
And he thought that it worked best that way. But that's what kept the relationship going. Was that one person knew that this person was in control, or it was over.
Do you think he believed that, or do you think he needed to have that total control, and she sort of justified it with those kind of statements? I mean, how much did you feel that you were killing your dad because of what he was doing to you each, and how much did you feel you were killing your dad in part because of what he did to your mom, and what part was each? It was not because of what he was doing to me, because I had already decided and had pretty much splintered off from my family and tried many times. I decided at one point I don't want another cent. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I tried to be self-supportive. I'm going to marry this girl and go have my own life. And it was my mother actually telling me, okay, you do that, but it's not because of what your father is doing. I want you to know that. That would anger me and bring me back in to help her out, because I realized she was so disillusioned and fucked up over the whole thing that she would actually think that. If she would have just said, I realize it's really strenuous, your dad is really doing all these things, it's terrible, I agree with you, maybe you should go off and do your own thing, it would have been a lot easier for me to do it. I needed her agreement that there was a problem, and she never gave
there was none. And
didn't think about it for a long time until Erik and I would get together and we would share what was happening in the family. And it was obvious my mother was deteriorating. We didn't want to get to a point where my mother killed herself and my father, we were left to deal with my father. That would be too hard on us almost, because I wouldn't want to. It would be hard on my father, and yet I couldn't let him get away with this, with what I would consider a murder that there was no way anyone would ever find out about. Mm-hmm. And so, for my mother's sake, I thought that we did it. We had to come, like I was saying before, we had to make a decision. It was one of the harder ones. It was a separate issue. Okay, these are the reasons my father should be killed. There's no question. What he's doing is impossible to live with for myself, and for myself based on what he's doing to my mother. And
what were the things that he was doing? It's obvious to me that he was doing all kinds of stuff, from totally controlling everybody in the family, being completely cold-blooded about his decisions, considering everyone sort of an instrument of his own will. And there's a lot of stuff that your dad was doing, including talking about disinheriting you, or actually having said they did disinherit you, I guess, in a couple of points.
Well, that didn't enter into it too much, because I felt like Erik and I could handle it, and he would expect us to handle it, and we would, we were strong, and I still felt he was an ideal father for the longest time, because I felt like our dad can't be with us, and he's strong, he's overpowering, but he gives us advice. Fathers who are friends to their sons, and in his words, like Wimpy, don't give. And he teaches us to be a man, and almost that he had raised us to be able to handle doing this thing that was necessary, and that we could deal with it better than any other 18 or 21-year-old in the country. Because he had trained us like basic training. My 21 years was a basic training course.
To do what?
On how to survive, and how to do what was necessary. And
to survive by living without him, or by telling him to use?
But by living without him. Mm-hmm. And that,
because you would never have lived with him anyway. I mean, you never had that father-son closeness anyway. There's no. He had trained you mainly by being a disciplinarian and being tough, not by having a loving bond with you.
Exactly. Well, to survive without having. I felt it wrong, though. I felt like I would go back and forth as to whether I was close to my mother or my father. When I really started to see my mother's problems, I'd be much closer to her. I hate my father, and then I'd get away from that. And when he had the problem, the heart condition, and so on, I went in and I watched the Super Bowl with him, and we were close. And after the Calabasas issue, he cried, and we were together, and we were close. And the first time he ever cried in front of me, and he felt much more uncomfortable. I used to feel very uncomfortable and cry whenever he told me he loved me, because it was an unusual thing, and I couldn't handle it. And because we were supposed to be man to man, he would say that. He would say it matter-of-factly with no emotion, and it bothered the shit out of him. And I could not talk to him about anything concerning anything emotional without getting too emotional myself. And then it changed, and he became the one that, as I became more comfortable with it, I could bring up the fact, I love you and I'm doing this for this, and he could not handle it. Couldn't talk to me about it, didn't want to deal with anything like that, because it became a genuine emotion. If I expressed a genuine emotion, he would close up, and it would have hurt him. Like it would be a chink in his armor. He couldn't withstand it, and he cried after the Calabasas issue, after I said that, Erik, no, very sorry, no deal, and I'm sorry for all the trouble that you were caused through this whole issue. And he cried, and he felt for everything, and I think he cried a lot after the Princeton issue. And I came to him and said this and that. But with me, it was very cold. That crying I never saw. He would be very upset if I saw him crying or anything. Then don't cry. And so it came down to that decision, and we decided that my mother could not live without my father. And it was sort of nice for me to hear my cousin Sylvia.
Why did your dad have to die? I know from your mom why he had to die. How about for the two of you? What? It's clear to me how much he totally controlled the two of you, and it's also clear he was when he talked about you when you weren't here. He was very he was derogating about both of you in different ways. I mean, he would be judgmental of you in one way and judgmental of you, Erik, in another way. And it was real clear that at the same time he was saying he expected you, quote, to be men, that he was treating you as if you were disappointments and if you weren't strong enough. And that you were weak in one way and you were weak in another way. And I don't know if that came across and if that was part of what you felt in your relationship with him, that you could never be good enough, you could never do enough.
Sure. He even told Erik that the Calabasas issue and the way he handled it terribly. If he were in charge of it, he could have handled it way better than Erik. He made all kinds of mistakes, and you don't know how to do that either.
And so it wasn't even so much what you did, it was more that you were stupid in how you did it. You did it in an inferior, incompetent way.
But I still don't think it had anything to do with killing him. It had nothing to do with us. It had to do with me realizing a number of things that all culminated, which was, and it could have culminated at any point. And it was just a question of Erik and I getting together and somebody bringing it up and us realizing the value in it, which was, my father had the dream of now going into politics and becoming a parent, and my mother would not be able to handle that. She had expressed over and over again how that would be the worst thing in the world for their relationship. What she wanted was for him to get away from his business and his dictatorship life with business and stressed out and all this other thing, and just sort of retire with her and be with her and get to know her. And if he went into politics, she would again be that shell of a showcase for him, and he would be boom, 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 be very busy, be time-consuming, and that would be his new love, politics instead of business, instead of her.
Instead of an affair.
And it would be his sort of affair, really. He had almost said, I felt like, and now I feel like, he had given up women and taken up politics. It was his new affair, just something that would be his passion. His passion is a very passionate man. But not with her. She had expressed in her letters there was no passion. And yet, on the outside, everyone thought that their relationship was all passion, all consuming. And it was crazy. But my feeling was that with him deciding to enter into politics, it was her doom. It was over. There was no escape. And Erik and I were he was on the verge of going to UCLA.
No escape from what? When you say no escape from what?
No escape from being separated from my dad in an environment, or in a relationship where she had no identity, and she was being battered, and she at least felt comfortable in Princeton, New Jersey. And he knew that, and she had her friends, and she had a bonding and a relationship, and she was busy, and he took her out of that and brought her to California, and Erik and I knew it was devastating for her. I mean, it was really her death there, and if he went into politics, it would be another one, and it was just one blow after another, because moving to California was just the worst thing in the world, and he knew it. And
for him, for her,
for him it was great. He didn't care. It was just continuation of his career and this and that. And his wife was obviously going to go with him. There was no question. He made a thing where he would fly back and forth to New Jersey because he realized that this was a serious thing. His wife might not be able to handle this. I think he realized that. It was obvious, but he was very careful. Kitty, you're going to love it here. Come on. And Kitty was very sincere about the fact. I don't even know why she left. If there was a time for a divorce, that would be the best time to pursue it because she had a real bond there. It was a real emotional breakup with that community and her. And she had never had a friend out here, had one friend or whatever, and never really saw her that much. And she never inquired into tennis lessons or leagues or community things or nothing. She got involved in this house that Dad was building, and that was it.
We were trying to push her into those kind of things, and for something she just
and she would say, no, there's not enough money, I have to spend it on the kids.
Yeah, push her into
She believed.
Community activities. She was probably too depressed and felt too powerless.
She was too depressed, and yet but she also, and it's an interesting thing Erik just brought up, she believed, Dad had her convinced, and it was an amazing day when this happened, that they had no money. That he had her convinced that they were poor, and that she could literally not afford to take tennis lessons and do different things for herself and buy herself nice stuff and never get a leather jacket for a couple hundred. I was buying leather $100 jackets on the allowance I was getting easily, and she said she couldn't afford one. She wished she could get one. And I remember a day when I said, "Come on, Mom," because I had bought something. "How can you say I can't afford this when Dad just got a stock bonus of worth $6 million?" And she said, and she had no, and his salary is $1.3 million, and she had no idea. She said, "What stock? What do you mean his salary is $300,000 or whatever it was?"
He totally controlled her.
And she said, "How do you know that?" That's not true. And because we're cash poor. And I was shocked, and I said I knew it because I worked with the company, and it was right in the stock letter, which obviously I didn't read, that said he got this much stock. And sure, his salary was $300,000 or $500,000, but his bonus every year was $850. No idea. She had no idea. And she did know about the life insurance thing, but that came afterwards. So I realized that he was withholding tremendous amount of financial information for her. My feeling then was, well, it's obviously in case they get a divorce, he doesn't want her to know what he's worth. But that enabled her to never buy anything, never do anything creative like that.
You see, when you said that, I think you're right about that, but there's another part of it, which is it also enabled him, again, to never allow her to have, I mean, your father was a totally controlling man, which meant that in the relationship, like you said, he needed to make all decisions. He needed to have her completely subservient. He needed to take all the will out of her, all the identity out of her, so that she was basically nothing but an extension of him and a shell of a person. So one way of controlling somebody so that they never develop any sense of identity, you tell them they have no money, they can't buy things, they don't have the ability to go and do community activities, they don't have the money to go out and develop an identity. It's a way of keeping total control of someone. So it wasn't only controlling the flow of information, but by telling her that they had no money, it was also a way to keep her totally imprisoned and totally unable to develop any strength. If she had a sense of money, she might have also had a sense of freedom. She might have also had a sense of being able to leave, to get away from him, to escape him. If she had a sense of no money and no power, and emotionally she was really stripped of all of her identity, then it would put her totally under his control, which is real clearly what I think ended up happening with your mom. So I think you're right that your dad, in case he got a divorce, didn't want to know how much money he had, but I think even more, your father's whole instinct to just completely control you. He used money and power to control you. He used money and power to control you, Erik, and he used it absolutely to control your mom. And I mean, isn't that really after all? I mean, isn't that what it was about, Tony? I mean, wasn't it about the amount of absolute control and the ruthlessness in terms of just completely, almost being like an automaton who was focused on I mean, it's like, do you think your father had any sense of what he even was doing to you? Or do you think that your father basically was so much on automatic pilot in terms of being focused on control and domination that did he not care? Or do you not know? What do you think? Erik, how about you saying something here? You didn't say a whole lot. What do you think?
I just don't like hearing it.
What does that mean?
I don't like hearing it.
You don't like hearing what?
I don't like hearing these things about my father.
What do you feel?
Upset.
Yeah.
Hurt.
Sad what?
Well, I pushed them out of my mind. And my father and my mother were two people that I love, and I just don't like that. It doesn't matter what they were or what they actually were. Whether it's a fantasy or it wasn't. They were very apparent in my mind before this, led up to the fact where I had no other choice. I would have taken another choice. Because I look back on it and realizing when people are worth and so on, I much regret it. I may not have had a choice at the time, but I regret it now. And I simply, I like the image that I had when I was 14 or so. Where, I had a mother and father that loved each other and loved me, and it was that kind of relationship. And I try to bring that back in my mind, because it was like that, and I like it. And it's simple and easy, and I don't like hearing my father put in this sort of way. It's too painful. Talk about it. He was somebody that I loved, and almost had no choice to do what I did, and I hate myself for doing it. And I understand why it was done when I came rationalized it, because because of the love that I had for my mother, and how it was such a misconception of the family, no one else, and no one understood, and how having to listen to the fights, and simply the yelling and the screaming, always taking place downstairs, and finding blood on the bed and different things. I just tried to rationalize it. And I break down every once in a while because it's really difficult. I love my father, and I love anyone I can. And it's more difficult because of my mother, because I realize what an amazing tragedy of her life was compared to what it could have been because of my father. And I hate him for that. And I love him. And it was something that was beyond control. And
What was beyond control? Did you have to tell me?
Eventually it had to happen. It was basically ruining my life, and I get slaps. And it was putting another through torture. And it got to a point where he was amazing. He would do great things for me, and I wouldn't understand why. I know that she loved me. Somehow he just
Couldn't ever tell you, sure.
no.
I was there. I remember when your mom called me and told me that your dad was disinheriting you because he didn't like how you were behaving in the day, and he thought you weren't being respectful enough. He couldn't tell you because he never talked about feelings, and he wouldn't talk about feelings. And I remember telling you that, and you didn't even look that surprised. I mean, that must have been what your dad was like.
Well, I'm sad because I look back on my life now with my parents, and I wish it would have been so much more different. I look back and I wish that my mother and I would have had an extremely close relationship, and I would tell her everything, and if it happened over, I would tell her everything. all my relationships with different people and everything. She wanted to know, and I was raised that I couldn't tell her, that she couldn't express to me, and I wish I had a closer relationship with my father. Dreams that I have. And
You couldn't be close to either one of them?
no, I just was very good with it. From an early age, it's just, I guess, we're taught to go follow that, but you don't
You just don't want it.
have a close relationship.
You just don't talk about feelings and what's going on.
You keep it inside.
Did you ever try to tell your mom or talk to your mom about what your dad was doing?
No, I couldn't face that. I left that up to my brother. I couldn't face that. That is what I told my brother over the phone, and he handled. I couldn't. I didn't want to face it. I didn't want to realize it. But I knew that if my mom had died, I would have to leave. I would have to leave, and it didn't matter because I always thought that I could make all this money when it wouldn't make a difference. All right? I didn't, leaving wouldn't be a problem. I would have to do it. And I couldn't live with them anymore. And I love them. And I guess I was taught to love him because he was your father. And because I wanted to love him. And I guess that's why Bob cannot probably face the fact that my mother had to be killed. And it was the only way out. It was the only way out for her, and that's why he cannot even face it. He knows that truth about it, and he goes, if you would have to face that and understand that, it would kill you, because it's just so sad. And I don't know, in ways I'm pissed off that he was like it. In other ways, I'm glad that he is such a strong person, but I really can't say whether I would have wanted another kind of father. I just wish the relationship would have been. And I don't. I mean, I have all kinds of things about it. And,
What kind of things?
there was a dream where I was trying to convince two of my friends to shoot me. And they wouldn't do it. No matter how hard I tried to convince them, so I took the gun that was in my hand and shot myself several times in the heart. And then I died. And there was a moment where it was just immense pleasure. I was happy, and there was no tension on my mind, there was no stress, and everything was calm, and everything was great. And then I woke up in the morning, and I was upset that I was alive, because of the great feeling that I had when I was no longer alive.
What kind of feeling?
There was feeling there was no oppression, and there was no more sadness to be had. And you no longer had to feel sad about your parents, and because it's just illness. And I guess one of the hard things about it is that everyone now, they don't know the truth, and they can't relate, and that's difficult.
You can't relate to any of the feelings you have.
Exactly.
And there's so much pain, and you know, it's so clear that both of you are relating to the, not so much to the pain that you had in being in the family, although there was a lot of pain there. You both knew you could escape that. You were about to go away to school while you already were away. But the pain of knowing that your mother was going to be left behind and victimized, and that she was so defensive and protective of your father that even while she was being totally destroyed by him, that she was blocking absolutely even your love for her, and you're trying to help her, especially you, Lyle, well, trying to talk with her, that you were blamed for it. Here you were loving her and trying to care for her, and instead you got blamed for it, and there was an absolute denial of what was happening, and yet you knew the pain she was in. You saw her totally deteriorating, and I mean, it's almost like your love for your mother was, and the pain with her getting just totally brutalized over all those years was like it was a lot worse than the pain you went through being with your dad. Or you thought you could deal with your dad more than your mother. Your mother couldn't deal with your dad. Your mother had no ability to deal with your dad.
By going to college, I mean, it didn't matter. Even if I was in college, I remember when I was in college, I wanted to major in theater. And my mom wanted me to major in theater, but couldn't tell me that because she was an actress and she was a great actress. And so she had this love for theater. And when she saw me at stage, when I said Beverly, she loved it, and she wanted me to major, but I couldn't even bring it up to my father. I did once, and it wasn't, well, he thought I was kidding. It wasn't even something that was going to be even brought up. And my mom certainly never brought it up. And so what I was doing, what I was taking, I wasn't even going to decide. It was my courses, when I had an hour or two to select my courses, I would already have the sheet and already have it worked out. My dad would have already worked out what I was going to take. And so, I mean, it wasn't, there was freedom in my life, kind of, but my life would be structured and I would have freedom outside of structure. Right? And I mean, in signs of pain, I mean, Lyle and I definitely had a different kind of relationship with our parents in different ways. We certainly dealt with it differently. Like I got scared with Lyle. I mean, I wasn't sure. Lyle and I really didn't talk about how each other was feeling that much after this all happened. And we talked about getting men about our feelings. And he probably related to more of them because we weren't supposed to. My parents didn't care. And he told me that he was very depressed and so on. And I didn't know it because, we hadn't talked about it. He was showing his feelings are different from mine. He wasn't as open about it. And I got worried, what his depression means a while. And could that mean he killed himself? And I cried about that one for a while.
Did you ever tell Lyle before? Is this the first time Lyle knows him?
Yeah, I don't.
Why don't you look at him and tell him that you were really worried about him? Okay? Eric. No, come on, look at him. Tell your brother. Eric. No, don't be tough and strong. This is what you're trying to undo that happened.
Not being tough and strong, I know.
No, but he needs to tell you.
No,
Let him do this. He needs to do this. And you know what? This is part of your way of undoing what happened in your family. Eric needs to express his pain his way, and he needs to tell you how much he loves you and how concerned he was for you. It's really important. I know you're stepping in to try to save him, but you know what? The best way for him to really be able to save himself and for you to get closer and to have that contact is for you to be able to talk to him. You couldn't talk to your family. Why don't you? Eric, can you turn toward Lyle and tell him what you feel? You can do it.
There's no reason to.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to. Come on. This is what it was all about. The reason this was all about, what this was all about, was you not having done this in vain, but for you really to get to the place where you can deal with your feelings and not be a prisoner of whatever happened in your family. So, yeah, there's a reason to. Do you love Lyle?
Yeah, we express each other in different ways.
Do you love Lyle?
Yes.
You told me that between the two of you, if one of you was going to die, you'd rather you die and that Lyle left. Did you say that? Did you say that?
Yes.
Yeah. What are you feeling?
Maybe that didn't work out effectively.
I agree that Eric and I need to. Our whole family works behind closed doors, just like politics, and that's one of the things. A lot for politics because it was all closed game, and we still play a game that I wish I was very close to Eric, and we made all our decisions together. And when it came to advice, he came to me first. Just like
Remember how hurt you were when Eric told me what happened, and I remember the hurt, the pain, that he didn't talk with you about it first, and you felt really
could be something. It's just like the tragedy of the family. It could be another tragedy if we don't be very close, because and tell each other things first and so on, and trust that we care. It's very hard to trust that you care. We've been taught to deal with it ourselves and then go a roundabout way and let up when it's necessary. If he feels it's really important for me to get this, he'll push that for me, but without me really knowing the real reason why he's pushing for me, that he loves me or whatever. And then we'll get real stubborn and hate each other about some little issues that I wish we wouldn't. I'll figure, he'll think, or I will figure my girlfriend more over an issue than I do himself. Or I'm very conscious of his take sides with somebody else over myself, and then I'll say, well, screw you. You don't care. And it's easy for that to happen. And that's something that would be great if it could be worked out about. We've sort of worked out some strange relationship where we can convey that, like you said, without having to say it face to face.
Why don't you say it face to face right here, though? Why do you feel close to that?
Because you've never been taught to.
Well, when? Turn your chest towards each other.
Well, you've never been taught to. No. Eric. No. Eric. I feel like comfortable. I'd rather know.
Eric. Wait. Okay. What am I here for? Aren't we trying to...
For some reason, it seems like I can say it to almost anyone else except for my family.
Okay, but wait a minute. You're trying to learn how to handle that and trying to undo that. You've got one family.
I think it stems from the reluctance stems, and the mind stems from a pride issue.
Wait.
He's still afraid that I may not feel the same way, and pride will become. That's the way we say it myself. Yeah, I love Eric very much.
Can you tell a little more to us?
Oh, God. Come on, you can do this. I know you
We hate that hugging shit, by the way. We fucking hate that.
You know what? I don't care. I don't care to do it. Just because you said that. Come on. No. You know what? You have trouble with it. All right. Come on. You have trouble with it. You do. You know what? Look, all the stuff that happened, if you want to reverse the fact that you couldn't be close, if you let me, okay, what I want to do if you let me, okay, and you trust each other enough and you trust me enough, I don't want to have this be something where we're doing something that has to do with legally protecting you, because that's not what we're doing here. What we're really doing is trying to help you undo what happened and help you create what never got created, so that what happened for a reason, and that you now can create something between the two of you that was supposed to be there to begin with, because you're what you have left. You're your family now, and you don't want to be a victim anymore of what happened. And I know how much Eric loves you, because you were not here. Is it okay if I found that? All right? He just nodded and said yes. He told me that if something happened, if anything happened and one of you had to die, he would much rather it be him than you. He would much rather that, if something happened to him, he doesn't even, Eric's got all kinds of problems with having anything to do with any money and anything as a result of all this. Feeling real guilty and badly about it. He's having all kinds of difficulties with it. And, he said to me over and over again how much he loves you, and how much he would really do anything for you, and, including many. If the point he had to go, he'd rather it would be him. And I know that it's not easy for Eric to tell you that with words, but you know what? You're talking about you being real sad with your mom. But it would be just as sad if the two of you didn't get to the place where...
I feel like that almost has happened a couple times. It's obviously happened twice. Once where I was depressed and could never really convey it, and always close to suicide, and felt it would be the best way out and a nice way out. And wishing that somebody would be good enough to have me killed. And then there was a time, then Eric also going through a period where he never expressed to me that me saying that I was in Princeton, was going to stay in Princeton and go to school and not be part of the tennis tour would be emotionally devastating to him reaction is, okay, fine, if that's what you want to do it. I don't think it's fun. And that's it. And me actually being hurt by the fact that he didn't care enough to say that he wishes I was on the tour. And so we both walk away majorly depressed. That he doesn't care if I'm on a tour or not. He just makes the wrong decision intellectually. And Erik is not going to be on a tour with me. He doesn't care. And, that... And it can lead to two suicides. And, just like, it led to my mother. And I still think Mom's was a suicide. Because, I feel that in her letters to Erik and I, she gave me the permission. And the burden seemed to continually be handed to me. Erik handed me it to talk to Mom. Dad handed a lot of things to me. She had given me permission to please carry out her suicide. And that it was obvious that she had decided in her mind she wants to die. She can't do it. And she doesn't want to talk about it. And there's nothing that I can do to help her. There's nothing anyone else can do. And she very much doesn't want anyone else to know. Doesn't want me to go to her Uncle Brian, or if I look back, I wish I would have done, and just said. I feel like if I would have said to Uncle Brian, this is the situation, he would have done something. I feel that I have a lot of anger toward my relatives, my uncles, my aunts, my Uncle Carlos and Aunt Terry, who knew about what was happening to my mother and did nothing. I just think that they were cowards, that what Erik and I did took courage beyond belief, beyond strength. There was no way I was going to make a decision to kill my mother without Erik's consent. I didn't even want to influence him in that issue. I just let him sleep on it in a couple days. Because I'm in a very good position to influence Erik on a lot of things. Because he knows that I care and a whole number of issues, and I can talk eloquently and whatever. And but when it came to that issue, I wanted nothing to do with it. It had to be his own personal issue. He felt the same way I did about killing Mom. And I feel angry toward my relatives. Why didn't you do something when you knew what was going on and I didn't? And now when I found out, I did something about it. I did what I thought my mother would want me to do, which is please kill me. And I can't, and I just couldn't just kill my mom, and that would be ridiculous. I wanted to get rid of the source, but I couldn't live with that. Nobody could. And in a way, I'm happy that people say afterwards, there's no way that your mother could have lived without your dad. I'm glad, even my mom's side of the family says, I'm glad that if your dad was going to be killed for business reasons, that they were both killed. Even knowing what I know about it all, and the people that do know it all, my mom's side of the family doesn't, they think it's because they love each other so much, but my mom's side of the family, Sylvia and a few other people that have read some of the letters and know some of the stuff, feel the same way, that she couldn't have lived. She wouldn't have wanted to live. She wouldn't think of it as I wish she would think of it as, I'm free, now I can take the money, go back to Princeton, I can recover and remarry, which is what I wanted for her. It was only after that ceased to be an answer, ceased to be a way out, that it was then a dangerous situation where Erik and I realized at any point, sort of subconsciously, the go-ahead was given to kill us. Kill me before you leave. Basically leave our lives and go your separate ways.
Was she rushed to the hospital?
You mean after the car accident?
No, when she took too many pills.
And when was this?
That's what you told me about.
In New Jersey?
Yeah.
Back in New Jersey, yeah. Took the wrong pills or something. And went bad, was rushed to the hospital for some reason or another. But the New Jersey stuff, I didn't realize what was going on. I was in high school. I was dealing with my mom on a daily basis, and it wasn't as bad as when I was no longer around. She had something to occupy her time. All of a sudden she did. Erik wasn't around. So things got really, really worse. And she didn't know about the affairs then, I don't think.
No, she didn't know about the affairs, I think, until she...
And it was bad enough that she was really having a hard time dealing with her marriage just because of what my dad was putting her through without even knowing that he was putting her through it for a completely devious reason. She was in bad enough shape, and everybody, my tennis coach, who was sort of a psychiatrist for me back then, Brad Warner, would say, God, I really feel for your mother. She opens up to me a lot, and she's just tormented by her father, and I would hate to have her life. Her life is terrible. And that your dad is just a typical serious business executive, and he mentioned over and over that my dad could be having affairs, and I dismissed it entirely because I didn't think my dad was capable of that. And getting back to what Erik was feeling that I wanted to say, it would be great if we were able to work on it, because even, our relationship, because even the planning out of this, the reason it took such a short period of time to figure it out was, one, because it could have happened at any moment. All the thinking beforehand was done, really.
Yeah, I knew what you felt.
We knew what we felt, and we knew everything about that. Honestly, I never thought it would happen, even though I had thought about it. But it was done so quickly and so sort of callously almost, because, one, if you thought about it too much, the feelings of not having your parents around and so on would get in the way of what was more important, which was helping your mother, really. And thinking about that and feeling toward her was so easy to separate yourself. I'd done it for too long into your own life and go, I want to deal with my mother's agony. And it was sort of a cowardice way out. And for one moment before I went back to school, I had a chance, even though my life was going really well, and to show some courage, I felt, and help Erik and I, help my mother. I'm doing well, you're ready to go to UCLA, we're psyched about a lot of things, but we can't ignore the fact that my mother has to live with us. And it was that. It was Erik was that. I mean, I remember when we had to go down wherever to take care of an important issue concerning it. He said, I can't do it, I've got to practice because I have a tournament coming in. It was completely blocking that, and I was, I couldn't even tell him, but I was feeling, he doesn't realize the impact of what he's doing. He wants to take care of this problem and wish his life was the same and he still had normal parents that he can never have. He doesn't realize that what he's doing, there will be no more tournaments like that. There's going to be no more, all the little good things that are in a relationship, and I think one of the biggest pains you have is that you miss just having these people around. I miss not having my daughter now, if I can make such a gross analogy. Mm-hmm. That, whether I hated the thing when it was around now and I've given it away, now that it's gone, I miss all the things that we had a boating trip right before the incident, and it had nothing to do with the main problem, which required a lot of courage, but I miss not having my father, and it's almost worse after I find out more and more about how he was such a genius and all the things he was able to do, and more and more about the agony of my mother, that instead of her being a shell, I realized she was really feeling a lot of emotion, that I wish I could have now confronted her and discussed things with her that I can't, and I didn't know and think I would ever have to do.
All right, the tape has been played, and it's around 8 minutes to the hour. Let's take our lunch break, and we'll resume at 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see you all back here at 1:30.
Yes, I both supervise, and I also supervise and make sure that the other instructors that supervise and instruct the other students in the division. I'm responsible for that.
So you're above all of the instructors, all of whom are also supervising. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, how do you supervise a student giving therapy? Do you actually sit in on the therapy sessions, or is there some other method?
Yeah. No, I do not sit in on the sessions, but we require our students to audio tape every session that they have with the patient. Some students also are videotaped, and some students are, there's a one-way screen where they have an earphone that is plugged into the supervisor behind the screen so that the supervisor can give immediate feedback during the session.
So that if the student therapist does something wrong or misses something, the supervisor sort of buzzes them and says,
That's right. Well, we buzz them and say what is, either they've missed something or go back and explore this, whatever we're trying to convey, so they can correct it right during the session.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that most of the supervising of the student's therapy is done by reviewing the audio tapes that they've made of the therapy sessions?
Yes, because students have multiple patients, so that becomes the more, the easier way of doing it with the numbers of patients that students carry.
Okay. Now, in addition to listening to the audio tapes, do you also review the notes that the students make of these therapy sessions?
Yes, students must also bring in copies of their notes so that the supervisor has a copy and the student has a copy, and the supervisor has already listened to the tape. That has to be provided prior to supervision.
Why is it that the students have to do notes when everything's on audio tape?
Because they need to learn how to take notes, what are the important things to capture in a session, and you have to really advise them and teach them how to do that. They also have to write reports, so that there's even an added factor to the work with the patient.
Now, when you're teaching people to be therapists, are you teaching them how to listen to patients?
Yes.
And what is the key to how to listen to patients that you... Is it the same, for example, as a police officer listening to someone they're interrogating, or is it the same as the way a jury listens to a witness testifying, or is it somehow different?
It's somehow different. The listening, first of all, listening is a very critical therapeutic tool, and it's almost more important than what one says. You have to be able to listen at multiple levels, because people are coming in and in their discussion or they're talking of their problems or whatever they're in the session for, the therapist must be able to analyze at two levels, both what's called the content level, what is actually being said, but equally important is to get at material that is not being expressed, but may be alluded to through various techniques that people have of talking.
Is it your experience both as a therapist, and of course you have functioned as a therapist for many years,
That's correct.
and as a researcher in the field and as a teacher, that patients do not just come into a therapist, sit down and say, here's my problem, here's my real feelings, here's the dynamic of my life?
No, they do not.
What's the therapist's purpose? I mean, a lot of people don't even believe in therapy, but what's supposed to be the purpose of the therapist?
The purpose of therapy is to look at the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors of a person and to be able to pull all of that together and keep the meaning and the understanding, for patient understanding, sometimes it's called insight, as to why people behave as they do, why they talk or feel as they do, and to give the patient an understanding of these components of their life.
Now, when your students do these therapy sessions with their patients and you are analyzing it, are you grading them on what they do?
Yes, we do grade them.
Do you reject people from your program if it appears they simply cannot develop appropriate therapeutic methods or techniques?
Yes, we do.
Now, did you come back to testify at this point in order to give us your opinion, in part, of a particular tape recording in this case?
Yes, I did.
And is that a tape recording of December 11th, 1989, which has as the speakers L. Jerome Oziel, Lyle Menendez, and Erik Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And did you, how many times have you listened to that tape?
I've listened to the tape, I think 5 or 6 times.
And even before you testified the last time, when you were here for your first appearance, had you read a transcript of the conversation contained on that tape?
Yes, I had.
And did I ask you to analyze the information on that tape from the standpoint of whether or not it was, based on the standards that you teach, a competent or adequate or appropriate therapy session?
Yes, you did.
And did you form an opinion on whether or not what went on there fit the standards for a therapy session?
Yes, I did.
And what was your opinion?
My opinion that it was unacceptable as to meet the standards of psychotherapy.
And what were the reasons or the basis for that opinion that it is unacceptable?
Okay. There are several reasons. First of all, there is no identification on the tape as to who is on the tape. There is no consent given by either of the two patients that are being taped.
On the tape.
On the tape, right, and that is something that should be there because you are taping them. There is no ending, there's no timing, there's none of the factors that go into just the mechanics of taping. Second,
Let me stop you for one moment. You testify a fair amount in court cases, do you not?
Yes.
So you have extensive what's known as forensic experience with the court system.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Dr. Oziel had said to the Menendez brothers, well, strike that. You were here yesterday for the testimony of Judalon Smith.
Yes,
right?
I was.
And you're aware that she attributes to Dr. Oziel a statement that he tried to make the Menendez brothers think that he could help them if they ever got arrested, and that this tape would somehow be useful.
Yes, I heard that.
And are you familiar with the standards of in the forensic psychological field for preserving evidence or preparing evidence for presentation in court?
Yes, I am.
Now, you have just described a problem with the form of this tape. It doesn't have any introduction. It begins in the middle also. I mean, it begins in the middle of something.
That's correct, yes.
And it ends in the middle of something.
Yes, it does.
And does that violate the standards that you're familiar with for evidence, for forensic evidence to begin
Yes.
with?
Yes, it does.
Does it go beyond that, though, and even violate the standards for the preservation of psychotherapeutic material?
Yes, it does.
Now, apart from the format that this tape is sort of just starts and ends, is there other things based on what is actually said and done on this tape that led you to your opinion that it was unacceptable as a therapy session?
Yes.
And would you tell this jury now those things?
Well, some of the things are what are done by the therapist on this tape. For example, changing the subject. That is a violation in terms of you're supposed to elicit the information from the patient and work with the patient's material and use the patient's language. So even introducing language which would be leading and suggestive is not considered good technique in psychotherapy. There are aspects in the tape in which you can see the control being used by the therapist.
By Dr. Oziel?
Correct, by Dr. Oziel. There is a part about halfway to 3/4 of the way through the tape in which there is a technique that he attempts to use in which both of the brothers protest it. They don't want to do it, and yet it is done over their protests. Not only is it done over their protest, but the therapist also laughs at them and completely disregards what their feelings are about this particular face-to-face technique.
Is that face-to-face technique what you and I have referred to as the touchy-feely part? Lyle, look at Erik. Erik, look at Lyle. That thing?
Okay, counsel, let's not argue it and just ask a question the proper way.
Yes.
Is that touchy-feely part?
Yes, it is.
And given the context of everything else that's being said on that tape, did you find that it was appropriate at that point in time when they're discussing the killing of the parents for Dr. Oziel to do that?
Objection, proper opinion.
Overall.
I felt it was inappropriate, yes.
Inappropriate.
Inappropriate.
Now, you've indicated it was over the protest of the two patients, of Erik and Lyle Menendez.
Yes.
Okay, and that's on the tape. They're saying they don't want to do this and they're protesting it?
Yes.
Do they, however, nevertheless do it?
Yes, they do it.
Now, you said that one of the things that you criticize about this tape is that the therapist is being suggestive, using his language, he's leading, he's controlling. With respect to this part, but not just this part, do you find any evidence of him being a manipulative person in the context of this session?
Objection, compound.
Overall.
Yes, I do find him manipulative.
What does that really mean in this context, that the therapist is being manipulative? What's he doing?
What the therapist is doing is to get the patient to do what he wants him to do, rather than allowing the patient to present and conduct the session as freely as he possibly can.
And in your experience and in the way that you train your therapy students, Is therapy in one sense a search for psychological truth, if you will?
Yes, for the person's truth, the aspect that the person is presenting, yes.
And are you likely to unearth psychological truth if the therapist is manipulating the information, is trying to get patients to agree with him rather than following up on what they're saying?
Right. It does not go towards the patient. It is only serving to fulfill the therapist's needs.
So are you likely to find out the truth in this kind of a situation?
No.
Now, apart from what you've already said, were there parts on this tape where there were what you would consider to be clues, pieces of information that should have been followed up, and metaphors?
Yes, yes. Those are things that we also teach to the students to look for.
You teach the students to look for such things coming from whom?
Coming from the patient.
And are they supposed to, when a patient says something that seems to have significance, follow up?
Yes, precisely, to get into that, to explore it more, to expand the thoughts, feelings, and of the patient.
Okay. And was that done here? Were there clues to underlying feelings that were not followed up by Dr. Oziel?
Yes, there were.
Were there metaphors that one or both of the brothers used that he did not explore?
Yes, there were.
Would you explain for this jury what we mean by metaphors in this context?
The metaphor means that the patient has referred to usually to someone, either someone within their own context or to someone that is well known outside of their context. It's just the identification of a person. And rather than being able to talk about really what they're thinking of, they just make this, they make the metaphor. And it's up to the therapist to find out what the real meaning is to the patient.
Well, is that sort of, just to give it an example, is that sort of akin to when someone calls up a mental health provider and says, listen, or a lawyer or a doctor, listen, I have this friend who has a problem.
Yes.
And really what's going on is the person themselves has a problem, but they're distancing themselves from it.
Yes, because they don't know how the person's going to react. And until you really know how the therapist or whoever is talking, they won't be able to fully admit that it's really their concern.
Okay. And did you find, even in the very first page of the transcript, in the first opening moments of what's on this tape, Erik Menendez using such a metaphor?
Yes, I did.
And what was the metaphor that he was using? Who was he talking about?
The metaphor had to do with John Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy, and he's referring to this right in the, I think, line 3 or 4 of his first opening statement that comes on the tape.
And does Dr. Oziel follow up on this reference to the Kennedys, or does he immediately change the subject?
Objection, pause for improper opinion on the part of the witness.
Sustain.
Now, on the face of it, does Dr. Oziel ask any questions related to what Erik has said about Bobby Kennedy, Jack Kennedy?
No.
Objection, the tape speaks for itself.
Overall, the answer will stand.
And is that an example of a metaphor that he does not follow up on?
Yes, that's one example.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. We now have both juries in the courtroom, and you may continue with your direct examination.
Dr. Burgess, at 2 different times today, you testify in front of the juries that you were critical of the method that was being used by Dr. Oziel on this tape of December 11th for a variety of reasons. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of the reasons you said was that Dr. Oziel is suggesting things and using his own language and not following up on what the patients are saying.
Correct.
And do you see a pattern in this tape of points at which the patients, Erik and Lyle Menendez, agree with the suggestions being made by Dr. Oziel?
Yes, I do.
And do you see other points when the patients, and most particularly Erik Menendez, disagree or ignore completely what Dr. Oziel is saying?
Yes, I do.
Now, what I propose to do, oh, strike that. When you do your analysis of your students' therapy, you're analyzing on the one hand, their technique. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Are you also analyzing it from the standpoint of whether or not, based on their technique and how they deal with the information that a patient's giving them, whether or not you could have any confidence in ultimately the information that's developed in one of those therapy sessions?
Yes.
And did you make the same kind of assessment with respect to this tape? That is, whether or not you could find the information on the face of it, if you will, the content coming from Erik and Lyle Menendez to be reliable?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assessment?
Objection, improper opinion.
Would you rely upon informing your opinions, any opinions, in a forensic case, information developed in what you consider to be an inappropriate therapeutic setting?
Objection, same objection.
Sustained. It's vague what you mean.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you mindful, having listened to the tape 5 or 6 times, having read the transcript many, many times, of what the ultimate story is that's supposedly put forth on this tape as to why Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were killed?
Yes.
And what, as you've read it and listened to it, is your belief in what that story is that appears on this tape?
Objection, irrelevant.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor,
Foundational to what? Why don't you ask that, the next question? Let's see if there is a...
well, let me just, maybe if I ask it as a leading question, I can move on. Does it appear from this tape that what the brothers are agreeing to is that their mother was killed in some form of euthanasia or mercy killing?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not being
It speaks
asked.
for itself, so...
Well, I'm not sure it does. That's the point.
Yeah, that's, then would be her characterization, and it's really irrelevant. So ask the next question.
Do you find from analyzing this tape that you are presented with a theory for why these parents were killed that makes any psychological sense to you as a therapist?
Objection, improper opinion.
Again, it goes beyond the
Nature of the examination that we indicated at the sidebar.
Well, let's try it this way then. In trying to determine whether or not what appears on this tape is reliable, okay? Oh, I'll strike that. Did you try to determine whether or not what Erik and Lyle Menendez were saying on this tape with respect to supposed motive for killing their parents was the truth?
Objection, improper opinion.
You can answer that question yes or no.
Is that-
Yes.
You were trying to determine that. Is that
Yes, I
correct?
was.
And is examining the method by which the information is, to use the word loosely, developed on this tape important in your making a determination as to whether or not it's the truth?
Yes, it is.
And is it understood in the at least the teaching community, training therapists, that if the method used isn't appropriate, you're not going to get the truth?
That's correct.
Okay. What I propose to do at this point, then, Dr. Burgess, you have a transcript in front of you that has your notes on it, correct?
Yes.
What I plan to do is go through it and have you point out those areas where you take issue with the methodology that's being used, and for you to give the reasons for what's wrong with what's happening at these various places on the tape, okay?
Yes.
All right. So let's...
An objection to this is improper opinion.
I haven't heard that question yet.
All right.
I thought that's what we just decided.
Let's ask a question.
Okay, now you've testified in front of both juries that in the very beginning, when the tape starts up, the voice that's on the tape is Erik Menendez's.
Yes.
And he's making some reference to the Kennedys.
Yes.
And you've testified there was a metaphor in there. He's referring to Bobby and John Kennedy was, I think you testified in front of the blue jury, some form of identification on his part.
Yes.
Identifying with
Yes.
Bobby and John Kennedy. And you're not making the interpretation, are you, that he identified with them because they wound up dead?
No.
But is that something you would have wanted to, at least as a therapist, pursue?
Yes, this is the area you would want to pursue.
Why is he talking about the Kennedys?
Yes, because it's the very first major theme that comes up in this tape.
Okay, now you don't know what might have preceded this in the many hours that Dr. Oziel and the Menendez brothers were together.
That's correct.
All right, but you can only deal with what you got.
Right.
For some reason, somebody turned the tape recorder on here.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, obviously, somebody turned on the tape recorder.
All right, it could have been a tape recorder was already on and a tape was played and recorded, another one put on, so it's speculation.
Oh, there might have been other tapes.
Excuse me, to counsel's comment.
Let's ask another question, please.
Have you had any information that there were any other tapes made on this particular day?
No.
Okay. Now, does Dr. Oziel, and now I think all the jurors, does the gold jury have their transcripts? Everybody should have a transcript.
Assuming we have a sufficient number of transcripts.
We do.
All right.
We kept the ones that the gold jury had last Friday around.
Okay, we did have a certain deficit in number.
We have some. Okay, if everyone has it, then we're on page 1 right now, correct? And starting at line 19 is the first actual thing that Dr. Oziel says after Erik has been talking about first the Kennedys and things he says about himself and his brother, whatever they became, et cetera, et cetera. Now, does Dr. Oziel at this point follow up in any sense with anything that Erik has just said?
No, he does not.
And what does he do?
He changes the subject.
And when he changes the subject, how would you characterize the manner in which he is talking to these patients?
He really begins to give answers for them. He talks about his ideas about the family. That's what the next several lines are.
Now, if you turn to page 2, you note on page 12, Dr. Oziel makes the suggestion that the only people within this family that, for whatever his theory was, were left to have a bond were the 2 brothers.
Yes.
Now, how does Lyle react to that statement of Dr. Oziel's, as you see on line 15?
Objection and proper opinion.
But you're asking what was said?
I'm asking, well, I'll lay it down. Not what was said, but what does he do from what you can see here, verbally?
Objection and proper opinion.
It's not an opinion.
Well, the words speak for themselves. What is
Well,
it?
does he agree with this suggestion of Dr. Oziel's?
Objection calls for speculation on the part of the witness.
Right. Overruled.
He does not agree. He continues. What Lyle does is to talk about the suicide note.
Well, let me call your attention to this. Dr. Oziel suggests the only people that were left to have were a bond were the 2 of you.
Yes.
Then do you see Lyle saying, well, he, meaning Erik, found the first suicide note. That created a huge bond there, picking up on Dr. Oziel's language.
Yes, they are.
Objection leading.
Overruled as to that question, but let's not lead the witness.
Now, is this something that this is Lyle picking up on some language Dr. Oziel is using? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is this a pattern that you see repeated through this tape?
Yes, it is.
Where Lyle agrees with things that Dr. Oziel is saying?
Yes, he does.
Now, do you notice at the bottom of page 2, oh, by the way, have you ever conducted therapy with more than one patient at a time?
Yes, I have.
And do you train people in conducting therapy with more than one person at a time?
Yes, I do.
And is there any training on the subject matter of whether you should allow people to constantly interrupt each other?
Yes, there is
And
protocol.
What's the protocol?
You're not supposed to have people interrupt other people.
And are therapists supposed to interrupt patients in order to get their own ideas across?
No, they're not.
Let's look at the bottom of page 2. Do you see line 28? Erik Menendez is talking.
Yes.
And what happens there?
Objection calls for speculation on the part of the witness. The tape speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Did you notice in hearing the tape that he was interrupted there by his brother?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, we don't, need to have these objections each time. It's clear that counsel is asking or pointing the witness to a particular phrase for a purpose of a follow-up questions.
Correct.
Objection overruled, but if we can get to the question itself.
Right. Is he interrupted by his brother there?
Yes, he is.
And is that a pattern that continues throughout the tape, that Erik Menendez is interrupted by his brother and by Dr. Oziel?
Yes, it is a pattern.
Until the second half of the tape?
That is correct.
Now let's turn to page 4. And you can see there on line 6 is that another point at which Erik Menendez is interrupted by Lyle.
Yes.
Now, you had talked that one of the things that's wrong with this as a therapy session is that there are clues and hints being dropped that are never followed up by Dr. Oziel.
That is correct.
Calling your attention to that portion between line 7 and line 11 by Lyle Menendez on page 4, is there something there that you characterize as a clue that was not followed up?
Yes.
And what is it?
The statement that you couldn't tell anybody, that you couldn't identify some of the people he couldn't tell, that's not followed up on. Not over who you couldn't, but what you couldn't tell.
And is that significant when you're talking to a patient where there's been an extreme traumatic event, when that patient makes some reference to inability to tell or secrecy?
That's right.
Moving down the page, and we're going to skip that until later, but down the page until line 25 on page 4, is that another point at which Erik is being interrupted, this time by Dr. Oziel?
Yes, it is.
And right after that is Erik talking again, and again interrupted by Dr. Oziel.
Yes, it is.
And when Dr. Oziel interrupts on these parts, does he interject? Does he interrupt to ask to follow up with what Erik is saying, or does he interrupt to put in his own theory?
He puts in his own theory.
And is that what he does at the top of page 5?
Yes.
Now, do you see on page 5 at line 17, Dr. Oziel saying, when you ended up killing your mom, did you feel like you were sparing her?
Yes, I see that.
Is that a significant point in this supposed therapy session?
Yes, it is.
And why is that particular point so significant?
That's an example of where he is suggesting, he is leading, he is putting his own ideas forward, his own theory, if you will, forward.
Is this the first time, in fact, that the whole issue of killing one of the parents is raised?
Yes.
And it's raised by Dr. Oziel?
Yes.
And besides asking the question, the suggestion in the question, did you feel like you were sparing her, does he then go on to do something else that you find is inappropriate?
Yes.
And what does he go on to do?
He then goes on to describe his opinion of her being depressed, totally dominated. He uses language shell of a person. She had no identity or strength. And he ends with the word that she was pitiful.
And is that appropriate for a therapist who's trying to actually find out what patients feel or think about a person to give his analysis?
No, it is not appropriate.
Now, right after that, Erik Menendez makes a statement with respect to the mother, okay?
Yes.
And would you characterize that statement as generally agreeing with what Dr. Oziel has just suggested or disagreeing with it?
Objection, improper opinion.
Overall.
In that line, he is talking about both mother and father and making a statement that does not agree.
Does it disagree, though? He's saying there was no way she could live without my father. So does that somehow tie into the...
Yeah, it ties in, it adds to it, but it does tie in with that preceding statement.
And the preceding statement is the beginning of the discussion on this tape of the so-called mercy-killing theory. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, turning to page 6. Now, in this statement by Lyle Menendez that begins on line 4 and ends on line 7, is there another clue there that is not picked up on by Dr. Oziel?
Yes.
And what is the clue in that statement?
The word is problem. Eliminate the problem. What
And-
problem?
Excuse me?
Yeah, the question would be what problem? That is not explored.
That's what you would ask if you were a therapist. When someone's talking about eliminating a problem, you'd want to know what it was?
Yes.
Dr. Oziel doesn't ask, does it?
Correct.
Now, there's then this discourse starting at line 14 on page 6 by Lyle Menendez, where he's talking about his mother's problems from the past.
Yes.
And you recall it takes a while to develop it in this tape, but at some point it's established that all of this heartache and misery...
Okay, let's not leave the witness.
All right. Is there a point in this tape where the timing of this problem of the mother is established?
Yes.
And when is it that all these conditions and feelings and troubles of the mother are dated to?
It's dated to 1986-87 time period.
Your Honor, I move to strike as no foundation.
All right, again, would you establish that this witness is referring to something on the transcript?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do
All right,
before,
why
Your
don't
Honor.
you do that?
Okay. Do you recall at a point in this transcript, Dr. Oziel asks Erik, when was it that he finds the suicide note and he has to listen to his mother crying, all of that? Do you remember that exchange?
Yes,
And
I do.
Erik says it was the first year that we moved here in 1987?
Yes.
And that's in this tape?
It's in the tape, yes.
Okay, and that's how you know what the dating of the
So
problem
again,
is?
Yes.
you're leading the witness. Let's have her testify about these things.
Okay, well, we can take the time then, and we'll find out where it says it on the
Well,
transcript.
maybe the witness can find it.
Go ahead. Huh? I know how to find it. Well, first, let's go back to this. You see on page 3, on line 23, Lila's talking about at the point when Erik found the suicide letter, he was living alone in New Jersey in the mansion that they had left.
Yes, it's on page 5.
And the other reference is on page 5.
Yes, 1987, line 16.
And that's when Erik is saying that the mother's misery dated from the year they first moved out here, 1987.
Yes.
Okay. So the problem as it is presented by Lyle Menendez on page 6, what he's talking about has to do with 1987.
Yes, it does.
And as a therapist, if a patient is telling you that he had to solve a problem and the problem existed in 1987 and he's claiming to have solved it in 1989, would you ask, I thought this was 1987's problem, what's going on in 1989?
Yes, I would.
Do you see anywhere in this when either of the brothers is talking about the mother's misery and the mother's old problem, if you will, that he ever asks, wait a minute, that's all stuff from 2 years ago. What's going on in 89?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
He does not. He does not get a time dimension.
Well, does he ever ask, but what's happening just before?
No, he doesn't.
Now, is another significant thing that a therapist should follow up on what's called, and you're going to have to define this, negative transference?
Yes.
Okay. Very briefly, what is negative transference?
Transference has to do with the feelings that exist between a patient and a therapist, and you can have positive or negative. And essentially, the negative would be for the negative feelings that are generally evoked from a prior relationship.
Okay, let me see if I can interpret that away. So if I don't like a significant person in my life, let's say I've had a lot of trouble with an older sister who raised me, let's say, and I'm in therapy and I'm being hostile towards my therapist, is it a sort of accepted notion in psychotherapy that what I may be doing is taking the hostility from the relationship with the older sister, transferring it to the therapist?
Yes. That's essentially, and they're both negative and positive. You could look at that relationship both from either way, but negative is always the negative feelings.
And is it limited to really significant relationships? I mean, if you're mad at your postman, you're not negatively transferring that to your therapist.
No, the feelings are generally to caretakers that have had the most contact with the person in their formative years.
Someone in authority, the way a therapist appears to be, isn't that the basic notion?
Yes.
Here's another authority type person.
Yes.
Is there an example here on page 7? Line 18, that's sort of a combination of both a metaphor and a negative transference, if you will.
Yes, it is.
And what is the reference there?
It's the reference to she was the worst psychologist ever.
Okay. And who the she that's being referred to there is the mother?
Is the mother, right.
And why did you find this significant?
Because Dr. Oziel is a psychologist, and this is being said to the psychologist, and this would be something that would be very important from the transference aspect.
Do you think, did you interpret this to mean that Lyle Menendez was accusing Oziel of being a bad psychologist?
He is expressing his feelings vis-a-vis the mother and is expressing certainly negative aspects towards Dr. Oziel. We don't know what they, I mean, you can't see what they are with that one statement, but it needs to be explored.
And if you would explore it, could it lead to discovering hostility towards the therapist?
Hostility, there could be a lot of other issues, trust, safety, factors like that.
To deal with the issues of trust and safety, what's the significance of patient trust and patient feelings of safety in attempting successful therapy?
Those two elements are critical for there to be successful therapy.
Why is that?
Because if a person does not trust or feel safe in a situation, they're not going to be able to open up and to tell a person what's really on their, either in their thoughts or in their heart.
They're not going to tell the truth, in other words.
That's correct.
By the way, on this same page, page 7 at line 17, is there another example of Erik Menendez starting to say something and being cut off?
Yes.
And did you see the same thing happening on page 8 on line 16? Now happening to Lyle Menendez, where Dr. Oziel is cutting him off.
Yes, I do.
And do you also see here that right after Dr. Oziel interjects and makes the suggestion about the timing of something, that it comes after an affair, do you see Lyle Menendez using the same language as Dr. Oziel?
Yes, I do.
And the word he's using is affair.
It's the affair, yes.
Now, starting on page 9, this is in the middle of a time, just to orient you, Lyle Menendez is trying to explain to Dr. Oziel how he tried to be supportive of his mother and talk to her about the treatment that his father was giving her, and to commiserate and to offer her help.
Yes.
Okay. And has he indicated, he being Lyle Menendez, up until this point, page 9, line 7, has he indicated any hostility whatsoever in the four corners of this towards the mother?
No, he has not.
And now, does Dr. Oziel start to do something verbally here? And you've heard the tape, in tone of voice as well. Does he try to do something that you found was inappropriate?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Overall.
What is he doing that you found was inappropriate?
Well, what he's actually doing is labeling a feeling, and he's trying to lead in terms of, did you actually get angry, are the words that he uses,
Okay.
and states that as his...
So he's trying to characterize the mother as being hostile towards Lyle.
Yes.
Okay, and Lyle hasn't said that yet.
That's right.
Okay. And, in fact, he still doesn't
Okay,
say...
counsel, let's not lead.
Okay. Do you find in the next statement by Lyle Menendez, does he pick up on Dr. Oziel's language here, or does he continue to say what he was saying?
No, he picks up on Dr. Oziel's language and then continues to describe the mother.
Okay. And if you turn to page 10, at the top of page 10, does Dr. Oziel do something verbally that you thought was inappropriate at line 3?
Yes, he does.
Now, what is he doing here?
He again is bringing in the anger feeling, and
Whose anger this time, though?
Lyle's anger.
Okay, so now he's
Moved from the mother,
being angry at Lyle.
to now Lyle's anger.
And has Lyle, up until this point, indicated that he was angry at his mother?
No, he hasn't.
And when Dr. Oziel asks him this, how angering was that? First of all, is it appropriate to suggest to a patient that they were angry or had hostile feelings to someone when they haven't even described that?
It is not appropriate, and you should seek the question from the patient. In other words, you should say, how was that for you, or what. You should never lead and label a feeling because you don't know what that feeling is.
And how does Lyle react to that?
What Lyle does is he's taken back, and you can see him, he isn't even, it takes him a minute or two, actually 2 statements, to get this focused in. He says, what? And then to me, and then he's able to affirm, if you will, the anger. He does that again. It was extremely angering for me, so he adopts that language.
When a patient appears to be taken aback, that means that's not where their head was going?
That's right.
Something's being suggested to them that they weren't thinking about.
That's right.
Okay, again, let's not lead.
Okay. And so Dr. Oziel asks the question twice.
Yes.
And then does Lyle say, oh, it was extremely angering for me, and then explains what he means by that?
Yes, he does.
Based on his explanation, in your opinion, is he using the word anger appropriately there?
No, I don't think he's using it appropriately. I think that he has another feeling tone than what was suggested to him.
What is he describing there if it isn't anger?
It's really frustration.
And now on line 15, does Dr. Oziel do something that you found was inappropriate?
Yes.
What is he doing here?
What he now attempts to do is a manipulative type of situation to pit them against the mother, and he starts taking that tact, and he even he describes them as, and he ends with, as if you were an ingrate, so that he takes information and uses it in the context of what he's trying to set up.
Okay. And does it appear from what he's saying is that he's trying to get them to say that they were angry at the mother or had hostility for the mother?
Yes, he's been trying this for now 2 pages.
And he tries to get Erik drawn into this as well, doesn't she?
Yes, he pulls on line 20.
And does Lyle agree with him?
Yes, he does.
And is this the pattern that you see throughout, that Lyle is being agreeable with Dr. Oziel?
Yes, this is a pattern.
Let me call your attention to line 9 on this same page, where Lyle is saying it was extremely angering. She was putting me in the position to defend the things that my father was doing to me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you consider that a cue when you're talking to someone who has admitted that they have killed this person?
Yes.
Would you want to know what things?
Yes.
Is there any follow-up, any question about what things?
No.
In fact, Oziel says, uh-huh. Is that appropriate therapeutic method when you've been presented with a statement like that?
No.
Now, here, you notice on line 22, in this, what you've described as a manipulative section where Dr. Oziel's trying to foster this hostility, do you see he uses the word as if you were an ingrate?
Yes.
Has Lyle Menendez said, my mother made me feel like an ingrate, or anything like that before Dr. Oziel uses this label?
No, that's new language.
And that's Oziel's language?
And it's Oziel's, yes.
Now, what is Dr. Oziel doing? How would you characterize what he's doing at the bottom of page 10, starting at line 24.
What he appears to be doing, what he is doing is to try to get Lyle angry. And he's saying a lot of things about whether he's getting angry at what was being done.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that as speculation on part of
As to the intent of Dr. Oziel or the
Yes.
reaction of the
the intent of Dr. Oziel.
objection sustained to that portion of the answer, that is stricken.
Do you see in this, this little speech of Dr. Oziel, starting at line 24, that he's saying basically negative things about the mother's behavior?
Yes.
And these are things that Lyle Menendez himself has not said.
He has never said those.
And is he characterizing in such a way that she's being a bad person and Lyle was just trying to be helpful? I mean, trying to create a hostility.
Yes, he was trying to create a hostility.
The objection is again sustained. The answer is stricken.
Was there an objection?
It's the same question you asked before.
Well, I was trying to give a foundation for
Right,
it.
you still haven't.
Is it appropriate for a therapist to characterize to a patient his relationship with another person in negative terms when the patient hasn't so characterized the relationship?
No.
Is that suggestibility?
It's suggestibility, and it's, yes, and it's leading.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If the therapist was not intending to give therapy at all, but was trying to get the patient to say negative and hostile things about a dead person, is this a useful method to do that?
It could be considered that, yes.
Now, after Dr. Oziel has said these negative things about the mother, looking at line 6, does Lyle agree with him and say negative, hostile things about the mother, or does he do something else?
Right, no, he does not agree with Dr. Oziel, and he, in the next line, blames himself and has regret and concern.
He
And
says,
wish he had tried harder with his mother.
so even though Dr. Oziel has sort of made all these excuses for him to be angry at his mother, he says he wished he had tried harder.
Yes.
And do you notice on this page 11, line 15, a portion where Erik starts to say something and is again cut off?
Yes.
Now, do you notice, starting on line 24, another one of these cues or clues that is not followed up on by Dr. Oziel at all?
Yes, I do.
And what is what you could consider a clue or a cue in there?
The statement, there was no way I could open up to her about the real issues, so that real issues is hinting that there is something more to be explored.
And of course, as Dr. Oziel say, what were the real issues?
He doesn't say that.
Now, is there, on page 12 at line 11, there is a statement by Lyle Menendez. And does this statement relate to any, in your, based on what you've seen here, does it seem to link up with anything Dr. Oziel has been saying?
Yes, it does.
And what is the significance to you of this particular statement of Lyle Menendez's?
What's important about this statement, and Lyle Menendez does have this in there, is that he refers back to what Dr. Oziel has mentioned before, and it is the theory on the mother and her misery, and that being a possible reason.
The mercy killing.
The mercy killing theory, yes.
And Lyle says specifically here, like you mentioned before?
Yes.
Now, do you know if, based on just reading this document, if Lyle there is referring to what Dr. Oziel mentioned when he postulated this theory earlier on this tape, or whether he's referring perhaps to what Dr. Oziel said on October 31st or November 2nd, or any other prior conversation?
There is back, it could be all three, but in this particular situation, there also is language earlier.
By Dr. Oziel.
By Dr. Oziel.
Move to strike the speculation, Your Honor.
Well, the way it's answered, she's just indicated there is reference earlier, but the answer will stand. It's not speculation. Next question, please.
Okay. Now, is there a point on this particular page, on page 12? I'll strike that. Let's move ahead to just wait. Page 15. Now, do you see on page 15, starting in a statement by Dr. Oziel that begins on line 12, that he sort of shifts gears in the middle of this statement. He starts out saying one thing, and then he changes the subject.
Yes.
Okay. First, he starts out with talking about I'll strike that. Preceding this, there's been a discussion by Lyle Menendez of how his father talked to him about the nature of his marital relationship, how he had to control every aspect of it, or he didn't want to be married, basically.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And that was a discussion about the parents' marriage.
Yes.
And the father's belief that he had a right to totally control the marriage.
Yes.
And do you see in this statement by Dr. Oziel that first he comments on what Lyle has just told him?
Yes.
And then he changes the subject.
Yes.
And what does he change the subject to?
He changes the subject to getting back to how much, I mean, it starts on line 15, is now for them or for Lyle to talk about how much killing your dad because of what he was doing and how much do you feel you were doing it for other reasons. So he begins to question Lyle regarding the killing.
Well, isn't the question, though, how much were you killing your dad because of what he was doing to you?
Yes, he says that.
Or what he was doing to your mother?
That's right, and then what part of each. He's asking for this breakdown.
Yeah, what part was because of what he was doing to your mother versus what part was he doing to you? Is that what the question appears to be?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that's following a discussion about the father's control of the mother.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And does Lyle reject part of this suggestion of Dr. Oziel's that the father was killed for what he was doing to the sons?
Yes, he rejects part of that, yes, in that first line on 21.
He says it was not because of what he was doing to me.
Yes.
And now that doesn't sound like a statement by Lyle Menendez that he killed his father because he was domineering and controlling and overpowered his life and gave him no freedom and he just couldn't live, or any of that stuff, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Argumentative and proper form.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
You familiar with Dr. Oziel's testimony in this case?
Yes, I am.
And does this statement by Lyle Menendez that it was not because of what he was doing to me, is that consistent or inconsistent with Dr. Oziel's testimony?
Objection and proper form.
Sustained.
And now, is there a colloquy here on page 15 following that Lyle Menendez saying it was not because of what he was doing to me, where Lyle talks about how he wanted to separate from the family, didn't want any more money, didn't want to have anything to do with them, wanted to be self-supportive?
Yes, that's what he continues talking about.
So he doesn't follow up on Dr. Oziel's suggestion at this point that killing the father had anything whatsoever to do with him.
Correct.
Now, looking at page 16, line 20, is there, that's the beginning of a statement by Lyle Menendez.
Yes.
Is there another one of these clues or cues starting on line 21?
Yes, there is.
And what is the clue on line 21?
It's where Lyle Menendez says, I couldn't let him get away with this.
And does it in analyzing this from the standpoint of therapy, can you understand from the context what it is that Lyle Menendez is talking about? Getting away with what?
Right, you don't know. This doesn't have any reference.
Well, isn't it following a discussion about what the father is doing to the mother?
Yes, that's true.
But is the problem with that that's old news?
That's old news, yes.
How old?
1987.
And is it something as a therapist, if someone told you that he killed someone because he couldn't let him get away with this, and this is 2.5 years ago, is that a clue you'd want to follow up?
Yes, definitely.
Could it mean another this? I couldn't let him get away with something else he was doing.
Yes.
And could it even mean, in a metaphorical sense, something else he's doing to somebody else?
Yes, it could.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Now, did you, in looking over this transcript, form the opinion that there were times when Lyle Menendez is using the word mother as a metaphor for brother?
Yes, there were.
And is this one of the areas, both with this statement of Lyle Menendez starting on line 20 and the follow-up statement he makes starting on line 26, a place where you're interpreting that he could be referring to what was happening to his brother rather than what was happening to his mother?
Sustained as to the form of the question, it's also leading.
Is it an appropriate interpretive skill for a therapist to try to interpret what the metaphors may mean?
Yes, it definitely is.
And did you, in applying that skill, interpret these metaphors in these statements of Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And how did you interpret them?
That is an interpretation.
You're asking her the process she used to do this interpretation?
No, I'm
Not any
asking what her
conclusion?
interpretive conclusion was.
Well, let's see what her process was first,
Okay.
and how she did this.
Well, the process would be that there is statements that are made that are dated, and then there are vague statements that are made that need to be followed up on, and that when it continues between pages 16 and 17, it really needs to be clarified. There's just too much that's not clear that would require some more exploration.
Okay. Okay.
He even gives, I mean, there's just more language there that you'd want to follow up on.
What's the language you'd want to, I think we need a break, Your Honor. I think we need to follow up on the need for a break at this moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay,
I
we'll take
follow-
our recess, and we'll resume at 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll resume. You may continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we were on page 17. Now, actually, starting at the bottom of page 16, there is a statement by Lyle Menendez. He's talking about something for his mother's sake, and then up to the top of page 17. He states that my father should be killed, there's no question. What he's doing, he's impossible to live with for myself and for myself based on what he's doing to my mother. Okay?
Yes.
Now that, in listening to that and in reading it, does it appear that Lyle Menendez is talking in the present tense as of the time that the father's killed? What he is doing to my mother, not what he did do to my mother.
Correct.
The objection is sustained. The answer is stricken. You're asking whether or not he was using a present tense and the words he was using at the time?
Well, I'm asking whether she interpreted it as the present tense and whether that had significance to her. That was my next question.
When you say interpreted, you mean the grammar is the present tense?
Well, yeah, whether it sounds like the present tense, whether that's how she understood it, whether that's what she's basing.
Well, those are separate things, whether you're going beyond the meaning of the words to the intent of the person speaking. So,
no.
What is it that you're asking?
I'm asking if the plain meaning of the words as you heard it made it sound like he's talking about the present tense, what he's doing to my mother at the time that he is killed. Is that what you understood him to be saying?
At the time, correct.
At the time the father's killed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you consider this statement by Lyle Menendez, based on what he's doing to my mother, a potential metaphor?
Yes, I did.
And a metaphor for what?
Metaphor for brother.
And in the next line, line 9, does Dr. Oziel do something that at first looks appropriate?
Yes, he does.
What does he do?
Yes, he picks up on the statement based on what. So he is following the patient, and that's
Okay.
quite appropriate.
Okay. And if he had stopped there and actually asked the patient based on what, would that be the kind of technique that you would teach?
Yes.
Does he, however, stop there and wait for an answer?
Excuse me.
Too fast?
No, I just got distracted, I'm sorry. Based on that, it was your last question, I'm sorry.
Okay. To summarize it, it would be appropriate for a therapist, after a patient has used language based on what he's doing to my mother, for a
Yes.
therapist to say, based on what? Picking up the language of the patient.
Yes.
Okay. And if Dr. Oziel had stopped there and waited for Lyle Menendez to answer, would that be appropriate therapeutic technique?
Yes, it would be.
Does Dr. Oziel, though, stop and wait for Lyle Menendez to answer?
No, he doesn't.
What does he do?
He answers his own question. He then continues to give his own interpretation, his own language, his own, on all of these things that he wants, and then before he even finishes, he does one more thing. He
What does he-
changes the subject, and he asks another question about the disinheriting.
Okay, so first what he does after he answers his own question, he answers it by describing a person, from
Yes.
totally controlling everybody, being completely cold-blooded. Who's he describing there? And it's the father,
It's
isn't
the father he's describing on the cold-blooded, yes.
it? Okay, and then he changes the subject to the father having said that he disinherited the sons.
Yes.
And does Lyle respond to this colloquy of Dr. Oziel's having to do with inheritance?
Yes, he does give an answer.
And does this answer accept Dr. Oziel's theory about the father being bad because he disinherited them, or does he reject it?
No, he rejects it. He does not agree with Dr. Oziel.
And he does not agree, therefore, that there is a problem with the father because of the disinheriting.
That's correct.
Now, is there a point farther down on that page, though, where Lyle does, if you will, pick up on the theme of, or part of the theme of Dr. Oziel, that his father is a certain kind of person?
Yes, he does.
In what language does Lyle use to describe his father, looking, if you will, on line 26?
He uses the word overpowering.
He uses the word strong as well?
And strong and ideal a little bit earlier.
He calls him the ideal father?
Yes.
And strong and overpowering?
Yes.
Does he use the words domineering?
No, he does not.
Does he use the word controlling?
No, he does not.
At any time, in fact, Dr. Burgess, in examining this entire conversation, does either Erik or Lyle Menendez refer to their father as domineering or controlling?
No, they do not.
And does Dr. Oziel use controlling liberally in describing the father?
Yes, he does.
Now, turning to page 18, is there something significant, first of all, on line 4, in Lyle talking about the killing of the parents in a significant way? I'm calling your attention to the phrase, this thing that was necessary.
Yes, line 4.
And from a therapeutic standpoint, is his use of the word necessary in the context of this supposed discussion about a mercy killing, is that a significant clue?
Yes, it is.
Does Dr. Oziel pick up on it?
No, he does not.
And is it significant on line 6 that Lyle Menendez says he, meaning the father, had trained us like basic training.
Yes.
And is that something that a therapist presented with two children of a family who have killed a parent, and now one of those children is describing his life as basic training, is that significant?
Yes, that's very significant.
Why?
It refers now to the whole childhood and brings up that as the full experience, and it needs to be gone into in terms of what that's a fully explorable area.
Is basic training a description of what anybody involved in child development would call a healthy or a normal or a typical way of raising kids?
No, it isn't.
And is that a clue there that something may have been wrong here?
Yes.
And does Dr. Oziel respond at least to this statement that for 21 years, Lyle saying that his life for 21 years was a basic training course?
Yes, Dr. Oziel does.
And he responds by asking basic training to do what?
To do what, right.
Is that an appropriate response? To do what?
It doesn't show, for someone that's supposed to have some skills, it doesn't seem to be the most logical thing to say, but he does try to explore it.
Is it consistent throughout that Dr. Oziel constantly tries to shift the discussion to why the parents were killed and
Yes.
talk about the killing?
Objection calls for a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Have you found any place in this transcript where, without Dr. Oziel's prodding or suggestion to discuss the killing, that either of the defendants bring up the killing?
Objection calls for a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustained.
Was it significant to forming your opinions about the appropriateness of this therapeutic session or its reliability as a truth-determining device that Dr. Oziel is the one who's constantly shifting the discussion to killing the parents?
Objection, compound improper opinion.
And it assumes facts, not in evidence.
Well, I'd like to get the fact and evidence. If I could ask the original question, then did you analyze the entire transcript and the entire tape to see who, if there is just one person, keeps bringing up the killing?
Objection calls for a conclusion.
Overall, you can answer that question.
Yes, I did.
And who keeps bringing it up?
Dr. Oziel.
And does he even change the subject of what either of the defendants is
Okay,
talking
let's
about?
not lead the witness.
Okay. Does he bring it up in context, or does he bring it up out of context?
He brings it up out of context.
Now, following along on page 18, starting at line 9, does Lyle Menendez respond to Dr. Oziel's question about basic training to do what? With a
Yes.
statement about survival.
Yes, he does.
And is a statement about survival, when made by a child of a family where the children have killed the parents, a significant statement?
Yes, it is.
And if you were training a therapist on how to explore a patient telling you they were trained to survive, what would you tell them to ask?
The question that should come in here is to ask about survive in terms of the survival aspect. What, how, get the own experience. What was prompting that survival statement?
In other words,
It's
what
a
was
very-
happening that made you feel you were
Yes.
trained to survive?
Yes.
Is that what Dr. Oziel does?
No, he again brings in, on line 10, he suggests two possibilities in his statement, by living without him or by killing him. So that comes in again.
And do both Erik Menendez and Lyle Menendez answer him?
Yes.
And in answering him, do they reject the notion that survival was by killing him?
Objection calls for a proper opinion by the witness.
Sustained.
Lyle Menendez says...
How do they answer the question?
Yeah, exactly. How do they answer it?
Yes, they reject this.
Lyle says
Described
it's...
as a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Just indicate what it is that Lyle says. When given these two options by Dr. Oziel, which one does he choose?
Lyle Menendez says on line 13, by living without him.
And then does Dr. Oziel do something inappropriate, starting at line 16?
Yes.
And how would you characterize what he's doing here?
what he is doing here, he starts arguing now with him, and he brings in his own theory. He says, because you've never really lived with him anyway, he doesn't in any way explore what Lyle Menendez has just said, and starts trying to interject his theory on this father-son closeness, this bond, this earlier statement that goes back to the earlier pages of the tape.
Where Lyle is talking about how he thought he was the ideal father?
Yes.
And Dr. Oziel is trying to discount that?
Yes, he is.
And does Lyle Menendez agree with him?
Lyle Menendez does, yes. On line 21, he first agrees, where he says, yeah, exactly, I mean. Then we have a statement where Erik Menendez comes in, and then Lyle comes back again and disagrees, saying, I felt the bond, though.
So Dr. Oziel is trying to say that there was no bond, there was nothing between you and your father, and basically Lyle rejects that and says, I felt a bond with my father.
Yes.
Now, when you listen to this section of the tape, based on the tone of voice and the way that Dr. Oziel was following up on statements made by the brothers, was he doing something vis-a-vis the fact of the homicide that you thought was highly inappropriate?
Yes.
What was he doing that for a therapist you would consider highly inappropriate?
What he was doing was to encourage the talk, really was encouraging that two things. One, that it not be fully explored, and second of all, he was approving in a certain way.
He was approving of homicide?
Yes.
Is that appropriate for a therapist?
No, it's not.
In your training and in the training that you give to your students, in a circumstance like this, where you're faced with patients who have done something bad, I suppose is as good a word as any.
Yes.
And there's expressions of regret and guilt and remorse. What is the appropriate goal of the therapy?
Appropriate goal of a therapist would be to get the patient to come to grips with that and what the next step is going to be in terms of the guilt and the remorse, and to move forward with this, not to keep it covered up.
And what is the appropriate next step, the ethical appropriate next step for a therapist to be working on with a patient like this?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
The next step is to come forward with this to the police.
For the patient to come forward?
Yes.
To encourage the patient to come forward?
With the therapist support.
Is there anything in here that shows that Dr. Oziel was making any efforts to ready Lyle and Erik Menendez to come forward with this thing that they were feeling guilty about?
No.
Is there an indication in here that he is supporting a cover-up?
Yes, he is.
Objection, move to strike as a conclusion on the part of the witness.
Sustain the answers, Jim.
Now, I want to turn your attention to page 19. And this is a long statement by Lyle Menendez following up on the notion that he felt a bond with his father. He's talking here about, I guess would you characterize this as the good times? Times
Yes.
that he remembers with his father
Yes.
that were positive for him?
Yes.
And do you see him talking about his difficulty with his father in trying to express his, meaning Lyle Menendez's, genuine feelings and genuine emotion of love for his father?
Yes.
And he's describing how his father can't handle that.
Yes.
Now, would that be a significant topic and area to explore with a young man who has confessed to you that he killed this very father?
Yes, it would be.
And with the fact that he's saying he loved this man and he had genuine emotions to him, something that would make you want to question why this killing happened?
Yes. His voice also changes. I think that's very important. That
Is this
one time
point in the tape, Lyle's voice
Between 21
changes?
and 24, his voice becomes much softer and much more emotive.
Through most of this tape, would you characterize Lyle Menendez's voice as emotive?
No.
How would you characterize his voice, apart from the content?
Right. It's what we would call inhibited in terms of emotion. It is stoic. There is a kind of a stony monotone, matter-of-fact tone to it.
Does this tell you, when you listen to this, or as a therapist evaluating a patient, would this tell you, well, that must mean this patient doesn't feel any emotion or doesn't have any emotion?
No, that does not tell you that.
In this particular segment where he's actually describing emotions that he has, does the affect match the words?
Yes, it does.
Now, it's true, is it not, Dr. Burgess, that Erik Menendez on this tape, during the portion where he does the bulk of his talking, sounds very different than his brother?
Yes, he does.
And how would you describe how he sounds?
Objection, calls for a conclusion on that.
I'm sorry, the he being
Erik.
Erik sounds very emotive, has a lot of emotion, is crying. His tone is softer.
And does what he is saying match his being emotive about it?
Yes, it does.
Now, turning to page 20. And starting at line 7, there is this little speech here by Dr. Oziel, which starts out again with a question. Why did your dad have to die?
Yes.
Right? And did this sound to you like Oziel doesn't have a clue?
Correct.
And he says, in fact, I know why your mom had to die. That's this mercy theory.
Yes.
Okay. But why did he have to die?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Does he give either Erik or Lyle a chance to answer that question?
No, he again answers his own question.
And in answering the question, does he assume that it had something to do with the two of them?
What he does here is he begins to pit the brothers against the father. That's what becomes clear in this little speech.
Is this similar to what he tried to do with respect to pitting them against the mother earlier in the session?
Yes.
In order to evoke some anger or hatred statements about the mother?
Yes.
And he failed in that effort, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And he fails here as well.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken. Proceed to the next question.
Okay. Now, in this particular section, does Dr. Oziel do something else that in your training and in your background is considered unethical?
Yes.
What does he do here?
He brings up conversation from another therapy session, or another session, we'll call it, and he uses it in this session.
He brings up information apparently he had from the father privately, does he not?
Yes, this is a...
Objection, excuse me, Your Honor. It calls for facts, not in evidence. May we approach?
Well, I think I can straighten it out, Your Honor. It's right in the context here.
All right, objection is sustained, the answer is stricken. Yes, you may
Okay.
proceed.
All right. Why don't you read through the, starting at the end of line 8. It's clear to me how much he totally controlled the two of you.
Yes.
And then he shifts, and it's also clear when he talk about you when you weren't here.
Yes.
Okay, now who do you think the he is? Who did you understand the he to be in reading this?
I understood the he to be the father.
And when you weren't here, who is the you?
Meaning the brothers.
And then he goes on to say he, being the father, was derogated.
Yes.
Yeah, a word. About both of you in different ways.
Yes.
And then he elaborates on that, saying the father was judgmental of them and said negative things about them.
Correct.
Behind their back.
Yes.
Now, is that ethical?
No, that is not ethical.
If Mr. Menendez had said something with Dr. Oziel and the boys weren't present, is it appropriate for him then to go to the children and tell them this?
No, it is not.
And even if he's dead, is it ethical when a patient or a person you've been consulting with dies to then blab to the world or blab what he said?
No, it is not.
Now, you say, though, that this is to pit them against their father.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because he's bringing information in about the father, and he's saying very negative things. He's saying with the father, the disappointments, that they were weak in a certain way, and saying things like you could never be good enough. So that is trying to evoke a reaction in the brothers by bringing this information in.
An angry reaction against the father.
Yes.
That's like telling a child, Johnny said that you did something wrong, to get the child angry at Johnny.
Let's move on to something else. Ask a different question, please.
Okay. It's just an analogy, Your Honor.
Yes, it's a metaphor.
No, it's an analogy. And with respect to that, does Lyle Menendez, and not respect to that, no, with respect to what Dr. Oziel was doing, does Lyle Menendez express anger?
He doesn't express anger. He agrees. If you see on line 22 and 23, he keeps talking about the father and what happened. He told Erik about, and he goes into it more.
Well, he's talking there, is he not, about the fact that the father was critical
Yes.
about the Calabasas issue, which is what you understand to be a theft from a home in Calabasas.
Yes.
Correct? And so he's agreeing with Dr. Oziel. Oh, yeah, I know my father was critical of us.
Yes.
So that's not like news, and it...
No, and he doesn't get angry.
Right. And then Dr. Oziel, though, following that, further characterizes what the father thought or felt about the children.
Yes.
He uses a derogatory term, does he not, on line 28?
Yes.
He calls them stupid.
Yes.
And Lyle Menendez hasn't said my father called us stupid. That's Oziel's word.
That's right.
Now, turning to page 21, just hearkening back for a moment to 20, this particular colloquy began, did it not, with Dr. Oziel suggesting that the father had to die because of something having to do with the two of them?
Yes.
And now does Lyle ultimately respond to that suggestion in Dr. Oziel's previous speech?
Yes, he does.
And does he agree with that previous speech, or does he disagree?
He rejects it. He disagrees.
By saying he doesn't think it had anything to do with us.
Yes.
And he's still hooked into in this speech, it all had to do with how bad Dad was to Mom.
Yes.
And now he brings up this issue of politics.
Yes.
Dr. Burgess, do you understand this issue of politics as it's injected here? I mean, does this make any psychological sense to you as a therapist?
Objection irrelevant.
Is there anything about this issue of politics that should have been pursued?
Well, Dr. Oziel does interject and tries to continue it. Mm-hmm. We do see that on line 23. Mm-hmm. And then you see Lyle agreeing with the language of the word.
Dr. Oziel's word affair again.
Affair, right.
And Lyle agreeing with affair.
Yes.
But my question is, I guess, this. If you were in this situation and you have these two young men in front of you and they've killed their parents and they're talking about this theory that the mother was a mercy killing, and now the crisis is that Dad's going to go into politics, okay?
Yes.
What kind of questioning would you want to do when presented with this, it was the politics theory?
Well, that's there's something new that's come in that either means it has to be looked at in terms of a level of meaning, but it doesn't get at what they're feeling. It's just a change of subject, and it could either be explored that way, would be one way of handling it, or just asking them outright, what does this have to do with what we're talking about? It clearly is a change of subject, so that could be explored.
On the face of it, does it rationally have anything to do with what they're talking about?
No, it doesn't.
Objection, improper opinion of the strike.
Sustain the answers.
You said you'd ask, what does it have to do with what we're talking about?
Yes.
Why would you ask that?
Objection irrelevant.
Because it is introduced, it is an issue that does come in. It's a spontaneous issue, so you would want to follow it up, but not to interject one's own language or one's own conclusion about it.
I guess my question is, does it make psychological sense to you as a therapist, this interjection of politics?
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense, so it has to be explored as to what the meaning really is.
And following as it does with Lyle saying, no, it had nothing to do with us, it only had to do with Mom, then he changes the subject to this politics issue.
Yes, but you always want to look at what comes just before it, and the real critical thing, I think, is on line 9, where if you want to go after something, it's Erik and I getting together. That's an important statement, because it changes right after that.
Okay, so he seemed to be saying something and then he changed the subject? Yes. And is it significant when someone changes the subject to something that appears unrelated?
Yes.
That they may be avoiding what they started to say?
Yes, that's where you'd go back to what was said just before the change of subject.
And does Dr. Oziel say, what do you mean it was Erik and you getting together?
No, he follows this new line of inquiry.
About politics. Now on page 22, looking at the statement that Lyle Menendez makes starting on line 6, he sort of, again, ending up how politics was going to be his mother's doom, that sort. It was all over.
Yes.
Right? Very dramatic language, would you agree?
Yes.
Then he says, there was no escape.
Yes.
Now, did you consider that significant, the notion of someone having no escape from this family?
Yes.
And does, in fact, Dr. Oziel on this occasion pick up?
Yes, he does.
And what does he say here?
Yes, he asks no escape from what?
Okay.
He repeats it twice.
And he repeats it twice, like he really doesn't know.
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you recall how Lyle Menendez sounds on the tape when he starts to answer this?
Yes.
And how would you describe how he sounds on the tape? He says, no escape from, being separate from my dad in an intimate environment?
Yes.
All right. How would you describe how he sounded?
There is a great pause there, and you actually can almost count. There is a real hesitation, which is unusual, coming from this, what we've already heard. And then he launches into the end of the sentence, where he actually takes language that we've heard before from Dr. Oziel, so that there's a real switch, if you will, from no escape to this last part of the sentence.
Which is being separated from my dad?
Yes.
Does that sound evasive to you?
Yes, it does.
Is it similar to what happened in the previous page when he started to talk about him and Erik getting together and then he changed the subject?
Yes. So you now have 2 examples, yes.
Is this something that patients do? I think you've already said patients don't just come in and start, ripping open their heart, laying all the painful stuff on the table.
Yes.
Is it typical in the course of therapy that a patient may start to talk about something sensitive that they don't want to tell you?
Yes.
And then they'll just shift gears in the middle, and when you put the 2 pieces together, it's sort of nonsense?
Yes, and you almost can see them censoring what they're going to say. So that's a very critical time to try to pick up, because it's pretty obvious a lot of times.
Okay. And actually here, Dr. Oziel says something which we weren't able to hear on the tape, but then Lyle just continues talking about his mother and how bad things were for her at this time when she moved from Princeton to California.
Yes.
The old news.
The old news, yes.
And again, with this, when Lyle Menendez is talking about all this bad stuff that was going on in 1986, 1987, does Dr. Oziel say, wait a minute, that's old business. What was happening in 1989?
No, he does not.
He just sort of goes along with the flow of this conversation.
Yes, he does.
And that conversation about leaving New Jersey and how badly she felt and all the changes goes on for several pages until page 24, correct?
Yes.
Now, on page 24, you recall there's this large statement by Lyle Menendez starting at line 8 through line 24, where he is talking about this he's talking about the fact that, at least from his perspective, the fact that his mother does not seem to know how much money his father is making, how much money is available to her in the family.
Yes.
And that's what he's talking about, how amazing it is that Mom doesn't know, and how he had conversations with her about it.
Yes.
Does Dr. Oziel follow up on this, or does he change the subject?
He changed the subject.
And in changing the subject, does he use a word that he uses very, very frequently in this tape?
Yes, he does.
And what is the word that he uses here when he changes the subject?
He uses the word control.
Now, starting at page 24, line 25, when Dr. Oziel changes the subject to the father totally controlling the mother.
Yes.
Through the next 3 pages to page 27, did I ask you, Dr. Burgess, to count how many times over those little less than 2.5 pages Dr. Oziel uses some form of the word control?
Yes, you did.
And how many times did he, well, first of all, did he use the word control or controlled or controlling in every single speech he makes
Yes.
between 24 and 27?
Objection made against speech.
All right. You're referring to each separate segment here that's identified on the transcript?
Exactly, Your Honor. Each segment were preceded by his initials.
Yes.
And when you add up how many times he used some form of the word control in each and every time he spoke on those pages, how many times did he use the word?
I counted 13 times.
And did either Erik or Lyle Menendez, over the same course of time in their remarks, did either one of them ever use the word control here?
No, they did not.
Now, in going through this, on the bottom of page 24, this is where Dr. Oziel changes the subject and talks about the father controlling the mother.
Yes.
And talking about he keeps control over her by not letting her know about the money, basically.
Yes.
Okay? And all Lyle does is he continues talking about the discussion he had with his mother.
That's correct.
And now, when Lyle finishes talking about, on page 25, line 16, the discussion he had with his mother about her ignorance of the finances, which he's apparently bringing her up to date on, Dr. Oziel agrees with Lyle, and then does he change the subject again?
No, he doesn't change the subject.
Well, does he then shift it to characterizing the father?
Yes, he does.
He says there's another part. You see that where Dr. Oziel says, you say that, when you say that, I think you're right. And then he says, but there's another part of it, which is, to shorten it, your father was a totally controlling man.
Yes.
Now, that's a different subject matter than what Lyle Menendez has been talking about, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
And then Dr. Oziel goes on, starting at line 22, to do what?
He now goes into using the, talking about the father needing to have the mother completely subservient, and he uses much of the language he's used before in terms of the shell of a person and how to control someone, and how he can get someone totally under his control, which brings us up to line 15 on 26.
Okay.
That the way you keep somebody under control is not to let them have any money.
Okay, so this whole speech that ends with the end of side 1 has to do with him talking to them about all the ways in which their father controlled their mother. And
Yes.
he uses control in that little speech alone.
Yes.
Starting on 25, line 22, 4 times.
Yes.
Then the tape shifts over.
Yes.
And when the tape shifts over, does he change the subject?
No, he doesn't.
Well,
He changes the subject to go to, he tries to draw Erik in.
well, let's look at 26, line 24. Before the tape turns over, you've just said Dr. Oziel's talking about how the father controls the mother.
Yes.
His opening line on the second side is to just completely control you.
Yes.
So now he's shifting to the control of the children,
Yes.
which has nothing whatsoever to do with what Lyle Menendez said that prompted this speech, does it?
No.
Objection argumentative meeting.
Sustain, the answer is stricken.
And does he then continue with this particular theme that the father controlled the sons up to line 12 of page 27?
Yes.
And in this speech, where he's talking about the father controlling the sons, which begins at line 24 on page 26, does he use the word control 6 times?
Yes.
And at the end of that speech, what does he do? Starting with line 10.
Okay, with line 10, he now wants to, he switches to Erik. He switches the questioning to Erik. What do you think, Erik? How about it? And saying we haven't said a lot.
And in fact, that's true. Erik's been pretty silent up to this
that's
point.
true.
So it appears that he's trying to get Erik to talk
Yes.
on the tape.
Yes.
And after 13 repetitions of the word control in the preceding few minutes, what is Erik's response when Dr. Oziel tries to get him to say things on this tape?
Erik?
Calls for conclusion on part of the witness.
All right, you have tied different things together, so
Okay.
raise the question.
What is Erik's response after this speech by Dr. Oziel in which he mentions control 13 times?
Erik's response is to say he rejects it. He doesn't like hearing it.
Okay, and he says that 3 times.
3
doesn't he?
times, yes.
And he says he doesn't like hearing these things.
That's right.
Which are negative things that Dr. Oziel's been saying, are they not?
Yes, about his father.
About my father.
Yes.
And Menendez then agrees.
Yes, he
True.
does.
He doesn't like hearing it either.
That's right.
And does this, as a therapist, if you were in session with these 2 young men, does this sound like they hated their father?
No, it does not.
Does it sound like their state of mind with respect to the father is that he controlled them?
No, it does not.
And following along here, does Dr. Oziel do something appropriate at line 19 of page 27?
Yes, he does.
Is this the kind of question that is supposed to happen throughout the course of a therapy session?
Yes, he goes for the feeling. Yes.
And he asks Erik what he's feeling.
Yes.
And Erik says upset.
Yes, he does.
And when you listen to the tape, does he sound upset?
Yes, he does.
And then does Erik proceed to explain why he is upset?
Yes, he does.
And does he explain he's upset because he killed 2 people that he loved?
Yes, he does.
Objection calls for conclusion on part of the witness. It speaks for itself.
Sustain.
Now, when Erik says that his father and his mother were 2 people that I loved, and I just don't want to hear anything about them, it doesn't matter what they were. Okay?
Yes.
Does Dr. Oziel pick up on that? Well, wait a minute, if you love them, why'd you kill them?
No, he does not.
And farther on in this statement by Erik Menendez, starting at line 27, when he said, I'll read the whole sentence, it starts on 26. They were very apparent in my mind before this, led up to the fact where I had no other choice.
Objection to the form of the question is argumentative.
I haven't finished the question.
Objection becomes justice.
All right, you're asking the witness to read line 26 and the full sentence, is that right?
I wanted to just
Page
read
27.
27, I wanted to read 28.
Okay, the witness can read it to herself.
Okay. Read the 2 sentences
Have you
where Erik
done that?
mentions
Yes,
he
I have.
Okay,
has
she's
no
done
choice.
that. You may ask
Okay.
your question.
Now, do you consider it significant that in a therapy session where a patient has said or agreed that a mother was killed in some form of mercy killing, if one of those patients then says this killing was because he had no choice, would you consider that a significant thing to follow up on?
Yes, I would.
Is having no choice consistent with a mercy killing?
No, it is not.
And again on page 28, looking at line 4, does Erik again repeat that he had no choice at the time?
Yes, he does.
But he regrets it now.
Yes, he does.
Now, does Dr. Oziel try to explore this cognitive dissonance by asking, wait a minute, what do you mean you had no choice? I thought this was a mercy killing.
No, he does not.
Does he ask anything at all about what Erik is saying?
No, he does not.
And do you note on line 13 of page 28, Erik again repeats that he doesn't like hearing his father put in this sort of way.
Yes, he does say that.
Meaning a negative way.
It's a negative, right.
And is that cognitively dissonant with the notion that that same person would himself describe his father in a negative way?
Yes.
And do you see anywhere in this transcript where Erik Menendez describes his father in a negative way?
No, I do not.
And again, on line 19, do you see Erik talking about his father as someone he loved and had no choice to do what he did?
I see that, yes.
Now, is it in the course of this therapy session, has the theme emerged prior to this point that the father was killed because of what he was doing to the mother?
Yes.
And is that cognitively dissonant with having no choice but to kill him?
It is.
Is it cognitively dissonant with the notion of no escape?
No, it's not.
Is it cognitively dissonant with the notion of a dangerous situation, which Lyle Menendez refers to at one point?
No, it is not.
Now, here, Erik also says he hates himself for doing it.
Yes.
And when he says that, is the affect consistent with what he's saying?
Yes, it is.
And did you note at that point in the tape specifically that he was crying more loudly than any other point?
Yes, he was.
And do you see on line 23 that Erik makes reference to a misconception of the family?
Yes, I see that.
And the fact that no one understood?
Yes.
And does Dr. Oziel follow up on those two notions, that there's something misconceived or misperceived about this family?
He does not.
And if you were in therapy with two children of a family who had killed their parents, would you explore this?
Yes.
Is this, like the basic training, some intimation of abuse?
Yes, it certainly is.
And again, on page 29, does Erik talk about loving his father on line 4?
Yes, he does.
And does he also say on line 7 that he hated his father for what he did to his mother?
Yes.
But does he say he loved him again?
Yes, he does say that.
And then he talks of, does he not, something that was way beyond control. This is page 19, line 9.
Yes.
Is something way beyond control cognitively dissonant with a mercy killing on the one hand and a killing of the father to stop him from abusing the mother that you're killing?
Yes, it is.
Is it cognitively dissonant with the notion of self-defense?
No, it is not.
And do you see Dr. Oziel asks the question, what was beyond control?
Yes, I see that.
That's an appropriate question.
Yes, it is.
Does he give them a chance to answer it?
No.
Does he provide his own answer?
He provides his own answer.
And the answer he provides was that you had to kill him?
Yes.
Does that make any sense?
No, it doesn't.
And on the next line, when Erik says, eventually it had to happen, it was basically ruining my life, and I guess Lyle's.
Yes.
Are those significant statements?
Yes, they are.
Is eventually it had to happen cognitively dissonant with a mercy killing?
Yes, it is.
Is it was basically ruining my life cognitively dissonant with the notion that all that was wrong in this family was the way the father treated the mother?
Yes.
Overall, you can answer the question.
Yes, it was.
Does Dr. Oziel ever follow up on those two areas of cognitive dissonance?
No, he does not.
And on line If you were the therapist and you had heard everything that precedes this, and Erik Menendez said it was basically ruining my life, what's the question that you would have asked?
The question right there is to get at what was ruining the life and try to explore this.
What is it he's talking about?
What's he talking about?
Now, being molested can ruin your life, can it not?
Yes, it can.
Line 15 of page 29, do you see Erik saying, I know that she loved me somehow, with reference to his mother?
Yes.
And does Dr. Oziel actually pick up on that somehow?
No.
Well?
He interrupts.
Okay, he says, I know that she loved me somehow, and then Dr. Oziel says, couldn't ever tell you or show you?
Yes.
That the mother couldn't tell him or show him how she loved him?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. I interpret that as picking up on the somehow. Am I being too generous here?
Objection, argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. If a child says, I know my mommy loves me somehow, does that suggest to you that the child is wishful thinking, that the mother isn't showing it or saying it if the child uses the word somehow rather than because she hugs me, because she tells me, because she does things for me?
Yes.
Okay. And now, do you see Dr. Oziel doing something starting on line 19 of page 29 that's inappropriate?
Yes.
And what is he doing there?
He now brings in the mother's conversation. He says, I remember when your mom called, so that he's interjecting information that comes from other sources.
And is he changing the...
Yeah, he changes the subject.
And what subject does he change it to?
He now changes to the issue of disinheritance.
So he's floating disinheritance past them again, is that
Yes.
correct? And does Erik agree with him? Oh yes, disinheriting was a critical factor?
No, he doesn't.
Does he in fact ignore what...
He just ignores him.
And stays with what theme?
He stays with the issue of his mother, wishing he had the extremely close relationship so he could tell her everything that ever happened.
And if in this context of two children of a family who had killed their parents and you're supposedly in a therapy session and one of them tells you, I wish I could have told my mother everything that ever happened,
Yes.
is that something you'd follow up on?
Yes.
Would you ask, what is it you couldn't tell your mother?
Yes, you try to get at that information that he would want to have told her.
And does Dr. Oziel try to do that? What was the secrets you were keeping from your mother?
No, he doesn't.
And when Erik Menendez says in the course of this same explanation on page 30, starting at the end of line 9 and going to 10, when he says, I was raised that I couldn't tell her. Okay?
Yes.
Now you have a son telling you, a therapist, that he was raised in such a way that he couldn't tell his mother things.
Yes.
Would you explore that? Why couldn't you tell her?
Yes, you would.
And when Erik Menendez says on line 14 that he was never given a chance to get close to either of them, that from a very early age he was taught he couldn't get close to them.
Yes.
Is that a strong indication of some kind of psychological abuse?
Yes.
Does Dr. Oziel ask the kinds of questions that a therapist who's exploring child abuse would be expected to ask?
No, he does not.
All he does is confirm that the family way was to not talk about feelings?
Yes.
But not find out what it was that was going on that kept people separated?
Right.
Now, do you see Dr. Oziel asking on line 21, did you ever try to tell your mother or talk with your mother about what your dad was doing?
Yes, I see that.
And Erik's response was, no way. I couldn't face that.
Yes.
Now, he goes on in this paragraph to allude to the fact that he couldn't face talking to his mother about what his father was doing to his mother. He wraps it back into that all the problems were mom's problems.
Yes.
Okay. But is there something about the particular strength of his answer that to you as a therapist would have been a very strong clue?
Yes.
And a very strong clue to the existence of problems between him and the father?
Yes.
A strong clue that it's what his dad was doing to him that he couldn't tell his mother?
Yes.
Yes, the last questions were leading.
Yes, they were, Your Honor, but it is...
Objection is sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay. And I shall ask it non-leading. What would the strong reaction of Erik Menendez suggest to you?
He starts right out saying he can't face that and left that up to my brother. That is one area to start right there. What was left up to the brother? Okay. So that's one area. What couldn't he face? And you can almost take each line and further explore it. He just does not do that. I would have to leave. What does that mean? That comes down to line 27. There are a lot of just small phrases that could be picked up on.
With respect to, though, the fact that all of this follows a question by Oziel, did you ever try to tell your mom, not ask, or talk with your mom about what your dad was doing? Does his strong reaction tell you something about what he's interpreting that question to mean?
Sustained.
When he says, no way, I couldn't face that, is that cognitively dissonant with the notion that what he couldn't face was talking to his mother about what his father was doing to his mother?
Sustained.
Does that make sense to you in a psychological way as a reaction to the question about talking to his mother about what his father was doing to his mother?
Objection irrelevant and proper.
Sustained.
Dr. Burgess, is it your opinion that in this particular phrase, no way, I couldn't face that, I left that up to my brother, Erik is talking about something other than what his father is doing to his mother?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, this isn't her expert opinion interpreting this.
All right. Is she basing it solely upon these words in this transcript?
Solely upon the way he...
answer it then in that fashion.
Based solely upon the way he responds.
I mean, the tone of voice or the words used?
Tone of voice, the strength of the words that he uses in response to what Dr. Oziel says about, did you ever try to tell your mom or talk with your mom about what your dad was doing?
And based solely upon the content of this transcript, you're asking, does she have an opinion?
Yes. Upon that, do you have an opinion about whether Erik Menendez is actually answering that with respect to what his father's doing to his mother?
Yes, I have. Yes.
What's your opinion?
My opinion is that is not what he is referring to.
Okay. What, in your opinion, is he referring to?
He's referring to a current situation, not an old situation.
A current situation as of August 20th, 1989.
Yes. Back.
Move to strike the speculation part of the witness.
Which answer? Which question?
I'm sorry, the last answer and the question that she's answered right now.
So you're objecting to the question before this last one?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And the answer?
Speculation.
All right, the objection is sustained to the last question, and that answer will be stricken. The other answer's already been given. There's no objection. It will stand.
Now, do you see on page 31, Erik this is still Erik talking. And do you see him talking about how he was, starting on line 6, he was taught to love his father and he wanted to love his father?
Yes.
And is there any follow-up by Dr. Oziel of these feelings of love as he's expressing them here?
No.
And now when he talks about facing the fact that his mother had to be killed, it was the only way out for her?
Yes.
Is there any follow-up of that by Dr. Oziel?
No.
And does it appear that at this point, after I don't know how many minutes, that Erik is agreeing with the theory that Oziel started out with in the beginning about mercy killing?
Objection proper opinion.
Sustained.
Is there any explanation up until this point, well, is there any explanation both up until this point and after about why this was the only way out for the mother, apart from the mercy killing theme that's been played out by Lyle Menendez and by Dr. Oziel?
Objection calls for do have part of it.
Sustained.
Did you find in this transcript any other explanation by Erik Menendez, by Lyle Menendez, by Dr. Oziel of why the mother was killed apart from the mercy killing?
Objection, calls for consideration.
Sustained. The transcript speaks for itself.
Okay. Would you point out to me, Dr. Burgess, any place in the transcript where a different theory of the killing of the mother besides mercy killing occurred?
Same objection.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Now, at the bottom of page 31, starting at line 21, do you see the point where Erik Menendez starts describing a dream he had?
Yes, I do.
And what is the significance to you as a therapist of this particular dream?
This dream is is expressing a suicide wish.
And in this particular therapy session, does Dr. Oziel ever treat Erik's suicide potential?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Well, based on what's on the tape, we don't know what's...
I mean, what was discussed here, whether it was addressed by Dr. Oziel and the
Yes, whether
responses?
anything that's happening here is the appropriate therapeutic response to a patient who's talking about suicidal ideation.
No, I don't see him addressing that.
And you also see on page 32, line 10, Erik talking about how hard it is for him that no one knows the truth, and they can't relate to him or what he's going through because they don't know that he killed his parents.
That's right.
And is that... as a therapist, if a patient expresses this kind of feeling, does that tell you something about their desire to confess?
Yes.
When you talked before about the fact that the appropriate goal of a therapist who had two patients before you in the situation, if you will, of these two young men, was to try to get them in a place where they could go to the authorities and say what they had done. Were you taking into consideration this apparent desire on the part of Erik Menendez to confess?
Yes, I was.
And again, here on page 32, starting at line 15, there's a speech by Dr. Oziel. Does this seem to be like an apologia, like an acceptance or a support for the homicides?
Objection, cross for consideration.
Sustained.
Does he appear here to be, well, what is he doing here?
Well, he's interjecting his own ideas. He gives these are his own ideas. He's suggestive. He doesn't follow up on something that's absolutely critical. The word truth is just mentioned 2 lines above. So he just, again, rejects anything that's being said by either brother.
Give us the citation to where the word truth is.
Line 11.
Where Erik talks about that everyone now, they don't know the truth.
Truth, yes.
This
What
has
truth?
to
Yes.
do with his desire to confess.
Truth is a very good word to explore.
When a patient says nobody knows the truth, what's the therapist supposed to ask?
Get at what the truth they're talking about. Get that to be explored.
What's the truth?
What's the truth, right.
Oziel doesn't ask what the truth is. No, he doesn't. And again, on starting at line 27 on page 32, does Dr. Oziel do something here that he has done before that's inappropriate in this session?
Yes, he uses that technique again where he gets into trying to get some feeling, stimulate some feelings, some hostility, the blaming.
Feelings and hostility by whom, towards whom?
He's trying to evoke that in the brothers.
Towards whom?
This one is for the father, I think.
No, I think it's...
For the mother?
Yeah, for the mother. If you read it, that you were blamed...
Oh, her, yes, at the bottom. He switches, I think, over to the... Yes, on the bottom on page 28. Line 28.
Yeah,
Here
starting
you're
at line
loving her
20,
and
he's
trying care for her.
This appears to be similar to what he did earlier, trying to get them to say something hostile about their mother.
Yes.
Now, turning to page 34, again, looking for clues or things that should have been followed up. And this is where Erik Menendez is talking about, first of all, what his expectations were about what his life was going to be like in college.
Yes.
If his parents were alive. And then he mentioned, starting on line 7, that he and Lyle definitely had different kind of relationship with our parents.
Yes.
And they had different ways of dealing with them and dealt with the parents differently.
Yes.
And then Erik says, like I got scared.
Yes.
Now, would you consider that significant?
Yes, that's a feeling that certainly would want to be explored.
And significant for him in talking about his relationship with his parents to talk about being scared?
Yes, that's a new word introduced.
And is that cognitively dissonant from the notion of a mercy killing?
Yes.
And then does he go on to talk about his concerns about Lyle and that Lyle might commit suicide?
Yes, he does.
And is this the point when Dr. Oziel starts this touchy-feely part of the session?
Your turn, Amanda.
Overall.
Yes, it is.
Trying to get them to look at each other.
Yes, face each other, yes.
And what is, you've indicated before the jury heard, before the blue jury heard this tape, that this was highly inappropriate and manipulative in this session.
Yes.
And you note that even at the very beginning of this, on the bottom of page 34, line 26, he's saying, Erik, no, come on, look at him, tell your brother.
Yes.
And from that, do you would you assume that Erik is not cooperating?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Right, as to the form of the question, objection sustained.
What do you infer from Dr. Oziel saying, Erik, no, come on, look at him, tell your brother?
That he's not looking at him.
Okay. And then do you see Dr. Oziel saying on page 35, line 3, again, no, got to be tough and strong.
Yes.
And is that appropriate?
No, that's not appropriate.
Why not?
Because you're going against what the patient is trying to tell you. You're forcing. It's a forced situation. You have somebody protesting.
Is it particularly inappropriate or more inappropriate when previous in this session, both of these patients have been talking about very serious matters and talking about emotions?
Yes.
And one of them has been crying for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
Is it inappropriate to try to force a patient to do things they're not emotionally ready to do?
Yes, it certainly is.
Does this, and in fact, if you note even at this point when Dr. Oziel is doing this, Erik is crying.
Erik is crying, yes.
Is it appropriate to do this kind of confrontational therapy with a visibly upset patient?
No, it is not.
What do you make, Dr. Burgess, of Dr. Oziel's statement on line 15, page 35? Apparently directed at Lyle Menendez. I know you stepped in and sort of saved him. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
No, I don't.
Does that fit with anything that's been said on this tape?
No, it doesn't. Not coming from Dr. Oziel.
Now, turning to page 36, are we still at this section where Erik is crying and Dr. Oziel is trying to get them to do this thing he wants them to do?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to line 8 of page 36, you see that he's addressing this to Erik Menendez.
Yes.
And you see that he starts to say, you told me that between the two of you?
Yes.
And a little later on in the session, does it become clear that this conversation he's referring to between him and Erik happened in confidence,
Yes, it did.
in a session.
Yes.
So is it appropriate? What is Dr. Oziel doing here?
He's breaching confidentiality.
And is this the only time on this tape where he ignores confidentiality?
Noted.
Cause for a conclusion.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Which one? No, it isn't?
I'm sorry?
Is it the no, it isn't answer that was stricken? The last answer?
The answer is stricken. The objection is sustained to the question. The answer.
Just for a moment to jump ahead to page 39. Line 24. Do you see Dr. Oziel saying, and I know how much Erik loves you because when you were not here, meaning Lyle was not here, it's okay if I tell him, Erik, is it all right? And with no answer. He told me...
Objection, misstates the tape.
All right, regardless of that, you're directing the witness's attention to lines 25 and 26 and 27 of page 39. Do you see
Exactly.
Yes, I do.
those? Okay, she's read them, and your question.
All right. Is that a breach of confidentiality by Dr. Oziel?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation on the part of the witness.
All right, rephrase the question. Does it appear to be
Does it appear to be, in your opinion, was it?
Objection, improper opinion, lack of foundation.
overall?
Yes.
Why is it a breach of confidentiality?
He states it in a positive, and he doesn't get a clear statement from Erik, who he's asking, but he just goes ahead and says it.
And what is he saying? I mean, why is this thing, how do you know this is a breach of confidentiality?
Because he says, because when you're not here.
So it appears that he's telling Lyle something Erik said to him alone.
Yes, he's taking it from another time.
If a person has more than one patient in therapy who are related to each other and who may have issues, therapeutic and psychological issues between them,
Yes.
is that a dual relationship?
Yes.
Are dual relationships to be avoided?
Yes, they are.
And is one of the problems with dual relationships just this kind of thing, breaches of confidentiality?
Yes.
Now, that is another kind of dual relationship than the kind of dual relationship when a patient gets involved in business and other relationships with patients.
Yes.
But that's also a dual relationship.
Yes.
Okay, so we were back at the first breach of confidentiality that appears here on page 36, line 8.
Yes.
Okay, now, moving down to line 14, do you see Lyle Menendez saying the whole family worked behind closed doors?
Yes.
Is that a significant statement, given the circumstances under which these young men are before Dr. Oziel?
Yes.
Does he follow up on it?
No, he doesn't.
Now, do you see something else here inappropriate that Dr. Oziel is doing on line 21?
Yes.
And what's he doing there?
He's really pitting Lyle against Erik when he says, remember how hurt you were when Erik told me what happened. And I remember the hurt and pain they didn't talk about with you about it first.
Yes, you notice he doesn't say, I remember how angry you were, or I remember how you threatened me. Do you notice that that's missing?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know what Dr. Oziel is referring to here?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware that there was a session with Erik Menendez on October 31st when he told Dr. Oziel he was involved in the killing of his parents?
Yes.
Do you recall that Lyle Menendez was, at Dr. Oziel's insistence, invited to come over?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Do you recall that Lyle Menendez was called and Dr. Oziel talked to him, and following that, Lyle Menendez went to Dr. Oziel's office?
Yes.
And do you recall that Lyle Menendez was described by Dr. Oziel as having a very dramatic reaction to learning that his brother had talked about the killing of the parents?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to this as going beyond the scope.
All right, it's going beyond the content of this, so let's get back to
Okay.
what it is that you're asking.
When you read this section, okay, remember how hurt you were when Erik told me what happened, and I remember the hurt and the pain. You felt really violated it was real painful for you, okay?
Yes.
Did you, based on the information from the testimony in this case that you were exposed to, relate that to the October 31st session?
Yes.
Now, do you see that farther down on page 36, line 27, Lyle Menendez refers to the tragedy of the family?
Yes.
Is that a significant phrase for you, given the circumstances under which these young men are with Dr. Oziel?
Yes. Yes.
Does Dr. Oziel follow up on that?
No, he doesn't.
Now, turning to page 38. Are we still in the place where Dr. Oziel is encouraging this confrontational therapy, if you will?
Yes.
And is this where he's laughing at the brothers?
Yes, line 21.
And rude language aside, do you see that Lyle Menendez says, we hate that hugging shit, by the way, we fucking hate that?
Yes.
Is that significant to you that Lyle Menendez is talking about this hatred for this physical contact with a brother that he's already told Dr. Oziel he loves very much?
Yes.
What's the significance of that to you?
There's several significances, but one that it certainly speaks to the touching, the having contact, and that's something that he is saying that he doesn't want.
And why is that significant?
Well, that should be followed up, but what it really means is that there are persons, especially untreated, abused children, don't like to be touched.
That's typical?
One example, yes.
And does Dr. Oziel follow up?
No, he doesn't follow up.
Does he do something inappropriate?
Yes, he does.
What does he do?
He quite clearly says, you know what, I don't care. He negates the protest, the strong protest that Lyle has given to this particular technique.
And he's saying, when he says I don't care, he's saying I don't care how you feel, isn't he?
That's right.
Now, you listened 5-6 times to this tape. You listened to Dr. Oziel's voice on this tape?
Yes.
You listened to the tone of voice he used with the Menendez brothers?
Yes.
And he got real quiet and real gentle at some points?
Yes, he did.
And the way he talks to them on this tape?
Yes.
Did you also read the transcripts of the so-called notes that he dictated of October 31st and November 2nd?
Yes.
Does he talk about them there in these same touchy-feely tones as he uses in this tape?
Pardon me, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Does he talk about them there in a similar way as what he does in this tape-recorded session?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you see a difference in the kind of language Dr. Oziel uses about and with the Menendez brothers during this versus what he dictates behind their back?
Objection irrelevant and argumentative.
Sustained.
Is it sadistic for a therapist in dealing with people who have been discussing very serious and traumatic matters, one of whom has been crying, the other of whom has been talking about emotion? Is it sadistic to say, I don't care how you feel?
Objection improper opinion. Argumentative.
Overall.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach vis-a-vis scheduling?
How much longer is your direct examination going to be of this witness?
That's what I wanted to approach to discuss with you.
Well, just give me a clue as to how long you think it'll be.
Okay, well, it depends on whether I'm as tired as I am now. Tired as I am now, it takes longer than not tired, in all honesty. So if we break and I have till the next session, I will probably finish with her fairly quickly.
How long is
in
quickly?
front of both juries.
You did tell me you had about 45 minutes to go when we resumed, so that would have been about 4:15 or so.
Not
So,
bad,
yeah.
not bad.
We're still going, so how much longer do you think it'll be?
Probably joint before both juries, about 10 minutes, and then about 15 minutes in front of just the blue folk.
Regard to why the killings were committed.
No.
Why?
Well, as I said, given the context of this inappropriate therapeutic relationship, given the fact that this is a reenactment or a replaying of something that was discussed in a session on November 2nd, in which Dr. Oziel's theory was explained to the brothers, given that this is a small portion of a session that was multiple hours long and we don't know what preceded it, given the inconsistencies within it, I don't put much faith in it.
Does it impact your opinion at all, the fact that this session was something that was done at Dr. Oziel's request or direction?
Objection, assumes facts not evidence.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Lyle Menendez how it was that this session came about?
I did.
And is there anything about that information that affects your opinion?
Yes.
And what is that?
Was my
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Is it your opinion that the circumstances under which this session took place affects its reliability?
Yes.
And do you feel that the circumstances under which it took place made it reliable or unreliable?
Highly unreliable.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Conte, when did you arrive in town?
Yesterday morning.
And did you talk to Lyle Menendez about this tape recording once you got back into town?
Yes.
Is there a reason you didn't discuss this tape recording when you were last in front of this jury?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me ask if we can have one of the bailiffs go in and just quiet them down a little bit in the jury room. It's a little distracting for the jurors in the jury box.
Shall I continue? Dr. Conte, I believe you indicated the last time that you were here that you were not really interested in Dr. Oziel's notes or anything else. Is that correct?
I don't recall saying that.
Well, did you consider Dr. Oziel's notes the last time you came in and testified in front of this jury?
I consider Dr. Oziel's testimony. Yes, I don't recall reviewing notes.
All right, and at the time that you last testified, were you aware of this tape?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Were you aware of the existence of this tape the last time you testified?
Yes.
And was there, and so you now are telling us that in spite of the existence of this tape, that there's nothing on there that makes you feel that you need to amend your prior opinion as to why this crime was committed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe at one point in this particular session, now you do agree, do you not, that that is in fact Lyle Menendez's voice on the tape and on the transcript where it says LM for Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
And you've spoken with Erik Menendez as well.
Yes.
And you have no reason to believe that that is not Erik Menendez's voice on the tape either, do you?
No.
And do you have any reason to believe that this tape has been tampered with in any way, that it's been doctored or somehow interfered with?
I have no reason to believe that the tape has been doctored with, no.
All right, so there's no reason for you to believe that the information coming from the defendant's mouths was said by someone else and then made up or something like that? In other words,
I have reason to believe it was made up by someone else. I don't think the words came from someone else. I think as I testified, my understanding is that this is a replaying of material that was developed on November 2nd, some weeks before, and that this was made some hours after Dr. Oziel and the brothers were together.
were you aware of the fact that Lyle Menendez saw Dr. Oziel on the 8th and the 9th of December?
I don't recall.
May I approach, please, with Exhibit 97?
Yes.
Showing you an exhibit which has been marked as Exhibit 97. It appears to be some billing records. I don't know if you're familiar with these records, Dr. Conte.
No, I've not seen these.
All right. To explain them then, it appears that they're from 1989, and the first page you're looking at appears to be January 17th, and there's an L there. There's been testimony that the L stands for Lyle and the E on this stands for Erik, and I'm going to show you the second page, or the other side of the first page, where there appears to be, this is 1988, I'm sorry, 1989, an entry for 12/8/89, L 1.5 sessions, and then 12/9, L 2.5. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated in your direct examination that it was your opinion that Lyle Menendez had not seen Dr. Oziel since November the 2nd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would that billing sheet that I just showed you change your opinion in any respect?
Well, you just showed me dates that came after, I believe, isn't it?
No, this particular tape, and I think it was your testimony when Ms. Lansing asked you the question, this tape was made on the 11th of December of 1989, and the billing seems to indicate that on the 8th and 9th, which would be 3 and 2 days before December 11th, Lyle Menendez...
I got you. I'm with you.
Do you see my question now?
Yes.
All right. With that, did you discuss that fact with Lyle Menendez?
Not specifically. I did know that Dr. Oziel had a tendency to bill for sessions that weren't kept.
If somebody canceled?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you look at those records, you'll see many times there's a notation where it says no show, where the patient has not arrived. Do you see anything that looks like no show or no session next to the entries for the 8th and the 9th of December of 1989?
No, I don't.
How many hours would you say you spent talking to Lyle Menendez about this tape yesterday?
4, perhaps.
Did you actually have the copy of the tape in your possession when you
Yes.
spoke to him? And did you go over the tape with him?
I didn't go over line by line.
Did you have a copy of the transcript with you?
Yes.
Now, I believe you indicated that this was not, in your opinion, a therapy session. Is that correct?
Correct.
At page, you now have a copy of the transcript that we all have, page 34. Would you please refer to that page?
Sure.
Your Honor, some but not all of the jurors have the transcript. Some of them have placed it. Does the court wish them to have the transcript while I question?
I don't know what you're going to be doing.
I'm going to be going through the transcript now with Dr. Conte. Different pages and different lines.
All right, if you have those there, then you can look at them.
Dr. Conte, do you have page 34 there in front of you of the transcript which was provided to everyone today?
Yes.
And do you see there down at line 22, starting with the initials J-O, and thereon begins a colloquy between the participants and Dr. Oziel, where they're talking about whether or not Lyle had ever been told by his brother Erik before that Erik loved him. Do you remember that portion of the transcript?
We have one juror that doesn't have one. No, we have 2 then. We have 2 people that don't have them, so let's see if we get a couple more transcripts. Do we have any extras, or is that it?
Those aren't the right ones.
All right. All right, then maybe you just have to share.
Well, I have, there's one more. Here.
All right, well, you can share, you can just look over someone's shoulder there and look. That'll be fine.
Dr. Conte, starting at page 34 and continuing on for quite a few pages, I think until page 39, there's a portion in there where Dr. Oziel is trying to get the 2 brothers to talk about their feelings for each other. Are you familiar with that particular portion of this session?
I am.
Would you consider that to be non-therapeutic?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it's highly manipulative, it's confrontive, it's pushing 2 clients to do something that they clearly aren't ready to do, and there's no indication that the session prepared them for that kind of highly manipulative interaction.
Yeah, well, you don't know what went on in the sessions before between Dr. Oziel and the defendants, do you?
No, that's the whole problem.
Well, you haven't made any effort to find out, have you?
Detective Bay, he's testified as
All right, why don't you rephrase the
time
question?
before the tape, I'm not sure what
Okay.
he's talking about.
Dr. Conte, you've just said that you feel that this is manipulative because these particular patients were not ready at this point to make this kind of a declaration of love for each other, something to that effect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with what occurred in all of the prior sessions between the times that the defendants killed their parents in December the 11th of 1989?
I am aware of what Lyle told me, the person I was evaluating, took place.
During all those sessions?
Yeah, I didn't go through line by line, but I'm aware of the general gist of what took place.
Okay. And you were not aware until today that he had therapy sessions with Dr. Oziel on the 8th and 9th of December, correct?
I don't know that he had therapy sessions on the 8th. I know that he was billed for them.
So you never discussed, so did you discuss with him the stage at which his relationship with his brother was on December the 11th of 1989?
No, not specifically.
Okay. And yet it's still your opinion that you consider it very manipulative of Dr. Oziel to get these two brothers to tell each other that they loved each other?
Well, there's no foundation here that he's done that work. Now, you know, maybe in all the hours before, when he was building up to this one little segment of tape, maybe he was doing great therapy, but it certainly isn't indicated in the prior pages of this therapy session.
All right, so you find fault even with this particular portion of the tape, is that correct? Pages 34 through 39, where Dr. Oziel is getting them to talk to each other about their feelings?
You asked me if it was therapy. I said I didn't feel that it was therapeutic.
All right. Now, was there a reason that you did not ask to hear this tape prior to coming back into town this time?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
You understand the question?
Maybe you could.
Okay, sure. All right, we're now ready to proceed. All right.
Okay. Dr. Conte, I'd like to refer you to page 19 of this particular document. Dr. Conte, you were asked on your direct examination about the Calabasas burglary, and you explained what your understanding of that burglary was. Do you recall your testimony in that regard this morning?
Yeah, I started to explain what I knew about it, I believe.
And did you mean to convey the impression that this was a childish prank?
No, absolutely not.
Were you aware of the amount of property that was taken in terms of the dollar amount in the second burglary in Calabasas in which Lyle Menendez participated?
I knew it was a lot. I don't recall the specific amount.
Did you know it was approximately $80,000 to $100,000 worth of goods?
I knew it was a lot, yes.
All right. And were you aware of the fact that Mr. Menendez made restitution to the families that were the family that was aggrieved? The father had to pay back cash to compensate for the burglary. Were you aware of that?
I didn't recall that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think that misstates the evidence.
All right, objection is overruled as far as the answer. He doesn't recall that, so that's the nature of the response.
In your discussions over the last several years with Lyle Menendez, did you ever discuss with him his participation in the burglary in Calabasas?
Yes.
And did you find it at all significant that he had participated in a burglary of this magnitude, and evaluating whether or not he committed a crime on August the 20th or whether or not he acted out of fear?
Well, yes, I considered it significant.
And
I think it's a serious act, and I think it reflects problems that should have been addressed earlier, significant problems.
so did you ever consider the fact that it showed that he might have some criminal propensities?
I did consider that.
Did you reject that notion?
I did.
Now, I believe you indicated in your examination, again on page 19, that I can't remember the word you used this morning, but something to the effect of about the father crying, and that you found some inconsistencies in the tape in terms of Lyle Menendez talking about his father crying.
Yes.
Now, if you look at line 4 of page 19, he clearly says, after the Calabasas...
I'm sorry, can I get to my original as well?
Yeah, I think the pages are way off, though.
I tried to do the best I could to reconcile them over the break.
What page?
Page 19, Your Honor, of the transcript we have. He's working from another transcript.
All right, what line?
Starting at line 4.
Do you have that or here?
Yes, I got it. Thank you. I have it, Your Honor.
He has it.
Yes.
All right, it indicates here that after the Calabasas issue, he cried, and we were together, and we were close. That was the first time he ever cried in front of me. Do you see any ambiguity there in Lyle Menendez saying that that was the first time his father ever cried in front of him?
No, the ambiguity is a few lines later.
Okay, now let me. The question was just as to this line. Now we're going to go down to line 21. He again says at the end of line 21, he cried after the Calabasas issue. And after that, Erik and I were very sorry. Then on line 25, he says he cried. At line 26, he says, I thought he cried a lot after the Princeton issue. When he says, I thought he cried a lot after the Princeton issue, did you find that to be ambiguous?
Well, no, and that's not what I testified to.
Right. Well, it appears clearly from this transcript in the tape that Lyle Menendez said on several occasions at page 19 that his father cried.
Right, and then three lines later he says, I cried, I never saw him.
And then he goes on.
Made the witness.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Watch Fisher.
No, I was not, I don't believe I indicated that there were ambiguities within lines, but rather if you take the statement as a whole, he describes his father as crying, which is a behavior which is inconsistent with everything I've heard about his father, and then he himself takes it away after this long list of incidents that he talked about.
Okay, and then at line 28, he says, he would be very upset if I saw him crying or anything.
Right, men don't cry.
Right. Okay. Did you consider it possible that what Lyle Menendez was saying was true, that is, that his father actually cried over these incidents?
I did consider it, but it is so inconsistent with everything I know about his father, and he takes it back within the statement himself. Clients will often do that. They'll tell you a long string of things, and then they'll take it away at the very end. That's often the way people, when they're ambivalent about something, and I talked to Lyle about this, and he acknowledges that he often wished his father would cry.
So when you talked to Lyle Menendez yesterday at the county jail, he told you that his father hadn't cried. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the several times it's mentioned on page 19 in his own voice on the tape, he is misspeaking. Would that be fair to say?
I don't know what the tone of the voice means.
Well, how would you explain that he says here?
I would explain that he was doing what he was told to do by Dr. Oziel, which was to use things that had happened in the past in constructing a tape that was consistent with Dr. Oziel's theory about what happened.
But if Dr. Oziel was telling him to take things from the past consistent with what had happened, he wasn't telling him to lie and make up things about his father crying, was he?
I didn't think Dr. Oziel told him specifically to do that. No.
Where's the evidence that Dr. Oziel told him to say these things that weren't true? What evidence do you have that Dr. Oziel told Lyle Menendez to make things up that weren't true?
What Dr. Oziel did was to give him a theory on November 2nd.
Okay,
and they went over the theory, and Dr. Oziel gave to them and said, this is, and it must have been like, and presented to, and then Lyle complies with that in this.
So what was the theory that, in your opinion, Dr. Oziel gave Lyle Menendez? The theory of abuse as a cause of the murder?
No, I don't see that abuse was ever mentioned with Dr. Oziel.
Did you review his testimony, Dr. Conte?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember did you look at the notes that he made from the November 2nd session where he talked to Lyle Menendez about the abuse and the family constellation being useful later on if he were ever caught?
He was not talking about abuse. He was talking about, as I recall it, Dr. Oziel's testimony was talking about the way that Lyle's parents treated each other, and especially the way Dad treated in terms of controlling and manipulation and that kind of thing.
You also are aware of the fact that in the November 2nd session, Dr. Oziel talks about the father's domineering and controlling of the defendants,
yes,
not the mother,
yes,
correct? Now, so you're saying then that Lyle Menendez was merely complying with the wish of Dr. Oziel to concoct this sort of family constellation. Is that correct?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that...
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I believe that this tape is largely, concoction is your word, but it is largely his compliance with Dr. Oziel's need to have something on tape which had his voice, in which he's talking about the killing, and Dr. Oziel had given him a theory about why this happened.
Well, did you discuss with Lyle Menendez why he would do that for Dr. Oziel?
Yes.
And why would he? What did he tell you as to why he would comply with Dr. Oziel's need to have his voice on tape?
Because he was afraid of Dr. Oziel.
What was he afraid of Dr. Oziel?
Because Dr. Oziel could send him to jail. Dr. Oziel had information.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that then create in Lyle Menendez a motive to mitigate his responsibility for the murders when he talked on tape on December the 11th?
Well, he did mitigate. He mitigated the entire story, as near as I can tell. He didn't tell us what happened. It wasn't until much later when he's in jail that he begins to tell us about what really happened inside that family.
Now, when he talks about he and his brother discussing killing the mother and then sleeping on it for a couple of nights, do you consider that to be mitigation?
No, I consider that to be, in a sense, the truth of what happened the last week. There is this fear, there's this anxiety, there's ambivalence, they're not sure what's going on, they buy the guns, they wait for a while, they go up and down in what's happening.
So here at page 42, do you have the page, Dr. Conte? I'm
Yes, ma'am.
referring
What
now.
line? What line?
Starting at line 6, Your Honor. Are you ready, Dr. Conte?
Yes.
I mean, do you have the
I haven't heard a
cross-reference?
question.
Right. I thought you were looking at your other
Oh,
notes.
no, I just did on this. Thank you.
Dr. Conte, referring at line 6 now, where Lyle Menendez says in his own voice on this tape, there was no way I was going to make a decision to kill my mother without Erik's consent. So you say that that particular sentence works in with your theory that this was a crime committed out of fear?
No, that's not the line you asked me about.
All right.
You asked me about the line, I just let him sleep on it for a couple days, and one possibility is that that is a reflection of, in fact, what happened.
Isn't there another possibility that this was premeditated and not something born out of fear?
Well, if that's true, it's not consistent with anything else I've learned in my time on this, involved in this case.
But you saw Lyle Menendez after he'd been in custody for almost 2 years and was charged with a capital offense, correct?
That's correct, but I don't think that Lyle Menendez could fake the things that he told me. I don't think he knew to fake the things that make me believe what his life was like. He would not know to do it, and I don't think he could go read a book to do it.
Okay. Referring now to page 44, starting at line 24.
Yes.
Okay. Where he indicates at the end of line 24, because even the planning out of this, the reason it took such a short period of time to figure it out was, one, because it could have happened at any moment, and then it goes on to the next page, all the thinking beforehand was done.
Yes.
All right. Now, when he uses the word planning, then, does that somehow work in with your theory that this was a crime committed out of fear?
It could, yeah. Let me get my... This is hard because I stopped reconciling before I got here. Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the question?
All right. The question is, that particular interchange there, when he uses the word planning, do you think that is consistent with your theory that this was a crime done out of fear?
Well, planning of self-defense would be consistent with this. But again, if you take one line out of this entire, what I've already said, I think is an unreliable document, and why it is unreliable, I cannot necessarily reconcile every line. But if you look across this with what is described, I don't think reconciling it is that difficult.
You don't think reconciling it is that difficult?
That's what I said.
All right. You indicated that you felt that that Lyle Menendez was trying to mitigate or minimize his conduct during the course of this tape, correct?
I assume that could be possible. You asked me if it was possible. I didn't say that he was.
Well, doesn't it appear when he's talking about giving his mother a break and killing her, that he's trying to say that really this was a mercy killing and it was not something that he should be really held accountable for?
That was Dr. Oziel's theory, and he was trying to give Dr. Oziel his theory, because the charge of this session, as I understand it, was to get his voice talking about the death of his parents on tape so Dr. Oziel would be less anxious.
And during the course of this time, there's a lot of minimizing of Lyle Menendez's conduct in his own words, correct? Where he talks about, well, my mother was suicidal, and I was really glad to see the relatives came around and said, yeah, Mom couldn't have lived without Dad. You're familiar with that portion of the tape.
Yeah, but those are different things. First of all, it just doesn't make any sense that he would be calling Mother's behavior of 2 years or more in the past to explain what happened in '89. That's Dr. Oziel's theory of what happened, and what Dr. Oziel wanted was his theory on tape. Now, if you look at the line, why he's angry with the relatives, that he may be angry at the relatives for a number of reasons, including the fact that the relatives ignored what was happening in that family for so long. I don't see that as minimizing. I mean, he says he did it, and he says he did it for this, what I find implausible theory of mercy killing. That's not minimization to me.
Self-defense is, though, isn't it, Doctor?
Self-defense is a concept with the law that the law in California recognizes.
Did you talk to Lyle Menendez yesterday about why he didn't just tell Dr. Oziel what he told the jurors? Did you ask him that question?
I didn't ask him specifically, no.
Okay. Now, you indicated then that Lyle Menendez didn't trust Dr. Oziel, but he wanted to give Dr. Oziel what Dr. Oziel wanted.
Yes.
Okay. Can you reconcile those two things?
Yes. Dr. Oziel, there are many things. First of all, Dr. Oziel had information that could put Lyle into great trouble. And so keeping Dr. Oziel secure or not unanxious was important. Lyle was also worried about his brother, who was suicidal, and it's clear from the tape how emotional Erik is. And if some idea, for example, that Mom really wanted to be killed makes Erik feel better, then Lyle will go along with it.
And do you think that him saying that Mom needed to be killed because she was suicidal might make him feel better too, Lyle Menendez?
It might make him feel better, yeah.
Going on to page 46 of this particular transcript, starting at line 5. Lyle Menendez says at line 5, and this is after a discussion of the killing of the mother and the talking that went into it, he says, almost as if a third party was discussing. Did you consider that at all psychologically significant, that he would describe talking about killing his mother as if a third party was doing it?
Well, I don't really think that's the gist of that. I think that entire section after Dr. Oziel's effort to get the boys, especially Erik, to say, I love you, I think that whole speech, we might call it, by Lyle is his effort. He's concerned. His brother's getting emotional. They've been there for some number of hours, and it's all talked out, and all of a sudden Erik is getting emotional. And I think what Lyle was doing was try to do exactly what Oziel did as quickly as he could to get it over with. And in fact, shortly thereafter, for some unknown reason, the tape ends.
Did you ever talk to Dr. Oziel about this tape?
No.
And do you know if Lyle Menendez consulted with anyone before he made this tape?
He consulted with Dr. Oziel and his brother.
Do you know if he consulted with anyone else before he made the tape?
On that day?
Or and the week before?
We're
Yeah.
going to object to this question and ask to approach.
All right.
Dr. Conte, what things did you do once you found out that you were going to be returning to Los Angeles to testify about this tape in order to acquaint yourself with the methods or the means in which the tape was prepared? In other words, what things did you do to acquaint yourself with the whys and wheres of this tape?
I reviewed the transcripts from trial testimony of Dr. Oziel, or portions of it, and Lyle. I met with Lyle, consulted with his attorney, listened a number of times to the tape.
Now, Dr. Oziel's trial testimony had nothing to do with how this tape or why this tape was made, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall in his testimony that he indicated that Lyle Menendez was interested in the ways in which Dr. Oziel could help him, Lyle Menendez, should he ever get caught?
Yes.
Did you discuss that fact with Lyle Menendez yesterday?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Did you consider that perhaps it was Lyle Menendez who had something that he wanted to put on the tape on December the 11th of 1989?
I considered it, but that's not my understanding.
You rejected that notion?
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, when Dr. Oziel testified in front of this jury, you're aware of the fact that both of the defendants in front of this jury indicated that many of the things that Dr. Oziel said were correct.
That's correct.
Right, so he wasn't lying as to those things the defendants corroborate. Is that correct?
He was correct on some of the things he testified to, yes.
And at page 44 of this particular transcript, line 25, the planning out of this, the reason it took such a short period of time to figure it out was because it could have happened at any moment. Do you recall that portion of the tape in the transcript which deals with that?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your testimony that the use of the word planning does not, in your mind, indicate any kind of premeditation on the part of the defendants, but somehow is, in fact, consistent with your theory that this is a crime committed out of fear. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't believe that this is a real description of events leading up to the death of his parents.
Now, at page 46, at line 25, near the bottom, there, Lyle Menendez is making discussing the fact of missing his parents, and he analogizes missing his parents to missing his dog. Did you consider that at all psychologically significant, that he would liken his parents to a dog?
Yes.
And what did you think of that?
Well, I thought it was, as he says, a gross analogy. I thought it was tragic that in trying to talk about missing someone, what he calls forth is a relationship with a pet. I suppose he could have talked about one of the stuffed animals there, instead of talking about some real human being, some relative or some girlfriend or someone real in his life.
Okay, so rather than showing a cold and callous nature, you'd have decided that this shows the fact that he is in fact abused. Is that correct? That he was abused by his parents?
No, I don't think that this proves that he was abused, but I think that this analogy, which is stupid and horrible, doesn't prove that he was abused, but it talks about his life, and it's consistent with the way he talked about his life as essentially not having any other human being there for him. And so the model of what it's like to miss something isn't a model of missing a human being, it's missing a pet.
All through the tape, he and his brother talk about the fact that they do have a relationship with each other, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that the majority of the talking on that tape is done by Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
Now, at page 47, he makes reference, he's again talking in this last portion of the tape about missing this thing that he hated when it was around. And he's talking about missing his parents, and he says, starting at line 4, I miss all the things that we had a boating trip right before the incident, and it had nothing to do with the main problem, which required a lot of courage. Now, you're aware of your testimony in regards to how the boating trip played into the scenario of fear, correct? Yes. And in this particular portion of his monologue, Lyle Menendez makes no mention that this boating trip was in any way unpleasant, correct?
Correct.
Now,
he makes no mention of anything of the last week.
Did Dr. Oziel tell him to say that? Is there anywhere in this tape where Dr. Oziel's telling him, mention the boating trip and make it sound good?
I don't know that he did. I doubt that he did. But.
And is there anything in this transcript or in the tape where Dr. Oziel is saying, say that you planned it out and that will sound good and that will make me happy? There's nothing like that, is there?
No.
And there's nothing in there about Dr. Oziel saying to them, say that you talked about killing your mother and you slept on it for 2 nights, correct? There's nothing in there that indicates that that was what Dr. Oziel wanted to hear, is there?
No, I don't see that there's anything on here that directly indicates what Dr. Oziel wanted, other than he wanted reinforcement for what his understanding or his theory about the events were.
And this was so that Lyle Menendez could placate Dr. Oziel. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had some criticism of Dr. Oziel for his dual relationships. I believe you talked about dual relationships in the terms of people becoming lovers or business partners with their patients, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything in this particular transcript or tape which indicates to you the formation of a dual relationship between Dr. Oziel and this defendant, Lyle Menendez?
Not in this tape, no.
Okay, so when you said that about the dual relationships, that there's no support for that particular conclusion of yours in this tape.
Well, again, I've said that this is a seriously flawed tape. My conclusion about Dr. Oziel's style and his work with these kids is based on much more than this one tape.
Well, what are you familiar with any of the other sessions that Dr. Oziel had with Lyle Menendez?
I'm familiar with his description and Lyle's testimony about, for example, Dr. Oziel talking about how much pressure this case had put on him and how he was real good in business and had lots of business cards on his desk. I mean, that sounded to me like the development of a dual relationship. So yeah, I am aware of testimony that addressed that issue of dual relationships.
Now that we're considering Dr. Oziel because of this tape, looking at Exhibit 97, which is in front of you, did you notice all the number of times these records indicate a visit from Lyle Menendez? For instance, I believe if you look here, it says older son, 3.5 sessions on the 5th of October of 1988. Do you see that particular entry?
Yes, I do.
And would you look down there and notice that there are other entries which seem to either indicate the older son or L for Lyle?
Yes.
Okay, and you also see notations there for MM. Do you see that at the beginning of 1988?
'89 or '88?
88. Starting in 88, which is, I think...
Oh.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. I'm sorry, I can't find it.
Dr. Conte, on Exhibit 97, referring, I think we may just have the page incorrectly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
1988, 9:30, and this appears to be the first entry dealing with the Menendez family. You'll see that the address originally was Park Livorno in Calabasas.
Mm-hmm.
It's crossed out to 722 North Elm. And it says here, 9:30, there's some sort of $150. Then it says 10-4-88 Erik, and then 10-4-MM double. Okay, were you aware of the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez saw Dr. Oziel
Yes.
on occasion?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that the Calabasas burglary occurred in the summer of 1988?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why Lyle and Erik Menendez first went to see Dr. Oziel?
I assume it was because of the Calabasas burglary.
Okay, why do you assume that?
I'm going to object to that.
All right.
Dr. Conte, have you been able to review Exhibit 97, which are the ledger sheets and the billing sheets from Dr. Oziel?
I skimmed through them real quickly while you were at the sidebar, yes.
All right, and do you notice that there are a number of times when it appears that at least there was billing done for sessions with Lyle Menendez prior to December the 11th of 1989?
Yes.
But when you're testifying about your opinion of Dr. Oziel, what are you basing it on in terms of his notes? Are you basing it on the October 31st, well, his testimony about October the 31st and November the 2nd?
Yes.
And no other testimony?
And I'm sorry, Lyle's, and to some extent Eric's. Lyle's I remember in particular.
All right, but as in terms of actually looking at Dr. Oziel's point of view, you have that only from his testimony, which dealt with the 31st of October and November the 2nd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so when you're talking about him talking about the dual relationship, that is not information which you got from any of Dr. Oziel's notes or from his testimony, but rather information you got from Lyle Menendez, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, you indicated one of the things you found interesting is that in spite of Dr. Oziel's testimony about the defendants talking about the perfect crime, that on this particular tape and in the transcript, there's no mention of the term perfect crime. And you found that significant, and you mentioned it in your testimony this morning.
Yes.
Right. But you are also aware of the fact that in this particular transcript and on the tape, that defendant Lyle Menendez is trying to minimize his involvement by saying he killed his mother out of mercy. Right?
Well, Yeah, you characterized minimizing, and I said that that was possible. I don't think that's what was going on, but it's possible.
It's also possible that when he talks about planning to kill his mother, that really is a sign of premeditation and not a sign of planning to be afraid of her, correct?
It's possible, but it's not consistent with everything else I've learned in this case.
Now, you indicated that there was no hatred expressed on the tape, or something to that effect this morning.
Something to that effect. I think what I said is that there was not a great deal of hatred expressed. There were several places where the word hate was used.
Well, if Lyle Menendez, if this tape ever came into court, and Lyle Menendez was aware of the fact that this tape someday might come into court, correct?
Correct.
And if this came into court and he talked about hating his parents a lot of the tape, that wouldn't help him out too much, would it?
I suppose it would depend on what the theory was.
The theory of the defense, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, at page 10, at line 8 of the transcript that we all have, do you see there at line 8 on page 10
Yeah.
that he talks about it being very angry with his mother because he was trying to help her, and yet he was ended up being put in a position of defending things that his father was doing to him?
Yes.
Okay, so there was there at page 10 an expression of anger, which is not the same of hate, but it is, would you agree, a negative emotion?
It's a negative emotion. One of the things that I thought was quite interesting in that is that he talked about it with exactly the same tone that he talked about everything else in the tape.
Did you consider his tone of voice in the tape to be at all disturbing to you?
Yes.
And it appeared to be rather matter-of-fact, wouldn't you agree?
Matter of fact, potentially dissociative, or as if he were going through something which didn't have a great deal of significance to him.
Did you consider the fact that that might be a sign that he was somewhat asocial or antisocial?
I did, but that doesn't fit with over 50 hours I've spent with him.
Okay. So nothing about this really fits with what you've already testified to. Would that be fair to say?
Well, yeah. I mean, given the context, given what I think it was, given what I think was going on, I mean, some of it, I suppose, is consistent, but that particular, your characterization of his lack of affect, I don't think fits with what I know about him and my contact with him. Excuse me.
But you would agree that this tape shows a lack of affect, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe to the jury what lack of affect means in psychological jargon? What does that terminology mean?
In jargon?
No, in psychological, whatever vocabulary.
Okay. A lack of affect would be to talk with a somewhat monotone, not communicating any affect or emotion in tone of voice or tonality or up and down in the voice.
At page 16, line 3, at the first full sentence, that would anger me. Again, he's expressing anger about his mother. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me find it if I can. Yes.
And then again at page 18, line 26, he talks about he'd get close to his mother and then he'd hate his father. Do you see that there at page 18 and line 26?
Yeah, and then he talks that's in the same segment where he then later talks about feeling close because they watched the Super Bowl together.
So he's expressing conflicting emotions about his father. Is that correct?
Yes, if that's a genuine expression of his feeling.
Okay. Now, is it unusual for people to both hate and love their parents? Is that an unusual thing for people to have?
Well, it is actually quite unusual to hate your parent, to have strong negative feelings, to be angry at, to be mad at, and to love is not inconsistent. I'm not sure that a child can actually hate a parent.
You're not sure a child can hate a parent?
Right.
Have you ever known any children who said that they hated their parents?
I know lots of, yeah, but I thought we were talking in a psychological sense. Sure, I mean, I know kids every day say, I hate you. But to real absolute hatred, which is total rejection of the other person, beyond anger, it is a rejection of the other person psychologically. I think it's very difficult for kids because kids tend to be ambivalent. They'll be angry, but they'll be in love. They'll want to be independent, but they'll also be dependent.
Now we're talking about children, right?
Children and adults, it's the same thing. Those relationships continue regardless of the age of the person. Certainly, children or adult children can have strong negative feelings. The role of hatred, though, has I think, a special importance in psychology, and that's why I was suggesting that it's very difficult for an adult child or a child to absolutely hate a parent.
Refer now to page 46, starting at line 12. Dr. Conte.
Yes.
He indicates at the end of line 12, I remember when we had to go down wherever to take care of an important issue concerning, he said, quote, I can't do it. I've got to practice because I have a tournament coming up. And he was completely blocking out. Now, you're aware that Lyle Menendez there is referring to his brother Erik, correct?
Yes.
He's referring to an incident where they had to take care of some issue, which he doesn't specify, and his brother is saying, I've got to practice, I've got to practice. Do you see that there? Okay, do you recall the testimony from both Lyle and his brother about the Friday morning when they went to go get the guns in San Diego, that his brother was out practicing, and Lyle came out and said, hey, this may look like a new day, but we've got some serious issues. Do you see this as a reference to the trip to San Diego?
It could be. If this is an accurate and a reliable document, it could be.
When you say an accurate and reliable document, do you have any reason to believe that this transcript does not reflect what's said in the tape?
That's not what I was referring to. I think I've been through this several times. I understand that this is an accurate transcription of what's on the tape. The question is what's on the tape and who wanted it and who created it and whose needs were being met by it. I don't know for sure that this is a reference to that Friday morning.
Did you talk to Lyle Menendez about that yesterday?
Not about this, no.
And when you saw that particular reference, did you say to yourself, boy, that kind of looks like what they testified to about Friday morning,
Yes.
August the 18th? You thought that to yourself?
I may have one of the times. I've been through the tape so many times.
Now, did you ask Lyle Menendez why he didn't just tell Dr. Oziel that this was a crime done out of fear?
Yes.
And did you discuss that fact with him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also consider the fact that if in fact Lyle Menendez was just telling Dr. Oziel what Dr. Oziel wanted to hear, that Lyle Menendez was lying all through this? Did you consider that?
I considered that he was fulfilling what Dr. Oziel wanted, yes, and in fact that was to provide information that was a lie.
And so Lyle Menendez was making, in your opinion then, when he's talking about his mother and her suicide and he was just trying to help her out, when he said, I was just trying to help my mother out and it was really an act of courage to kill my mother, so he was lying about that?
Well, you mentioned a number of things. I think what he was doing was to draw on old information, real experiences that described his mother's emotionality some years before. He was providing information, drawing on real-life experiences to comply with or to fulfill or fill out Dr. Oziel's theory about why the murder took place.
But Lyle Menendez was adopting this theory as his own during the course of this tape.
He was signing on to it because it was vital to him to do that and because he was concerned about his brother, and he wanted to see if his brother would get any assistance from Dr. Oziel.
Okay, you said it was vital for Lyle Menendez to sign on to Dr. Oziel's theory.
Dr. Oziel was a threat.
Wouldn't it be just as likely that it's vital for Lyle Menendez to sign on to this theory of self-defense because the people of the state of California and the criminal justice system are now a threat?
That's right, but to do that requires him to do what was impossible for him to do at that time, which was to reveal what really was going on in that family. And he wasn't ready to do that, and this is certainly not the person he was going to do that with.
But my point is, Dr. Conte, you're saying that Lyle Menendez adopted all these statements which were in fact not true in order to satisfy the needs of Dr. Oziel.
I didn't say that. I didn't say all the statements were not true. I just said that he drew on some things that were true but were several years old.
And he used them as justification for killing his parents.
In a theory that was not true because it was Dr. Oziel's.
Why couldn't he have done the same thing for this jury then? draw on experiences, elaborate on experiences in order to satisfy a theory of self-defense. He could have done that in this case for this jury, couldn't he?
Well, it certainly is possible. I'm not a human lie detector, but based on, I don't even know how many hours it is anymore, but it seems like a lifetime of involvement in this case, I don't think that he made up the essential details of his experience. You know, it is certainly possible, but I do not believe it. I wouldn't be here in this public forum going through this if I thought there was the slightest possibility of that. The essential story about what happened in that family, I do not believe is made up. And I can't have any scientific way to prove it, and you have no scientific way to disprove it. But everything I have heard convinces me that what took place in that family did in fact take place, and it was abusive.
And as well, that Lyle Menendez killed his parents out of fear on August the 20th of 1989.
That
correct?
is my belief, ma'am, yes.
That is your belief, correct?
That's right.
And you're being paid in this case, correct?
No, I'm not being paid.
You're doing this for free?
I got paid 70 hours in 1992 for over 500 hours of work, not even including the time I've been down here. If you actually factor in the money I've lost because I've had to cancel paying clients, it's somewhere below what Dr. Hart was getting paid. I imagine about $7 an hour. And I would not stake my reputation and would not participate in this at any price, but let alone $7 an hour.
Now, you just indicated that it is your belief that the family was abusive and that these things happened and that you're not a human lie detector, correct?
I'm not a human lie detector, but the story that I have heard, I do not believe was made up.
Right. If any of the vital facts of the story between August the 15th and August the 20th are not true, in other words, if Erik Menendez really knew all along that his brother wore a hairpiece, would that be something that might change your opinion, do you think?
It might, sure.
And if it turns out that they bought the movie tickets before the movie and not afterwards, would that change your opinion as to what had happened?
I would have to consider that changed fact in the entire constellation. It is conceivable that any fact could change my opinion if, in fact, it were demonstrated or proven to me that I had placed improper weight on it, or I had misconstrued it, or, in fact, had given it greater weight than I should.
And if there were evidence that Lyle Menendez had his girlfriend get books out of the library or do some research on child abuse, would that change your opinion as to the viability of him being able to fabricate this for you?
No, I considered fabrication. And I don't think what he told me, especially the things that are more important in my assessment of his credibility, I don't think you will read in books.
And this particular transcript and the tape that you heard here in court today and over the last several days does nothing to change your opinion that Lyle Menendez killed his parents out of fear and not out of premeditation. Is that your testimony here in court today?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Conte.
Thank you.
He also
Dr. Conte, when you first became aware of the information contained in the November 2nd session with Dr. Oziel, you knew that the theory that was suggested there was that Mrs. Menendez was killed because she was suicidal and Mr. Menendez was killed because he was mean to Mrs. Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Overruled.
When you heard that that was the theory that came out of November the 2nd, did you examine that along with all other possibilities as a possible explanation for what happened in this case?
Yes.
Did you examine all theories to see if you could figure out what happened in this case, what the motivation was for the killing?
Yes.
And when you heard that Dr. Oziel, the theory out of Dr. Oziel's session was that Mom was suicidal in 1986 and 1987 and continued to be troubled, although less suicidal, in 89. And Dad was mean to her, despite the fact that there was evidence that Dad was now being much nicer to her. Did you evaluate whether that theory made any sense?
I did.
And what was your conclusion?
I don't think it makes any sense.
Why?
Well, first of all, if you're going to make up a theory, you could certainly make up a more sophisticated and a better theory to explain the events, especially if, quote unquote, you're trying to be helpful.
But what did you consider that as, aha, here's the answer, here's exactly what happened? Did you think, well, maybe this is really what happened in the family?
No.
Why?
Well, because I've talked to a large number of individuals, and besides Lyle and his brother, who know this family. I've talked to the family members. They describe a family. I took into consideration what kind of a family it was in coming to my understanding of what had taken place in the case.
Okay. And did you look at all the various theories to see if that was an explanation that made sense?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the theories was that it was done for the money. Did you look at this case in terms of, is there support for that idea?
Yes.
And did you come to an opinion?
I don't find any support for it.
And did you look at this in terms of whether it was done because there was a desire to commit a perfect crime?
Yes.
What was your conclusion in that regard?
It's anything but a perfect crime, and that's not a theory that makes much sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Lyle Menendez, in his testimony on November 2nd, said that Dr. Oziel suggested the perfect crime theory, and he says, no, they never agreed to that. Is that correct?
That's what I recall.
Okay. And there's no mention in the tape of anything to do with a perfect crime. Is that correct? And Lyle Menendez indicated that when he went to Dr. Oziel on November 2nd, he told them he was not going to discuss the details, the facts of the killing itself, in terms of type of weapon, timing, anything like that. Is that correct?
That's what I
leading and beyond the scope.
Objection sustained as to the form of the question is leading.
Did you find any?
The answer is stricken.
Did you find any support in the tape that indicated that what Lyle Menendez said was in fact true, that there was no discussion of details of the killing?
Objection and proper conclusion.
I think I've asked a convoluted question. May I try again, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Lyle Menendez testified that he had told Dr. Oziel that he was not going to discuss the details. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And in fact, in the tape recording, does he, again, refuse to discuss details?
Yes.
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
Objection is overruled as to the form of the question. The answer will stand.
Lyle Menendez testified that Dr. Oziel was incorrect when he suggested that they said that this was a killing done without feelings. Do you remember that from his...
I'm sorry,
Lyle
I
Menendez,
spaced out. Could you say it again?
Okay. Lyle Menendez testified, understand. Lyle Menendez testified that, let me start again. Dr. Oziel testified that the brothers said that this was a killing done with no feelings. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Lyle Menendez in his testimony indicated that that was not true.
Yes.
Does the tape reflect that the killing was done with no feelings or with great emotion?
Well, again, I think the tape is an unreliable source, but I do think because of the way people communicate and because people sometimes communicate inadvertently or unconsciously, I think there is reference to strong emotion at several points when Lyle and also Erik are talking about the killings.
Dr. Oziel testified that when Lyle Menendez came in, he was threatening and menacing, and yet on this tape, Dr. Oziel characterizes Lyle Menendez's behavior as being hurt and feeling violated.
Yes.
Is that correct? Did that characterization of his behavior on October 31st support what Lyle Menendez had told you and what he told these juries about his reaction to his brother revealing this information?
Well, yes, given my feeling about the tape, which I won't keep repeating, yes, it does.
Now, on November 2nd, after that session, there was an agreement to this theory of Dr. Oziel's in particular areas. One, that the killing of mother was to help her because she was suicidal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Do you find anything in this tape that was not already agreed to by the brothers in the November 2nd session with regard to the motivation for the killing of the parents?
Sustained.
Mrs. Bazanich asked you if this changed your opinion, if seeing planning mentioned in the tape didn't change your opinion, right?
I recall that.
Okay. Was planning part of the November 2nd discussion?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Why does seeing planning in the tape not change your opinion?
Well, again, given all the caveats about the context of the relationship and the tape, it isn't always clear each time that it is mentioned exactly what is being referred to, whether it's the signing on to the sort of Dr. Oziel's theory, or it's perhaps the truth bubbling up through all of this chaos. If you were interviewing someone about whether they plan to kill someone, you would want a great deal more detail to conclude that.
All right, objection sustained. The answer is stricken. Commencing with the witness saying, if you were.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I guess my question is this, Dr. Conte. When in the November 2nd session, Lyle and Erik sign on to a theory of killing mother because she is suicidal, that is a planned killing, isn't that?
Your Honor, objection is to the characterization of signing on by the
Sustained.
defendants.
Answer stricken.
Thank you.
When Lyle testifies here in court that when Dr. Oziel said, I understand that you don't know your motivation, let me explain it to you. The reason you killed your mother was because she was suicidal. And he says, yes, that's the reason. That is the description of a planned killing, isn't it?
Yes.
And when Dr. Oziel suggests to Lyle Menendez, you killed your father because he was angry and controlling you, and you could never please him, and Lyle Menendez says, yes, that's right. That's a planned killing.
Objection leading.
Isn't it?
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. So when the tape talks about a planned killing, is it any different than what they said on November the 2nd?
Well, in that sense of planning, no, it's not.
You were asked about sessions with Dr. Oziel on the 8th and 9th. When you talked to Lyle Menendez yesterday at the jail, did he indicate to you that he had contact with Dr. Oziel about the making of this tape prior to making it? That there were discussions?
It was a phone call, I know.
Well, let me go back.
I'm tired, and so to be honest with you, I don't recall everything that was said.
Was it your understanding that Lyle Menendez had contact with Dr. Oziel between November 2nd and December 11th?
Yes.
And was that contact with regard to Dr. Oziel wanting to see Lyle and Erik?
Yes.
And what information do you have in that regard in terms of why he wanted to see Lyle and Erik?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I think that the prosecution, by asking about the 8th and 9th, has opened to this area.
Well, what are you asking? What your client told the witness on an interview yesterday? Is that the
Yes, I'm asking him what his understanding is.
Well, that's not the correct way of phrasing it. It's not what his understanding is. It's what was told to him.
What was told to you by Lyle Menendez with regard to why that meeting was held December the 11th?
That Dr. Oziel had called and said that he was nervous, or that he had talked to Erik, and I don't recall, to be honest with you, at this point, how he communicated to Lyle, but that he was concerned that he hadn't seen them in so long, he was getting nervous, and that they should come in.
Okay. And he was nervous because he felt they weren't getting the therapy they needed, or?
No, he was nervous because he hadn't seen them and didn't know what was going on.
And what did Lyle Menendez tell you about what his fear would be if he didn't go in? What his fear was of what would happen if he didn't go in on the 11th?
That Dr. Oziel would go to the police.
So is that your understanding why he went in on the 11th?
Yes.
His primary reason?
Yes. Well, that and concern for his brother. His brother was suicidal, and he was concerned about getting help for Erik.
Was the primary reason, though, the idea that Dr. Oziel
Yes.
wanted to see him and he needed to see him? And he had other reasons as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by Mrs. Bazanich about Lyle's having been involved in this burglary in 1988. And you
Yes.
said that you thought that it represented a significant problem
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
Well, I don't think kids, young men, burglarize homes in their neighborhood without either without some deep personal or family problem.
Okay.
Especially families that have resources where there is no real world survival interest being met. I don't like the term cry for help when it's applied to an act like that, but some people refer to it as some mental health professionals as a cry for help. Pay attention to me, there's something wrong.
Okay. He's indicated that he's tired, and it is 10 after 3.
Thank you.
You were asked whether Lyle and Erik had told Dr. Oziel about the abuse in the family.
Yes.
Now, there was some discussion about the controlling, domineering nature of the father. You had said no, they didn't tell him about the abuse. What was it you were referring to?
They didn't talk to Dr. Oziel about their abuse, sexual and physical.
When you were asked by Mrs. Bazanich about the reference to the decision with regard to Mom and talking about Mom and the implications of...
Just reuse the pronoun there. His mother.
His mother, I'm sorry. The implications of killing their mother. Did you talk to Lyle about that particular passage and in terms of what was going on with he and his brother and thinking about the implications of buying guns and acting in self-defense and what would happen if Mom was part of it, if the mother was part of this?
I'm sorry, I don't recall what passage we're talking about.
It's page 42.
Which line?
Page 42 on line 6 said there's no way I was going to make a decision to kill my mother without Erik's consent.
Yes.
Now, did you talk to Lyle Menendez about that particular statement in reference to their being afraid and what would happen if they did take action? Let me rephrase it.
I may have, but I don't recall now.
If this will help you. Did Lyle Menendez reflect any difference in attitude toward defending himself against his father versus defending himself against his mother?
Objection vague.
You're asking in the tape? In that passage?
No, I'm asking about that passage. If when he talked to Lyle Menendez about it, Lyle Menendez explained that there was a difference in how he felt about protecting himself against his father versus protecting himself against his mother.
Do you understand the question?
I do, and it was an issue that was talked about throughout my time with him, but I don't recall specifically now what he told me. I'm sorry.
Did he seem to have different feelings with regard to protecting himself against his mother as opposed to taking action against his father?
Well, sure, I think it was his relationship with his mother was much more ambivalent. He wanted always for her to just be Mom, just to love him, and he was willing, he testified, and I think I mentioned it as well, he was willing to, have her come back and sort of write off Dad, come back to Princeton and I'll take care of you. So I think he had an incredibly ambivalent relationship with his mother.
When you talked about whether the Erik and Lyle would be in a position to discuss the true facts of the family situation with Dr. Oziel, you made some reference to dual relationships. And did you have information that Dr. Oziel was involved with Lyle and Erik on other levels other than as their therapist, supposedly?
Yes.
And what information was that?
All right, it has already been covered on direct.
I believe the area was explored again on cross, Your Honor.
Well, it's already been covered. He answered that when you asked the same question on direct.
Mrs. Bazanich pointed out places within the transcript in which Lyle Menendez talked about being angry or hating. Did he also talk about loving his parents?
He did.
And did he talk about getting angry with his brother?
He did.
So he was angry with his brother that he went to Oziel, and he talked about being angry with his brother on other times. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that's a figure of speech that refers to a whole wide range of emotion.
So a lot of people use the word, I was angry, or I hated it when somebody did this. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you saw the words in this transcript or heard them on the tape that he was angry with his mother, did you form the opinion that he killed her because he was angry with her?
No.
Was that consistent with the idea that he was killing her because he felt sorry for her?
I suppose it's consistent. Again, anger, anger refers to a whole range of emotions. A child can say, I'm angry at you, and it can be a relatively minor feeling.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I can't get anything out of you. Do you have the ledger cards up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it on those? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mrs. Bazanic was showing you the dates. 12/9, 12/8, 12/9, and it says 12/11, E&L. Appears to say 9 1/3 sessions,
Yes.
$700 each. Now, does that refer to the length of time? When someone reports, when a therapist reports their billing and number of sessions?
Yes, although I believe Dr. Oziel testified that his sessions were 45 minutes in length, so presumably that means 9 1/3 45-minute sessions.
On December the 11th.
Yes.
And the tape is approximately 1 hour of that?
Yeah, it's closer to 45 minutes when I timed it, I think.
And you indicated that you felt that there was a lot of inconsistency in this particular tape in terms of saying things such as Lyle saying that he saw his father cry and then saying he never saw him cry. On page 18 of your transcript, and I don't have the number in the renumbered transcript that the jury has, but I believe your notes.
It would be, I believe, either 28 or 29 in the jury's transcript.
Okay, page 28, line 5. And Erik is speaking here, and he says, I may not have had a choice at the time. And then later on that same page, page 19, I almost had no choice to do what I did.
Yes.
Remember those references?
Yes.
Do those make sense in the context of the theory that's being put forward here about killing Mom out of pity?
No.
Are there throughout this transcript and these tapes statements such as that which are inconsistent with the theory that they are acting to just put their mother out of their misery?
Yes.
Sustain the answers, correct.
Did you find a number of statements within this transcript which suggested that the motivation for the killing of the parents was other than the underlying theory that was being put forward?
Yes, given all of the caveats about the quality of the tape.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Burgess, I think we were at somewhere in the range of page 39 or 40 yesterday. What I would like you to do is focus, if you will, on page 39. The jurors don't have the transcripts, Your Honor.
Okay, well, See if we can track them down here.
All right, let's be sure we have the right mark.
All right.
Okay, with respect to page 39, I think you've already testified to that section starting on line 24 about the breach of confidentiality. I want to call your attention, though, to what Dr. Oziel is saying before that about what we're starting on line 17. What we're really doing is trying to help you undo what happened and help you create what never got created, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Now, do you have an opinion with respect to the appropriateness of this supposed therapeutic goal as stated by Dr. Oziel in this segment?
Yes.
And would you tell us what that opinion is?
My opinion is, especially on the words undo what happened, there is no way that one can undo what has happened, and that's a dismissing, if you will, of the facts of what has happened in this family, and that's certainly not therapeutic to not deal with that.
And is the issue here, from the therapeutic standpoint, is the issue of these two young men in the circumstance that brings them to Dr. Oziel is the issue the working out of their relationship, or is the issue otherwise, as you read this?
Objection, call suspect.
Sustained.
From a therapeutic standpoint, what is the presenting issue, if you will, as presented by both patients to Dr. Oziel?
Objection, relevant.
At what time? What is it that you're referring to?
As presented in the early stages of this tape recording.
I mean, just isolated on the tape recording itself and nothing that preceded it?
Yeah, just isolate on what are the issues that are coming up in this therapy session.
On this tape recorded portion
Right.
that you have before you, it's limited to that. Do you understand the question?
Yes, I do.
And what are the issues?
The issues are that the parents have been killed, that the parents are dead, and that is the issue.
And what about the feelings of the patients about that? Is that an issue?
Well, that would be what the therapy would try to explore and go into, is all of the circumstances around that issue, feelings, thoughts, and behaviors.
And I think you've already testified yesterday that if you can explore those things, the next step would be trying to get these patients to do what's appropriate given their feelings, which is to go to the police.
Yes, that's true.
So the issue isn't how they relate to each other.
No, and it isn't just exploring feelings, but the clear intent would be to move forward in the next step, which would be to go to authorities.
Your Honor, may we approach please on that?
Yes. The last two questions and the last two answers are stricken. You may proceed. Ask your next question.
Thank you. Dr. Burgess, turning your attention to page 40. You recall that at the bottom of page 39, Dr. Oziel, in your opinion, breached confidentiality by telling Lyle Menendez how much Erik loved him based on things Erik said when Lyle was not there.
That's correct.
And is there another breach of confidentiality at the top of page 40 with Dr. Oziel telling Lyle that Erik's got all kinds of problems with having anything to do with any money and anything as a result of all this, and he's feeling really, really guilty and badly about it.
Yes, that is a second place.
Now, going back to the notion of cues, if you will, that were ignored here, I'd ask you to turn to page 41. And this is a very, very long monologue, if you will, by Lyle Menendez. It begins on 41, and it ends, I believe, on 43. But in the course of this statement, do you notice on line 15 of page 41, Lyle makes a statement that the burden seemed to continually be handed to me. Erik handed me it to talk to Mom. Did that appear significant to you, just in the context of, in a situation of therapy, looking for things that don't seem to fit what else you're hearing?
Yes, the statement burden, would want to know what burden he's talking about.
The information that he's given here about this, the so-called old news about the 1987 condition of the mother, was there anything in that recitation that precedes this statement that somehow he was handed a burden of having to talk to the mother?
Objection, this characterizes the evidence.
Sustained.
Was there any identification that you can recall prior in the session as to what this burden of having to talk to the mother was?
The burden refers back to the suicide note back on early on, about page 2.
Objection, move to strike. A speculation on part of the witness.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Well, in your following this, that's one interpretation that could be given to that, is it not?
Correct.
Objection is sustained.
Do you have any understanding, based on what's preceded this, about what are these burdens that are continually being handed to Lyle Menendez?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
If you were the therapist conducting this session and the patient made the statement, the burden seemed to continually be handed to me, is that something that you believe should have been followed up?
Yes, I do.
Now, again, turning to page 42, if you look in the middle of this long monologue, at this point, somewhere around line 15, Lyle Menendez is saying he feels angry towards his relatives. Why didn't they do something when they knew what was going on and I didn't? And then he makes the statement, and when I found out, I did something about it. I did what I thought my mother would want me to do, which is, he goes on to say, which is kill her.
Yes.
Correct? Now, given the context of what he has been saying, that this was a mercy killing in 1989, is this a statement that as a therapist you would want to follow up? What does he mean when he found out he did something about it?
Yes.
So you're understanding the mother wasn't killed in 1987?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to page 43, this is towards the end of this statement. And on line 12, first of all, does it appear that Lyle Menendez sort of is changing the subject throughout the course of this monologue?
Yes.
Sustained. Answer is stricken.
In reading it, are there shifts in topic?
Yes, there are.
And when you get to line 12 of this monologue, he makes the statement that it was a dangerous situation.
Yes.
Now, is that language that you would want to follow up on when you're dealing with two young men who have killed their parents,
yes,
and they're trying to talk to you about reasons?
Yes, you would, because of the word that is used. That's a powerful word, a strong word, and one always tries to follow up on powerful words.
And in your opinion, is that cognitively dissonant with the notion of a decision to carry out a mercy killing?
Yes, it is.
So mercy killing present as a dangerous situation?
That's correct.
Does a mercy killing?
It's not a dangerous situation. That's what it's incongruent with what has been said.
And then do you notice here on line 17, after this very lengthy monologue by Lyle Menendez about the killing of the mother and the mother situation, is Erik in any way saying anything that ties into this monologue that Lyle has just given?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What does Erik say there at line 17?
All right, it's there. We can all read it.
Is his reference to asking about whether his mother was rushed to a hospital once, does that logically follow what Lyle has just said, in your opinion?
Objection and proper opinion.
Sustained.
Can you find anything in the preceding speech, if you will, of Lyle's that relates to the mother going to the hospital?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, we can read that ourselves.
If you were the therapist at this session and this patient had come out with something that seemed totally unrelated, would you follow up on it?
Yes, I would.
Does Dr. Oziel, in fact, say anything?
No, he doesn't.
Over the course of these 3 pages? And in fact, going on to page 44, Lyle Menendez starts another fairly lengthy set of statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to call your attention to the bottom of page 44, starting at line 24. First of all, he's talking about, is he not, his relationship with his brother. And then he says, even the planning out of this, the reason it took such a short period of time to figure it out was, one, because it could have happened at any moment. You see that language?
Yes, I do.
And then I want you also to consider the language that Lyle uses on page 45, starting at line 7. We knew what we felt, and we knew everything about that. Honestly, I never thought it would happen.
Yes.
Okay? Now, Dr. Burgess, you testified previously that you conducted an analysis, if you will, according to the FBI protocols, of the crime scene and formulated the opinion that it was a disorganized crime scene that was inconsistent or incongruent, if you like, with the notion of planning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, here in this 47-page transcript, here on line 25 of page 44, Lyle Menendez uses the word planning.
Yes.
Correct? Does this statement by Lyle Menendez from page 44, line 24 through 45, line 8, is that inconsistent with or in any way cause you to change your opinion that this was an unplanned homicide?
No, it does not change my opinion.
And would you explain why it does not?
The reason for that is that the happened at any moment is clearly a reactive response. That isn't something that is consistent with planning.
Excuse me, Your Honor, move to strike is clearly a reactive response as being speculation on the part of the witness.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Well, this is your opinion, is it not?
Sustained. The answer is stricken. Your next question.
Does could have happened at any moment, okay?
Yes.
In your interpretation, support planning or non-planning?
It supports non-planning.
And turning to page 45, the honestly, I never thought it would happen. In your opinion, does that support a notion of planning or a notion of non-planning?
Supports non-planning.
And why is that?
If it was a plan, you would have known when it would happen and it would have been planned out. It wouldn't be unknown as to either when something might happen or happened at any moment. That's inconsistent with planning.
Now, also turning your attention with the same notion in mind that you've testified that this was a disorganized crime scene and the nature of the number of shots, the mixed ammunition, the number and type of wounds, the location of wounds indicated a high degree of emotionality. Remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Calling your attention to the bottom of page 45, starting at the end of line 27 and going to line 28, do you see Lyle Menendez says, it was obvious that we felt tremendous amount of emotion.
Yes, I see that.
Is that consistent with a disorganized crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Is it consistent with a planned crime?
No, it is not consistent with a planned crime.
So, within the four corners of this document, are there things said, mainly by Lyle Menendez, but also in part by Erik Menendez, that seem to indicate there was a decision to kill on the one hand, and then other things said that contradict that?
Yes.
Is the document consistent?
Objection calls for speculation on the part of the witness.
Sustained.
And again, if you look at, starting at page 46 and going over to 47, do you, well, let me strike that. Do you notice, by the way, Dr. Burgess, that starting when Lyle Menendez, at the end of this document, starts talking at length about the killing of the parents and goes on for pages and pages, do you notice that Dr. Oziel doesn't interrupt?
Yes, I do.
And doesn't ask any follow-up questions, really, but for in two places?
That's correct.
And you're mindful of the testimony of Judalon Smith that Dr. Oziel said to her after this was made.
Counsel, this is just argumentative at this point, so let's ask a appropriate question.
He no longer is trying to change the subject?
Is he? Is that a question?
Yes, is he any longer, does it appear, attempting to change the subject?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you notice that on page 46 at lines 18 through 19, Lyle Menendez says he wants to take care of this problem. He's referring to Erik Menendez. He's referring to Erik talking about wanting to practice rather than go somewhere and do something.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, move to strike the speculation.
What?
All right, just objection sustained, the answer is stricken. Which lines are you referring to, and the witness can look at those lines?
Okay, we're referring to page 46, line 18 through 19.
All right.
He wants to take care of this problem.
All right, do you see those lines?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, and as a therapist, if a patient said this to you in this context, should there have been a significant follow-up here?
Yes, there should have been.
And what should the follow-up have focused on?
Follow-up should have focused on what problem, this problem that he refers to. It has no reference. You'd explore that.
Okay, and the same on page 47, on line 6, where Lyle Menendez says, and it had nothing to do with the main problem, which required a lot of courage.
Yes.
Is that another thing that would require a follow-up?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to cognitive dissonance, does the requirement of courage make sense in the context of a mercy killing?
No, it does not.
Does it make sense in the context of self-defense?
Yes, it does.
Do you have any information, Dr. Burgess, about why, after having made this lengthy speech or series of speeches about the killings of the parents, uninterrupted by Dr. Oziel, the tape suddenly goes off?
Objection calls for speculation.
Is the question, does she have any information based upon what she heard on the tape?
Based on what she heard on the tape, or any documents that you've seen?
Based upon what you've heard on the tape, do you have any information as to why the tape stopped?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, I think that concludes my examination in front of both jurors.
All right, and is there any examination on behalf of the defendant Lyle Menendez at this point? All right, let me just discuss a matter briefly with counsel here at the sidebar, and then we'll proceed. There's going to be a cross-examination at this point before both juries, and then after that is completed, then there might be some redirect examination, and then some further examination before the Erik Menendez jury only. But before we start, the lawyers want a short break, so we'll make this our morning recess, and we'll resume at 10 minutes after the hour, 10 minutes after 10. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 10 minutes after 10. Okay, begin your cross-examination.
Dr. Burgess, I believe part of the thrust of your testimony on direct examination was your criticism of Dr. Oziel's therapy techniques. Would that be correct?
That would be correct.
Now, I believe you also indicated that in evaluating this tape or the circumstances surrounding it, that you considered the testimony of Judalon Smith.
Yes.
And were you here for all of her testimony or just the last day where cross-examination occurred?
Actually, just Tuesday. That would be the cross-examination.
And did you read her testimony from last Friday and Monday?
No, I did not.
All right, so you're just basing it on what you saw while you were here on Tuesday, correct?
Yes, correct.
And could you tell me which Judalon Smith you were relying upon? Were you relying on her testimony in front of Judge Albrecht in 1990?
Object to the form of the question or his argument.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
All right. Now, you saw Ms. Smith testify here. Did you find her an interesting subject as a psychologist?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Did you find Ms. Smith to be a rather interesting subject, considering that you're trained in psychology?
Yes.
Okay. And you are aware of the fact that she gave a statement under penalty of perjury, a written affidavit in June of 1990, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you're aware of the fact that she gave testimony to a judge in Santa Monica in July of 1990 under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of the fact that she talked to a newswoman named Diane Sawyer on national television, not under penalty of perjury, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that she spoke with the police for approximately 7 hours on tape on March the 6th of 1990.
Yes.
And you're then aware that she testified in front of you in this court on November the 16th of 1993.
Correct.
Which of her statements were you relying on?
I was relying on the statement regarding the tape, that in her memory of the current memory that she testified to here, as she explained that the memory that she had back at the time in 1990, that she felt that she was being brainwashed, I guess was the word that she used, and explained that in terms of, in response to your questions.
Now, you mentioned the word brainwash, which is something that Ms. Smith used on Tuesday, correct?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And yesterday, when you were testifying, at one point you had counted up 13 times in one segment of conversation that Dr. Oziel used the words control.
Yes.
Were you trying to imply to the jury that Dr. Oziel was trying to brainwash the defendants into thinking that their father controlled them?
I think the point there was where he uses the word over and over and over. I don't think that we made any connection with that, except that the word control was used so frequently and repetitively.
All right. Now, when an expert testifies in court that a crime scene is disorganized, and the expert says the crime scene is disorganized over and over again, do you find fault with that?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
When Dr. Oziel uses the word control, why do you find fault with that?
I find fault with that because that's not a word that's used by either of the brothers. It never comes back into the tape. And this is a word that's used by the therapist. And one of the important points in therapy is that you are trying to draw from the patient in his or her own words and not interject your own thoughts, your own words.
At points in Lyle Menendez's speech to Dr. Oziel, he uses the word plan, P-L-A-N. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Objection,
Excuse
Your
me.
Honor, calls for conclusion and misstates the evidence.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
Okay, when Lyle Menendez says at page 44, line 25, do you have that reference now, Dr. Burgess?
Yes, I do.
When Lyle Menendez uses the word planning, can you show me where in the transcript Dr. Oziel himself used the word plan or planning?
I'm going to object to the form of the question and calls for conclusion.
Overruled.
I would have to go, I don't recall where that is used.
Okay.
As a noun or as a verb?
In any form at all.
Any form.
Did you go through the transcript to see if Dr. Oziel had suggested to either of the defendants that this crime was planned?
I don't see that, correct.
And that doesn't exist in the transcript as far as you can tell, correct?
Not in this transcript, right.
Now, in considering the testimony of Judalon Smith as to the making of this tape, did you consider statements of hers, either in court here or out of court in another setting, which indicated that the tape was made for protection for Dr. Oziel and for Judalon Smith?
In terms of Judalon Smith's testimony?
Yes. Do you remember that there was either impeachment of Judalon Smith, and I can't remember where it occurred, but that there was, I believe, a prior statement of hers that was read to her that this tape was made for impeachment. Excuse me, for...
Object to that. It calls for conclusion on the part of the witness.
All right, why don't you rephrase the question?
Do you remember testimony elicited during Judalon Smith's cross-examination wherein it was revealed that she had been told that this tape was made to protect her and Dr. Oziel?
Object again, Your Honor. It calls for conclusion, and it misstates the testimony. That was actually said on the record.
All right, then objection is overruled. Do you understand the question?
Yes, but I don't have a recall of that.
You don't recall that?
On direct, I wasn't here for that.
All right. And you don't recall during cross-examination that she was impeached with a prior statement indicating that the tape was made for protection. Is that correct? You don't recall that?
I just don't recall that.
Okay. Did you consider in evaluating this tape other motivations aside from therapy for which the tape was made?
But, Your Honor,
did you
I'm going to object because of the nature of the testimony in front of both juries. Is she asking with respect to the opinions the witnesses already given, or opinions she's going to give?
This is cross-examination in relationship to what she has testified about. She's expressed certain opinions about the preparation of the tape, so she's been questioned about that. Overruled.
Should I restate the question since
Yes.
I can't remember it precisely? Dr. Burgess, you've criticized this tape as containing poor psychotherapy. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Did you consider that the tape was made in order for Dr. Oziel to get the defendant's voices on tape so that he would have protection? Did you consider that as a possibility?
Yes, I did.
And if that was his motivation, he did in fact succeed in getting their voices on tape. Wouldn't you agree?
He did get their voices on tape. That's correct.
And are you aware of Dr. Oziel's prior testimony where he indicated that there was some that he had offered to help the defendants prepare themselves in case they got caught? Are you aware of that prior testimony?
Overruled.
Well, I believe in the tape there is language that he uses in terms of like legally protecting. He does put that in this transcript.
Well, okay, Dr. Burgess, you say that you've had this transcript since before the last time you testified, right?
That's correct.
And the last time you testified and also now, you have reviewed Dr. Oziel's testimony, correct?
Well, I had at one point reviewed it. That's correct.
Well, you're being very critical of Dr. Oziel, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I am.
All right. And did you consider his other testimony before you rendered the criticism you gave to these juries yesterday?
I considered all of the materials I had, yes.
And were you aware of the fact that in the November 2nd session, there was discussion reported by Dr. Oziel in his testimony about preparing the defendants for in case they got caught?
I'm going to object to this, Your Honor. It was beyond the scope of direct and beyond the limits that were placed on direct.
Overruled.
Can you answer the question? Yes.
All right. Did you consider that?
Yes.
Did you reject that idea?
In all of the materials that I had available, I rejected in terms of the yes.
Okay. Now, in that you have had this information for several months, would that be correct? The information contained in the December 11th tape? You've had
Yes.
that for several months. Did you ever ask either Erik or Lyle Menendez about how the tape was made?
Yes.
And did you ask them whether they were cooperative in making this tape?
I'm going to object to the form of the question using the plural.
Sustained.
Did you ask Erik Menendez if he cooperated in making this tape?
I didn't use that language.
What language did you use?
I asked how it came about that the tape was made.
Okay. Did he indicate to you that he was forced to make the tape?
He felt pressured into it. He did not use the word force, but he certainly felt pressured into making the tape.
What did he tell you in regards as to why he made the tape?
He told me that Dr. Oziel had called him after about the end of November of 1989 and said that he was feeling uncomfortable, that he had not heard from either of the brothers, and that he wanted to see them. So that was one request. And in the course of that is where the request came to make this tape. He would feel more comfortable if he had this tape. He said it in that sense, Dr. Oziel did, and he said it in the sense also that perhaps this would be of help to the brothers if they had this. He alluded to that as a possible motive.
Now, when Erik Menendez repeated to you that Dr. Oziel had indicated this might be of help, does that corroborate Dr. Oziel's testimony from November the 2nd?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Is it cognitively compatible?
I'm going to object to that as well, Your Honor. You can't use that in this setting.
All right. I don't know if you can use it in any setting, but this is the first time there's been an objection to it being used, so objection is sustained.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, when Erik Menendez repeated to you that Dr. Oziel had said it might be of help, did that make you recollect that Dr. Oziel had indicated at the November 2nd session that he had offered to help the defendants?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Now, Dr. Burgess, I believe then you indicated that Erik Menendez knew beforehand that this tape might be of help. He indicated...
Objection misstates the testimony.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. Let me move on. Dr. Burgess, did you ask Lyle Menendez about why this tape was made?
No, I did not.
All right. So when you're talking, did you ever ask Lyle Menendez what he meant by certain words that are contained within the transcript in the tape?
No, I did not.
Okay. So when you're telling the juries what you think the words meant, that's based upon your own expertise, correct?
I believe I was saying what was missed, the words that I felt were missed by Dr. Oziel.
Well, but at what point I think you said that when he said mother, he meant brother.
As metaphor, that's correct, yes.
Okay, but you never went and asked him what you really meant.
No.
Okay. And like when Lyle Menendez is talking about his mother can't go to dinner parties because dad comes home late, you don't mean to imply that at all points when Lyle Menendez said mother, he meant brother.
No, I do not.
And so it wasn't his brother who was missing out on the dinner parties, right?
Right. And when one uses a metaphor, it only is a clue to the therapist that they have to follow up on. You have to get that information from the patient. You don't make an interpretation without having corroborated it in the session.
Okay. Well, why didn't you just go ask Lyle Menendez, were you really talking about your brother here?
Well, Dr. Conte was really the one that was talking with Lyle Menendez, and I talked with his brother. That was
But do you feel... I'm sorry.
That's who I talked to.
So you feel comfortable with telling us what Lyle Menendez must have meant by the word mother, even though you never asked him about it. Would that be fair to say?
That's argumentative. It misstates the witness's testimony.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. So you see nothing, you don't experience any difficulty in saying what you think Lyle Menendez meant, even though you didn't ask him what he meant. Is that?
Objection argumentative.
Why don't you rephrase that? Do you, rather than...
Okay. Do you have any difficulty as an expert in expressing as an opinion as to what you think Lyle Menendez meant, even though you didn't ask him?
Objection on misstates the witness's testimony.
Overruled.
I don't have any difficulty stating that this was a possible metaphor that was missed by the therapist. That I do not have any difficulty. As I just said, you would have to go and then check the information out from the patient himself.
Now, you talked about the fact that Dr. Oziel used the word control quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that he was using control in describing how the father ran his family?
Yes.
Do you have any disagreement with the fact that Mr. Menendez ran his family with a lot of control?
Your Honor, I object this is beyond the scope of what this witness was permitted to rely on in his testimony.
Sustained at this point.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, would you agree that part of the purpose of this tape is to explain the family dynamics?
That's one possibility, yes.
And as a matter of fact, in your testimony, previously you've tried to explain the family dynamics, haven't you?
Yes.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Now, I believe you've indicated that one of your expertises, I think that's the right word, expertises, is that you train people to do therapy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever trained anyone as to what they're supposed to do when someone comes in and confesses to a double homicide and then says, I'm going to kill you too?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony.
Overall.
There, in educating, training persons for therapy, you do go into forensic issues, ethical issues, and given in a wider context than that particular example, you would have guidelines for what therapists are to do, or you would suggest the guidelines given certain kinds of situations. And it isn't as specific as that example, but there certainly are guidelines given for any behaviors that are injurious to the self or to others.
Have you personally ever had someone come in and confess to murder and then threaten to kill you? Has that personally ever happened to you?
I'm going to object to that. It's beyond the scope and irrelevant.
Overall.
And not where I was treating the person before and then was seeing the person after an event. No, I have not.
Okay. Now, you have dealt, I take it, in your practice with people who are killers, correct?
Yes, we've done research projects on killers.
But those people were all in custody, right?
That is correct.
All right. And so your experience has never been that you were in your office without a guard or something with someone who was out of custody who told you they'd committed murder and then threatened you. That's not happened to you, correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the testimony of a doctor named Jeffrey Lulo in this case who testified about what he told Dr. Oziel to do to protect himself?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope. Calls for conclusion.
It is beyond the scope.
basically
Objection
okay.
sustained.
Okay.
It is beyond the scope.
All right. Now, you've indicated here that you don't think the therapy that Dr. Oziel was performing was very good, correct?
This particular tape, that's correct.
Okay. And if, in fact, Dr. Oziel was making the tape in order to put it in a safety deposit box at the direction of another psychologist, would you find fault with his methodology in accomplishing that purpose?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence.
Overall. Overall.
If that was the case, it should be on the tape. I think what's very important is we get no instructions, even in the beginning of this tape, of why it is. And that's a basic violation of when you're recording patients.
Well, do you have any reason to believe that this was not made voluntarily by the defendants?
The defendants felt they had no choice in the making of this tape. So from that standpoint, they were very much pressured into it. That point needs to be made. They did make it. They did go to the office.
Now, then, so it's your opinion that they were pressured into making the tape?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you think, is it your opinion that Lyle Menendez was pressured into using the term planning out of this, like on page 44 that we just discussed? Do you think he was pressured into saying that?
I think this calls for speculation.
Overall.
That's taken out of context. I don't think that he was forced to say that. I think he's giving information that needs to be, I had a certain opinion on.
Dr. Burgess, you just said that I took that out of context. Is that correct?
Those words, yes, there's a larger sentence there.
Well, you testified for quite a while yesterday about different terms contained within these 47 pages. Those weren't taken out of context, is that fair to say?
Sustained.
Were the terms that you discussed yesterday with the juries taken out of context?
Overall.
The words yesterday were used as points of clues that were missed. Either that or they were metaphors or examples were given where subject was changed. Questions were asked and answered within the same context. I thought that's what some of the examples were we were giving yesterday.
I believe one of the things that you criticized yesterday was the number of interruptions contained in the transcript. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that many times on the tape, what looks like an interruption in the transcript is actually someone not finishing a sentence?
All right, I'm going to object to that as calling for a conclusion.
Overall. You understand the question?
Yes, I do. There are some examples, but for the most part, I believe that the examples that we were giving yesterday is where one of the brothers was interrupted. I don't know whether we went through every single example.
You are aware of the fact on the tape that not every sentence is completed, correct? Before the next person starts speaking?
I'm aware that there are little dots given for where there is not either can't be understood, but sentences, there are many sentences that end with a period, which, and then a question is asked or somebody else states something.
I believe you indicated that you teach therapy and that because you teach therapy, you find fault with what Dr. Oziel did, correct? This is precatory to the next question. Isn't it correct that there are different theories of how much a therapist should talk during therapy?
I'm not aware of any theory or therapy that says that a therapist is supposed to talk a lot or is supposed to interject their own ideas. That I'm not familiar with that therapy.
Well, my question really was, aren't there different theories about how much a therapist should talk during therapy? Isn't that correct?
To some degree, the length and the interjection and the interpretation, that is correct, to some degree.
For instance, the Freudians believe that the patient should talk and talk and that the therapist should not interject himself very much. Isn't that true?
Overall.
Isn't that correct, that the Freudians believe in less talking and that there are other theories that believe in more talking on the part of the therapist, correct?
Overall.
They believe in few words, but when the words are made, that they impact. They do believe that you get all of your information from the patient and that the therapist uses the information from the patient to move through the session.
I believe you indicated one of the things that you found fault with was at page 8. And what that was is that at page 8 on line 17, Dr. Oziel uses the word affair. And then right after that, Lyle Menendez picks up on the word affair, correct?
Yes.
All right. Would you turn, please, to page 4, line 18? Do you see there where Erik Menendez is talking and he uses the word affair?
Yes.
Does that change your opinion that it was Dr. Oziel who first brought up the word affair in this transcript?
Objection. Mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
Overall.
I'm not sure that was the point that was being made. I think the point that was being made has to do with how Lyle Menendez does more or less join on or repeat the word. I think that was the point we were making on page 8. His agreement with the therapist.
Now, I believe you indicated that there were many times when there was not follow-up and that there was some ambiguity in what was being said by either Erik Menendez or Lyle Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You are aware of the fact that there were sessions on October the 31st and November the 2nd which discussed some of these same issues, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you've indicated that some of the references go back and forth within the transcript, but did you consider the possibility that there were references to prior conversations made within this transcript by the defendants?
Within the transcript, yes.
And if it appeared that everyone knew what everyone else was talking about, would it be necessary for the therapist to go back and specify it?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that it calls for speculation.
Overall. Assuming that's the situation.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
If people have had prior conversations and then they have another conversation,
yes,
and everyone knows what everyone else is talking about, the therapist wouldn't necessarily have to go back and spell everything out in the present session, correct?
That's one way of looking at it.
Now, within this transcript, Dr. Oziel gives many of his theories about the family dynamics, correct?
Yes, he does.
And sometimes the defendants reject those theories, and sometimes they adopt those theories, correct?
That is correct.
And in rejecting those theories, would that indicate to you that they were not being led by the nose by Dr. Oziel?
On those things they reject, that's correct, yes.
For instance, at one point he talks about the disinheritance, and I believe Lyle Menendez says, no, that really didn't have much to do with it.
That's right.
Okay, so Dr. Oziel was not successful at that point in trying to lead the defendants into saying something they didn't want to say.
Right. Dr. Oziel was not successful in only one of his suggestions. Or he was successful.
Pardon me?
I believe he was successful in one of his suggestions.
And which suggestion do you think he was successful in?
The one that he begins early on about the mother and how miserable she is. And he uses the word pitiful on page 5.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that Mrs. Menendez, during the last 3 years of her life, was a happy, well-adjusted person?
Well, I'm going to object to that as beyond the scope of the limited presentation I was permitted to do with this witness.
Overall, it does relate to her testimony.
Would you
how she
say that
answered questions.
Would you say that Mrs. Menendez was a happy and well-adjusted person in the last 3 years of her life?
That is not the way she is characterized.
All right. And so when Dr. Oziel characterizes her that way, that's not false, is it?
I think the words he used, I don't think that that's the way he is characterizing her on page 5. That's what I was referring to.
Okay.
A shell of a person. I mean, he uses language that is quite interpretive of just a observed state of she's not happy or she's sad.
Now, I want to go back to page 2 and quickly go through the transcript and ask you some questions about it. So let's go to page 2. Starting at line 18, there's an indication here that Erik Menendez, now you have no reason to believe this isn't Erik Menendez's voice on the tape, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no reason to believe it's not Lyle Menendez's voice?
That's correct.
And you have no reason to believe this tape wasn't made on December the 11th of 1989, correct?
Right, yes, correct.
All right, now, referring to line 18, Erik Menendez indicates that he found the suicide note in his mother's drawer under a book. Do you see that particular portion? Did you find that inconsistent with the testimony that Erik Menendez gave that the suicide note was left lying around the house?
Lorna, I'm going to object to that as improper cross-examination beyond the scope of college recommendation.
It is beyond the scope of the direct examination.
Did you find the fact that the suicide note was found in a drawer under a book to be cognitively dissonant with the idea that the mother left suicide notes lying around?
Lorna, I'm going to same objection.
Overall,
I'd like to be heard at the sidebar then to reopen my direct.
no.
Do you understand my question?
What I find important in that section, line 18 down through 21, is what Dr. Oziel does. What you find Erik Menendez doing is talking about crying, and you then see Dr. Oziel not going for the feeling, but going for the behavior. So he really focuses in on that, and that's how you get to the book.
But Dr. Burgess, there were 3 people talking on this tape, right? There are 3 people.
There were 3 people in the room. Yes, and at various times 3 people do talk, yes.
All right. And I want you to concentrate now on the statements of Erik Menendez contained on page 2, wherein he talks about finding the suicide note in the drawer under a book. And I'm asking you if you find that cognitively dissonant with the idea that Mrs. Menendez left it lying around the house.
Lorna, same objection.
Overall, answer that question.
It doesn't really, is it cognitively dissonant? It isn't quite clear where this book is, drawer, lying around. I don't necessarily find that without more information on this particular passage.
You mean you don't think in a drawer under a book is specific enough, is that correct?
And lying around, with lying around.
Yeah, you find that to be compatible?
It doesn't necessarily be compatible. I don't find it either way. I just would certainly want to go more information if that was a particular interest in the therapy session.
Now, referring now to page 11, line 26 and 7. Lyle Menendez refers here to his girlfriend reading the letters that he found afterwards.
Sustained.
And, okay, it says, I mean from my girlfriend reading the letters that I found afterwards.
Okay, counsel, let's not argue.
Hey, everyone has the transcript. At line 26, starting with the word "ah," do you see that sentence there, which ends with "afterwards"?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you make any attempt to talk to Lyle Menendez about the letters that were found?
No, same objection. Counsel can't seem to read that it's singular, not plural.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a corrected copy.
I don't know who corrected it.
I think
Okay,
Mr. Curry was
let's not have all this bickering here. The objection is that it was misread. You have seen the...
Not the corrected.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to object. This is not the version that the jurors have. We haven't agreed to this supposed correction.
Okay, you're the one who provided these to the jury counsel, so
Yes,
you're the
but
one
that's
who
not
is
what Mrs. Bazan-
you're the one who is now objecting to what was provided to the jury.
No, I'm not. She has a version that's not what's provided to the jury.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The
Okay,
jury
what
has
does the
what I
witness have?
She's got letter singular, Your Honor. I believe that's what the jury has.
Okay, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now then,
I think the answer is no.
all right, we can move on. Now, page 14, line 9, the sentence starting, "I told him flat out."
Yes.
Do you recall the testimony of Lyle Menendez in which he indicated that he was afraid to speak to his father?
I'm going to object to that as beyond scope.
Sustained.
Okay.
Let's confine ourselves to the testimony of direct examination.
All right, page 15, line 21. Lyle Menendez indicates that it was not because of what he was doing to me. Now, do you take that, do you understand that the he there is his father?
Yes.
And in this particular notion, would you say that that sentence is cognitively dissonant with the idea of self-defense?
I see that statement referring back to a very specific question by Dr. Oziel in which he's asking for a percentage of action. So I see that as just his being responsive to a question.
Well, the question above...
But it's compounded. The question is a compounded question.
So are you saying that you can't answer my question?
Given this context, this very clear, yeah, yes.
All right. Now, moving ahead to page 17. At line 15, Dr. Oziel mentions here about talking about disinheriting, and at line 18, Lyle Menendez here rejects the notion about financial gain being part of the motive for the killing. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
All right. And you're aware of the fact that both defendants knew that this was being tape recorded, correct?
Yes.
And both defendants knew that this might be able to help them later on.
I'm going to object that it calls for speculation as to what both defendants did, but she only spoke...
Okay, counsel, you tend to argue your objections. You have an objection. The legal objection is assumes facts not in evidence. All right, objection sustained. You may rephrase the question.
In this particular dialogue here, Dr. Oziel is suggesting certain motivations for the killings. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And Lyle Menendez rejects that motivation.
That is correct.
Okay. And you're aware of Ms. Smith's testimony, are you not, that there was some talk that this would be used later on in trial, that this could be used later on in trial?
Yes.
Okay. Referring now to page 19. Do you have that page, Dr. Burgess?
Yes, I do.
At line 4, Lyle Menendez indicates his father cried. At line 5, he indicates his father cried. At line 21, he indicates his father cried. At line 25, he indicates his father cried. And at line 26, he indicates his father cried.
Yes.
Do you see all that?
I see all of that.
All right. Do you find any inconsistency there in the notion, in other words, do you find anything about that that leads you to believe that Mr. Menendez didn't cry?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that as beyond scope.
Overruled.
The question is, do I find that inconsistent?
Well,
I'm just reading it at face value, that he's making an observation.
And
on his father.
do you have any reason to believe that after Lyle Menendez gives this very long monologue that his father didn't cry during these instances?
That is what
Overall.
That is what is not clear, and that would have been a very good point for the therapist to explore, because this is something that is not well known, certainly hasn't been reported on, about the father's crying, etc. So that would be I would have thought would have been an excellent point to move into that area.
So when Lyle Menendez
It's just not followed up on.
When Lyle Menendez says 5 times on page 19 that his father cried, you don't think that's clear enough?
No, because that's not clear enough given what everybody else has described about the father as being this very controlling type of person. So that would have been a very good opportunity to go in and just see what that was all about. It's just not, I would say that's not clear because it's inconsistent with what prior our understanding is of the family, especially in this tape.
It's inconsistent with the picture painted here in court, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you find that cognitively dissonant?
Yes, that would have been something to inquire further into by
Okay.
the therapist.
Now, I believe you indicated in your direct examination that somewhere around line 24 or somewhat, that you heard Lyle Menendez's voice change. And then you talked about the fact that throughout most of this tape, his voice has a certain kind of quality, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that his voice has a flat affect?
His voice has a matter-of-fact tone. It's more of a monotone.
Would you?
Flat. There is inflection. No, I wouldn't say he's totally flat. There is inflection this is a very long tape, and so I would never characterize it as just flat.
Were you all concerned about Lyle Menendez's tone of voice in describing the killing of his parents?
No.
It's unclear what you mean by the question. Why don't you rephrase it?
As a psychologist interested in treating victims of child abuse, were you at all concerned with the tone of voice that Lyle Menendez used on this tape?
All right, are you asking her as a therapist, would the tone of voice that's displayed on the tape have any significance to her?
Yes.
In evaluating the tape recording?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That would, again, be an area to go into and to point out. That would be something the therapist would do if there was some inconsistency that the therapist picked up. Again, you look at thoughts, feelings, and behaviors within the session.
At page 20, at line 4, Lyle Menendez uses the word decision and decided. Is that cognitively dissonant with the idea of a fearful killing in self-defense?
This is a statement that's being made within the context of his cousin Sylvia discussing it, so I don't pick that up as something that is related to the reason for the killings.
So are you ignoring the idea of my mother could not live without my father?
No, I'm not ignoring that. I think that's a theme that has been in the tape, that does come through in other parts of the tape also.
Okay. And what decision or decided, what does that refer to in your mind as a therapist, having evaluated that tape? What is he referring to?
He's referring to the interaction between the mother and the father, and the mother's feeling for the father.
And that involved a decision on Lyle Menendez's part?
He is, I think you have to look at the whole, this is quite a long discussion or soliloquy from Lyle Menendez starting on page 18. And it is in the context also of the crying, and comes down to his final statement here about the mother living or not living without the father.
Now, you are aware of the fact that Lyle Menendez was responsible for his mother not living, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so when it says here that he's talking about a decision, my mother could not live without my father, do you take that to mean anything else than the decision to kill his mother?
Oh, I don't put that in that context. As I said, you have to look at this whole long issue here that he's going over, and especially that he's interjected about his cousin Sylvia.
So would your answer be no, the decision didn't have anything to do with the mother living without the father?
I'm going to object to this argument. It's two different issues.
All right, objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
So Dr. Burgess, when Lyle says, so it came down to that decision and we decided that my mother could not live without my father, it is your understanding that he is not referring to the decision to kill his mother. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I'm going to object to that last little argument.
Overruled.
Again, that was something out of context, and I think that you have to look at this interaction that he has with the relatives and what's being said and all of that. And from that standpoint, I think that's what he is referring to.
What is he referring to?
Well, he's gone through a whole long list of things about the father crying, about his sitting with his father at the Super Bowl, and then he is at the very tail end of the crying that he also brings in about Cousin Sylvia, who has made certain statements about what she thought happened, and then he makes this statement about the decision.
And what does the decision refer to then in your mind?
The decision has this theme that has been coming from Dr. Oziel about the mother being so miserable and the father being this, making her miserable. That is a theme that has been coming through in the tape.
And so they decided to do something about the mother's misery, right?
That is a theme, yes.
And
that makes no sense.
It makes no sense to you.
That's right.
Okay. Referring now to page 21, line 5. When Lyle Menendez says at line 5, but I still don't think it had anything to do with, killing him had nothing to do with us. Do you find that to be cognitively dissonant with the idea of the self-defense?
No, this has already been answered.
Overruled.
This is following up on Dr. Oziel, who is making the statement, and what you see is Lyle rejecting that at that particular time. If you go back to page 20, is a statement made by Dr. Oziel, and he's responding to it. I still don't think it had anything to do with him, killing him.
Right. Lyle Menendez is saying killing him, my father, had nothing to do with us.
He's denying the point being made by Dr. Oziel about hatred and all of that and controlling, etc., as being a motive, as being a reason. And he's rejecting that. I think what I see is Lyle rejecting that particular theory.
Well, he's saying that killing his father had nothing to do with us, meaning he and his brother. Correct? Isn't that what he said?
Yes.
All right. And so you don't find that cognitively dissonant with the idea of self-defense. Would that be fair to say? Yes or no?
No.
Now, you're aware of the fact, then, that before this tape was made, there was some lead time wherein the defendants knew that they were going to be making the tape, correct?
Objection on a cause for class not made.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
I believe you indicated you talked to Erik Menendez and he told you about this phone call that preceded the making of the tape, correct?
The phone, yes, back in late November.
All right, and the tape.
That was a phone call that said that Dr. Oziel wanted to see the brothers, that he felt uncomfortable that he hadn't heard from them, and he wanted to see them.
And wanted to, and you indicated when I asked you the question, you volunteered this information, correct? About
Well, then
the
there
phone
were
call.
some sessions.
I'm going to object to the form of the question with argument.
Overruled. Counsel, don't argue. Overruled.
Okay, I asked you if
And
you
again, don't argue with the witness either.
Okay, do you recall
Rephrase the
me?
question.
Do you recall me asking you if you had inquired of Erik Menendez how the tape came to be made?
Yes.
And you indicated in your answer that it started with a phone call from Dr. Oziel to Erik Menendez. Is that correct?
Saying that he wanted to see him and see the brothers. Not the phone call didn't have anything to do with the tape. It was to make another session.
Did you misunderstand my question then when I asked you if you talked to him about the making of the Erik about the making of the tape?
Why don't you just ask her that question then?
Well, what was your understanding from Erik Menendez as to how much time elapsed between when he knew he was going to make the tape and the making of the tape?
The making of the tape, as I understand, took they were at Dr. Oziel's office for a length of time. And I don't know when the tape was made because there's no time on it. But there was a length of time on that December 11th when the tape was made. I can't answer it any more specifically than that.
And so you don't know if a day before or days before or months before these defendants knew that they would be making a tape. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I don't know precisely when they knew they were going to be making this tape.
And you don't know if they did anything to prepare themselves to make the tape either. Is that correct?
Well, there was this discussion that, see, the tape, that December 11th, there's a length of time that goes on, so we don't know what is said there.
Are you finished with your answer?
I'm finished.
All right. Page 28, line 19. It indicates Erik Menendez is speaking, and he says, "He was somebody that I loved and almost had no choice to do what I did." Do you see the word there, almost?
Yes.
Do you find that word cognitively dissonant with the idea of the neurobiological response to fear?
No.
You don't?
No, just the word almost
Right.
is put in there, rather than no choice.
Well, he did say almost on the tape, correct?
Yes, he did. Right.
All right. And Dr. Oziel did not suggest that anywhere prior to page 28, did he?
Objection on calls for conclusion.
Overruled.
I didn't see that earlier.
All right. So Dr. Oziel did not suggest to Lyle Menendez anything about his particular state of mind on the night of the killings, correct?
Objection on that calls for conclusion.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Dr. Burgess, when Erik Menendez says almost had no choice, isn't that inconsistent with the idea of him being in some sort of neurobiological fear response?
I'm going to object to this on behalf of Lyle Menendez. This is improper cross-examination in front of our jury.
Overruled. It's just a generic description of this fear response. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I think what's important in this statement is he is talking about his father as someone that he loved, and he is also putting into this statement not only that felt he had no choice, almost no choice, and he hates himself for what happened. I think all of those things are in that statement, and that's a very, there's a lot of feeling in that as well as statement, and I would not see that as inconsistent.
Okay, so you don't see it inconsistent. Do you see any inconsistency between having no choice and almost having no choice? Do you think those are the same thing?
Given the complexity of this sentence, I think, and also don't forget that Dr. Oziel does not know the real reason why this is being made. You mean this, what's actually going on, the reason for making, what actually happened in making the tape. I think that has to be taken into consideration. He's not about to absolutely reveal the real reason.
Now, you talked about metaphors and clues throughout this transcript. Did you see any metaphors or clues as to the real events the evening of August the 20th of 1989? In other words, the need for self-defense.
Yes.
Okay, could you point those out to me?
Well, I think in the last pages, what you see really coming to the surface, if it had been followed up on, were aspects of the last week with a focus on the last 2 or 3 days.
All right, so when Lyle Menendez talks about, well, we really didn't want to think about it too much because the feeling of not having your parents around would get in the way of what was more important, that indicates to you
That indicates survival.
Okay, and when he talks about, uses the word callously at page 45, line 10.
Right.
Okay, that to you is a cue or a metaphor for the need to defend oneself?
No, that would be seen as almost non-thinking, that the automatic, what you just referred to, the automatic aspect coming in, it was done so quickly. Again, the non-planning, I see that as automatic response. and consistent with self-defense, yes.
All right, now referring back to page 29 at line 11, where Erik Menendez is speaking. He indicates the word eventually it had to happen. Do you find the use of the word eventually to be cognitively dissonant with the idea of immediate self-defense?
I'm going to object to this in front of the law and then the jury. Beyond the scope.
Overall.
I'm sorry, what the page, could you give me the page again?
Page 29, line 11.
Line 11. Yes.
Okay, and when Erik Menendez says eventually it had to happen, it was basically ruining my life, and I guess Lyle's, and he was putting my mother through torture. Do you find this to be cognitively dissonant with the idea of immediate self-defense?
No, I don't see it cognitively dissonant. I think that what we also talked about on that is what was basically ruining his life. And if you could have explored that, I think that Dr. Oziel would have gotten more of an answer for that whole sentence.
And I take it it's your supposition that if Dr. Oziel had explored this, that the real meaning here is he's talking about the sexual abuse, correct?
Yes.
And he says that it was ruining Lyle's life and putting his mother through torture. Is that correct?
Well, again, the word torture, that's a very important word that's used. Torture is a strong word.
Well, I wasn't asking you about the meaning of the word torture. I was asking you that if, in fact, you interpret this as a vague reference to the sex abuse, how is it that the sex abuse would have been ruining Lyle's life and putting the mother through torture? How can you reconcile that?
I can reconcile that because he's getting so close to the statement about what really is happening, but Dr. Oziel has no idea what is happening, and Erik Menendez is being very clear, and he's saying he guesses Lyle's because this affects the whole family. This is very, very important for the whole family and what's going on in the family.
And so when he says eventually, you don't find that in any way contradicts the idea of the immediate self-defense. Is that your testimony here?
Yes.
Now, at page 30, Erik Menendez goes on and he talks about the fact that he wishes that his mother and he would have had an extremely close relationship, and he could tell her everything that happened over it, and I would tell her everything, and all my relationships with different people. Did you
Yes.
ever ask Erik Menendez what he meant by all my relationships with different people?
I didn't specifically ask that, but I certainly talked with him at great length to know about relationships with people.
You are aware of the fact that he was basically forced by his mother to talk about getting a girlfriend within a 6-month period, correct?
Yes.
All right, so it is clear that when he talks about relationship with different people, he's not talking about the girlfriends, right? Because
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
did you ever ask Erik Menendez?
I'd like to approach.
All right, you may do that. We're now ready to resume with the examination of the witness. You may proceed.
Dr. Burgess, at page 31, line 9. Erik Menendez indicates, first of all, at the beginning of this particular conversation, which starts on page 30, Erik Menendez indicates that he could leave and he could make money if he needed to, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that is something so therefore he's rejecting the idea that Dr. Oziel has offered earlier about this being done because of the disinheritance, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then he says here that at line 9, that my mother had to be killed, and it was the only way out for her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you find that particular explanation inconsistent with a neurobiological response to a fear situation?
Well, see, this is the one notion that that Erik Menendez does agree with Dr. Oziel, and this is what I've always previously said. It doesn't make any sense, but he does say it. Yes. So
Okay,
it is not. I'm not connecting that with the neurobiology of fear. This is something that he is going along with Dr. Oziel.
But it's very clear within this same conversation, isn't it, that Erik Menendez is perfectly capable of rejecting suggestions by Dr. Oziel, correct?
Yes.
And he rejects the idea of the disinheritance as being a motivation.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying now that even though he rejects the disinheritance portion of Dr. Oziel's suggestion, he is adopting this notion that Mom had to be killed. Is that correct?
Yes, because they have to come up with, to placate Dr. Oziel, they've got to come up with something. Otherwise, they have to tell the real reason.
Okay.
So that is what I see as the reason, you know.
And would you agree that what they came up with, that idea of a mercy killing, is something that looks less egregious or less serious than a premeditated murder?
Well, it certainly helps their guilt.
All right. So this is something that helps them, correct?
Their guilt, yes.
All right. Now, down below, he talks about a dream. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any indication from the four corners of this transcript whether this dream occurred before or after the homicides? You see here at line 18
Yes.
on page 31, he says, and I mean, I have all kinds of dreams about it. And when he says it, do you know what he's referring to there?
It doesn't say specifically here what the it refers to. That's right. That should have been followed up on.
All right, but in your interpretation of what Erik Menendez is talking about, is he talking about dreams that he's having after he killed his parents or before?
This is, I believe, after, because of the constant thinking of what has happened, and that this is, I think that the word heart certainly gets at the emotional aspect. So this is something that he is stating here, a recent dream.
All right, so it's your understanding then that this refers to something after the homicides, correct?
Yes.
On page 32, line 11. Erik Menendez is indicating that one of the hardest things about his relationships with people is they don't even know the truth. Do you see that particular portion there?
Yes,
right.
I do.
Now, did you reject the idea that what he was talking about here was they don't know the truth, that I'm the one who killed my parents?
No, I think that this is what I've testified to before would be an excellent area for further explanation, since it uses the word truth and would get at perhaps the truth of what happened in that last week.
Now, I believe that you've indicated that Dr. Oziel was not a good therapist during the session, correct?
He didn't, yes.
All right. And does that in any way negate the abilities of the defendants to plan out their parents' murder? In other words, the fact that he was a bad therapist, does that have anything to do with whether on August the 20th and August the 18th these defendants plan out their parents' murders?
It is argumentative, sustained.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, the fact that Dr. Oziel was not a good therapist has nothing to do with the defendant's state of mind on August 20th. Would you agree with that?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, and ask to approach.
Overruled.
Would you agree with that?
Could you repeat that again?
The fact that Dr. Oziel might not have been a good therapist during the session has nothing to do with the defendant's state of mind on the night of August the 20th.
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. You understand the question?
Yes, I'm
regarding
thinking.
the session here.
Yeah, the session here, in terms of Dr. Oziel's technique, in no way addresses that particular point, which would be very, very critical to get at, and he just misses it. So his technique, I think, does bear on helping these brothers with what they come to him.
But my question really is, Dr. Burgess, that if he was a bad therapist on December the 11th, that doesn't change the fact of what the defendants were actually thinking on August the 20th, does it?
Objection argumentative. Calls for conclusion.
It is argumentative.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, if Dr. Oziel is a bad therapist, does that mean the defendants didn't plan to kill their parents?
Objection, Your Honor, and ask to approach.
Sustained.
Referring to page 33, line 14. Erik Menendez has a discourse here about college and his difficulties with his father about going to college.
Objection misstates the evidence. Calls for conclusion.
Overruled.
Do you understand the portion and the passage that I'm referring to?
Yes, I see where he starts by going to college, yes.
Are there any cues in here that indicate that Erik Menendez was upset because he was going to have to come home a couple of nights a week?
He doesn't specifically say it in this one passage. What he does bring up is one of the events that does occur in this last week, where he is talking with his father about courses to take.
Okay, and so he does refer specifically to the last week then, in your interpretation of this, correct?
Yes.
And in referring to the last week, he doesn't mention, there are no cues in here about the fact that he was going to have to come home from college. Would that be your testimony?
Well, if you move over to 34, I think that if you begin to get into feeling states, and on line 9, he talks about scared. There is the freedom in my life. There are clear words that could be followed up by Dr. Oziel that are missed, and does suggest the, as I said, scared is a very clear word.
Okay, now line 5 where he says, I would have freedom outside of structure. Is that cognitively dissonant from the idea of having to come home a couple nights a week to suffer further abuse?
Well, he thought he was going to be able to stay at school, so that, right, if he could stay at school, that would not be consistent, is that gets changed and is told he has to come home. That relates to the last week.
Yes, but this tape was made several months after the homicides, isn't that true?
Yes.
And at that time, he would have already known that his father wanted him to come home a couple of nights a week, wouldn't he?
Yes, but he's not able to tell Dr. Oziel this, and Dr. Oziel doesn't follow up on important areas that might get at the real reason.
All right, so when he talks about I would have freedom outside of structure, then would that be a cue that his father was really going to have him come home 2 nights a week?
That would be a clue to Dr. Oziel to further investigate. That's the whole point of looking at the way the therapy is progressing or the session is progressing.
Now, earlier you indicated that when Lyle Menendez said mother, he really meant brother, correct? And that was a metaphor.
Objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
At one point you indicated that when Lyle Menendez used the term mother, he meant brother.
Why don't you ask her?
It was a metaphor for brother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I said that was a possible metaphor for brother, yes.
Okay. Do you see any metaphors in this dialogue about college that would be a metaphor for Erik Menendez having to come home to suffer further abuse?
Well, I think what you just said, the freedom outside of the structure, what structure, what freedom, these are all terms that could be further explored.
So that's your answer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you, well, let me go on. I believe you were critical during the part where, I think it was referred to by Ms. Abramson, of the touchy-feely part. I think you were critical of Dr. Oziel because he laughed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Do you think that laughter can relieve tension?
Laughter can relieve, I would agree, yes, in certain contexts.
And would you agree that when Dr. Oziel is trying to get the brothers to hug, that there was some sort of tension going on?
Overall.
I think there was a lot of protest and clear statements that they didn't want to do this.
All right, so, and that would be a tension-producing situation, correct?
It certainly would be, yes.
And laughter would be a way of alleviating that kind of tension, correct?
No, I could not agree to that. I think laughter, when you're negating clear statements by a patient that they don't want to do something, and the therapist says, well, I don't care what you think, that is demeaning of the patient, that is not respectful, and I could not agree that laughter in any way was a proper or even an idea that should be tried.
All right, so in spite of the tension that might have been produced at that moment, you think laughter was inappropriate, is that correct?
Overall.
Yes.
Okay, now at page 42, line 6. Lyle Menendez is talking and he says, there was no way I was going to make a decision to kill my mother without Erik's consent.
Yes.
Do you find that cognitively dissonant with the idea of self-defense?
I think this is a very...
Are you withdrawing any objection?
No, I am.
All right.
So am I.
The rest
Same
is
thing.
right.
Okay, why don't you rephrase the question?
Do you find that cognitively dissonant with the idea of a neurobiological response to fear?
No.
You don't?
No, I think that this is an important segment that really does speak to something that is very clearly comes out in the last week.
Okay, so the decision to kill the mother to you is consistent with a neurobiological response to fear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where in the neurobiological response to fear is decision-making allowed?
It's not decision-making, it's an automatic response to feeling fear, where the issue is survival. And it's that's what the fear response is and why the fight phenomenon comes into play.
But Dr. Burgess, if it's an automatic response, then that would mean you couldn't make a decision, right?
Because what is going on here is they're coming to grips with more information, if you want me to go into it, that happened in that last week, and where they have to now take into consideration the position of the mother vis-a-vis this whole family interaction that has been discussed about in the tape.
And when Lyle Menendez says at line 7, I didn't even want to influence him in that issue. I just let him sleep on it for a couple days.
Yes.
You do not find that scenario of sleeping on it for a couple of days to be inconsistent with a neurobiological response to fear. Would that be correct?
Right, because you have to, first of all, if you could find out what it was that he had to sleep on, the idea, that could have been explored. I've already said that in terms of what Dr. Oziel might be able to get into, but more importantly, that is precisely those last days just before that Sunday. That's exactly what's going on. It's coming to grips with that in what's going on in the family.
And you wouldn't say then that he was coming to grips with the idea of making a decision to kill his parents?
Not in the planning sense, no. I would not agree with you in terms of a plan to do that. This is something that a fear response is automatic when the fear builds enough, and then the response is enacted.
At line 16, I believe you discussed this morning with Ms. Abramson. Lyle Menendez expresses being upset with his relatives because they didn't do something to help when they knew what was going on. Do you see that particular discourse there at 16 and 17?
Yes.
Okay. Do you in any way find this to be a reference to sexual abuse? Do you find this as a clue for sexual abuse?
Well, it certainly is something that needed to be explored. What did he find out?
Well, I'm not asking you what should have been done. I'm asking you, do you find this to be a clue to sexual abuse?
It certainly, if it's explored, could well be.
Well, but
you can't interpret that without it. That's why I'm saying you have to explore it to bring into the session what the content is.
And so you would explore that to find out what the relatives knew, correct?
Well, you want to know what he found out. When I found out, I did something about it.
Which is, please kill me. That's at line 19. I found out, I did something about it. I did what I thought my mother would want me to do, which is please kill me.
Yeah, well, that goes back to that odd notion of mercy killing.
Now, I believe you've indicated, though, that the notion of mercy killing is something which tends to mitigate the crime, correct?
Objection, that's not the witness's testimony.
Rephrase the question.
And mercy killing certainly is less morally reprehensible than a premeditated murder, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for argument and speculation.
Improper opinion.
All right, objection sustained.
Would you agree that a mercy killing is more psychologically palatable than a premeditated murder?
Objection, Your Honor, that's calls for improper opinion.
It's unclear what you mean. Palatable to who?
Palatable to the person who committed the crime. If the person believes that the crime was committed for the purpose of mercy rather than a cold-blooded way, would that be a way of making someone feel better?
To relieve the guilt, yes, that's one way of expressing it.
And that would be something that a therapist would want to do, is to relieve the guilt, correct?
Well, would want to talk about it. I mean, that's the whole point, is to bring that into the therapy session and to find out more and what would be the next step. That's precisely what would be very useful at this particular point.
Well, Lyle Menendez says at line 21, I wanted to get rid of the source. I couldn't live with that. Nobody could. Do you see that particular passage there?
Yes.
And I take it you can reconcile that with the idea of the neurobiological response to fear. Is that correct?
Well, what I reconcile it with is that that's something that should be explored, and that you've got to find out more about that. He is giving some kind of clue that needs to be brought made more explicit into the therapy.
When he says at line 20, I just couldn't just kill my mom, that would be ridiculous. I wanted to get rid of the source there. Did you take that to understand the source to be his father?
Well, that again goes to the reason that Dr. Oziel suggests, is that because mother is so miserable, then therefore father has made her miserable, and so that is kind of the notion that they agree to.
Okay,
so I see it as that.
So you do take it as the source is referring to getting rid of the father, correct? The source being the father.
Well, I said that I would think that should be further explored. That one explanation is that this rather odd notion that has been suggested that they feel they have to placate Dr. Oziel, they're going to come up with. So that's one explanation. The second is to explore it and find out what exactly is the source and what is going on. There may be more going on.
When Lyle Menendez says, I just couldn't kill my mom, that would be ridiculous, I wanted to get rid of the source, is that cognitively dissonant with the idea of a neurobiological response to fear with no decision-making involved?
At this particular point, I believe he is signing on or agreeing with this notion of father is making mother miserable, and so therefore they both, that was the reason for the killings.
And so he's agreeing with the notion that the killing was done in a manner which indicated planning, correct?
No, not the necessarily indicated planning, but is agreeing with Dr. Oziel. They have to come up with some explanation.
Page 44. Line 24, when Lyle Menendez says, even the planning of this, the reason it took such a short period of time to figure it out was one, because it could have happened at any moment. And then he says at page 45, all the thinking beforehand was done. Okay, now do you find the notion of thinking beforehand to be inconsistent with the idea of a neurobiological response to fear?
No, not when you know what was going on beforehand in that last few days about what the danger was, which speaks to it could happen at any moment, that the reactive response, to be on guard. That's the way I see that statement. It's a real clear hint at the self-defense.
So you're going outside the tape and interjecting what you know about what the defense is in this case to evaluate that particular segment. Is that correct?
Well, you asked me about this could have happened at any moment, and I don't see that as a planning type of behavior.
All right. So when Lyle Menendez says at page 45, all the thinking beforehand was done, that does not indicate to you, that is not inconsistent with the excuse me, let me restate that. When he says all the thinking beforehand was done,
yes,
you can reconcile that with your opinion that this was a disorganized crime, correct?
Yes. Well, the thinking is relating to the danger.
How do you know that?
Well, because you just asked me about how does this relate to planning versus non-planning versus all of that?
No, but
I'm just giving you
on page 44, he says the planning out of this, the reason it took such a short period of time to figure it out was one, because it could have happened at any moment. All the thinking beforehand was done. All right,
yes.
And I take it that you can reconcile that with your testimony here in court earlier, that this was a crime which was disorganized and unplanned.
Yes.
Even though thinking beforehand were words used by Lyle Menendez on this tape.
Well, thinking is a cognitive function, and of course something comes into thinking. The thinking has to do with what's going on in that last week. So that you don't out of nowhere get a response. There has to be something that's motivated the response.
So when he talks about thinking beforehand and planning out of this, you don't find that all inconsistent with your theory that this was an unplanned crime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Especially when you have the information about that last week.
All right, but I believe your testimony so far has been principally confined to the four corners of this transcript, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to object if that's argumentative. The question.
Overruled. Your answer will stand.
Now, at the bottom of page 45, Lyle Menendez indicates that you don't kill your parents line 26 on page 45. You don't kill your parents based on a little word here, a little word there. You see that particular portion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you find that inconsistent with the idea of the neurobiological response to fear?
Yes.
You find that inconsistent?
No, I'm saying, I'm
sorry, that was actually the end of my question.
Okay,
That
sorry.
particular phrase that you don't kill your parents just on a word here and a word there.
Yes.
Okay, do you from that infer that you kill them for another reason?
Well, I think he goes on to say that the tremendous amount of emotion was there, that there obviously was much more of an emotional kind of state. And he's saying that there is much more there than any I think that's what's important.
But at line 9 on that same page, and in the same discourse, without interruption from Dr. Oziel, Lyle Menendez says at line 9, it was done so quickly and so sort of callously almost. Because one, if you thought about it too much, the feelings of not having your parents around and so on.
All right, if you could just focus on what it is you want to ask.
All right, starting with the word callously at line 10 and ending at the word important on line 13. Do you see that particular passage?
Yes.
On
Okay.
page 45?
Yes, Your Honor. All right, and when Lyle Menendez...
asking the witness to start at one word.
Overruled. Overruled.
Do you see that particular passage, Dr. Burgess?
Yes.
And when you review that particular passage about the callousness, does that in any way, do you find that at all cognitively dissonant with the idea of a neurobiological response to fear?
No.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
When Lyle Menendez says at page 46, line 4 through 5, and he indicates that it's almost as if a third party was discussing.
Yes.
Okay. And what is your psychological evaluation of that particular choice of words within the confines of this transcript?
Well, that would be another example if he doesn't ask about this third party, so that we don't have any more information than that what is exactly on this transcript. That's another missed area.
No, but I'm not asking you what Dr. Oziel did wrong. I'm asking you, when Lyle Menendez says almost as if a third party was discussing, did you find that to have any psychological significance in terms of your evaluation of this as a disorganized crime?
Yes.
And you thought that that was consistent with your theory?
That's a numbing kind of reaction that you get in the face of fear. It's one explanation.
Now, at line 12 through 15, Lyle Menendez appears to be speaking about that he had an important issue to do and his brother was out playing tennis.
Yes.
Okay. Well, he indicates that he was practicing because he had a tournament coming up.
Okay, counsel, let's not argue it. Well, which lines do you want her to read?
Line 14 through 16.
It's on page 46.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think I better reserve this for the Erik Menendez jury. I'm sorry, I'd like to go on.
Okay.
Now, when Lyle Menendez makes the comparison of missing his parents to missing his dog, do you attach any psychological significance to that particular analogy?
Objection, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope of this examination.
Overruled.
It can be.
All right, and when on line 3 at page 47, he indicates, I hated the thing when it was around. Do you see that as a metaphor for his parents?
No, I would not. I don't know enough about that. Again, you'd have to get more on that. Thing is generally means, I don't know what that's related to.
Well, on the page before, line 25 on page 46, he talks about missing his dog. And then he goes on at line 3 on page 47, and he says that, you know, whether I hated the thing when it was around and I've given it away and now it's gone, I miss all the things. Okay?
Yes.
Do you see that as being a metaphor for his parents? He's talking about his dog there, isn't he?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Yes, I would. I don't think that would. I think the missing the dog around, I think, really speaks to the isolation That is an issue with this family in terms of people and animals and so forth. The thing, I think, I don't see that as a metaphor. It doesn't have a person attached to it or a statement. I would not consider that a metaphor.
And when he says he's making a gross analogy between missing his parents and missing his dog, you don't find anything psychologically significant about that, do you?
Overall.
Can you answer the question?
I thought I just answered it, that it speaks to the isolation aspect.
And when he talks about hating the thing when it was around, you don't find that he's referring to his parents, is that correct?
No.
Overall.
No. I would not make that at this, given the last few pages of this transcript.
And even though he used the term analogy in that last part of page 46, he analogizes the dog to his parents, but you're rejecting the idea that if he hated his dog, he hated his parents. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think he talks about missing people, he misses parents, he misses his dog. I think that's a statement, a fair statement of his, but I don't make that giant leap to the next page, no.
Thank you.
Redirect. Well, let's get a start. Yeah.
Dr. Burgess, when you began your analysis of the tape, before you even listened to it, it was your understanding, was it not, that neither Erik nor Lyle Menendez went into this session in order to tell Dr. Oziel the truth?
That's correct.
Objection. Calls for speculation on the part of the witness and hearsay.
Sustain the answer straight.
Mrs. Bozanich asked you if you had a conversation with Erik Menendez about the making of this tape.
Yes.
And did Erik tell you that he had no intention of telling Dr. Oziel the truth during the making of this tape?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
And did he tell you that he had had discussions with his brother about the limitations that would be placed on what they were prepared to talk to Dr. Oziel about?
Yes.
So you don't believe, do you, that when you're reading these words about mercy killing, that certainly Erik Menendez intended that to be the truth, do you?
Objection. Calls for improper opinion.
Sustain.
Mrs. Bozanich asked you if some of the things that are said here are inconsistent with self-defense.
Yes.
Now, the notion of this mercy killing is certainly inconsistent with self-defense, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
But you don't believe that mercy killing was the reason, do you?
Objection,
Informing
improper.
your opinion.
Improper opinion as to her beliefs.
Sustain.
I think you've indicated that this notion of mercy killing is an odd concept.
Yes, I did.
What's odd about it?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustain.
Why do you say that it's odd in the context of this tape?
Same objection, irrelevant.
Sustain.
It appears that this is, Mrs. Bozanich asked you about your knowledge of Dr. Oziel's testimony concerning October 31st and November 2nd. Do you recall her questions?
Yes.
And do you have in mind that Dr. Oziel claimed under oath that Erik and Lyle Menendez said they killed their father because he was controlling and dominating and they hated him?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you aware of what Dr. Oziel's theories were as to why these killings occurred based on his testimony?
Objection, mischaracterizes his testimony.
Why don't you clarify that?
Are you familiar with Dr. Oziel's testimony concerning what reasons he claims were given to him by the Menendez brothers on October 31st and November 2nd for the killing of the parents?
Yes, I am.
And what were these reasons according to Dr. Oziel's sworn testimony under oath?
There are several reasons.
Yes, which one?
Okay, first would be the money, the disinheritance, the greed. Then he suggested the hatred.
Your Honor, I move to strike the witness's testimony as mischaracterizing the testimony of Dr. Oziel.
Well, she can be wrong.
Your objection is that you don't agree with her answer.
That it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Okay. All right. That objection is overruled.
Okay, let me just slow you down. You see, one of the things he testified to was that they were upset about being disinherited.
Correct.
Okay. And what else were the reasons that he said?
He said that the father was negative and controlling.
Did he use the word, in fact, domineering and controlling?
Okay, let's not lead the witness.
Okay.
Yes, used the word domineering.
Okay.
Also, that it was money, greed.
Okay. What about notions of hatred versus love? Did he offer theories on that?
Yes, he believed that, or he stated it was for hatred of the father.
And did he offer reasons with respect to the mother?
Yes.
And what reasons did he claim about the mother?
He offered that mother was miserable, and that was one of the reasons being the mercy killing.
And did he offer another reason with respect to mother?
Yes, he did.
And what was that reason?
He offered that mother was a witness and needed to be, that was the reason, to eliminate her as a witness.
Okay, was there some notion in Dr. Oziel's testimony that the primary person to be killed was father?
That is correct, yes.
Based on hatred and domination and control?
Yes.
And mother was...
Counsel, you are leading the witness.
I understand. And were there other things that Dr. Oziel testified to by way of the motive or the triggering events for the shooting?
I think did we say the disinheritance was one?
Apart from the family relationship.
That there had been something, he had seen something.
He being who?
That the brothers had seen something, and that was motivated the killings.
Okay. And what about the notions of perfect plans or perfect murders?
That was said as yes, the perfect plan, the perfect crime.
Now that's what Dr. Oziel said were things that he claimed Erik and Lyle Menendez told him.
Yes.
Correct? And on the course of this tape, do you see Dr. Oziel using the word domineering and controlling with respect to the father?
Yes, I do.
And Mrs. Bazanich asked you, do Erik and Lyle Menendez agree with that?
They do not agree with that.
And do you see Dr. Oziel during the course of the tape trying to put the father in a negative light?
Yes, I do.
And do you hear Erik or Lyle Menendez say they hated their father?
No, I do not.
And do you hear Dr. Oziel trying to put the mother in a negative light as being ungrateful to her sons for their efforts on her behalf?
Yes, I do.
And do you hear them talking about hating or disliking the mother?
No, they do not say that.
Is there any mention here by either Erik or Lyle Menendez or even Dr. Oziel that mother was killed because she was a witness to something?
No, there's no mention of that.
And is there any mention in anywhere on this tape that things were precipitated by anybody seeing anything outside the family?
No.
Is there any mention by anybody of the notion of a perfect plan, a perfect crime, or a perfect murder?
No.
And when Dr. Oziel does keep bringing up the notion that disinheritance has something to do with it, is that accepted or rejected by the Menendez brothers?
That is rejected by the brothers.
Now, does it appear to you that the only thing that Dr. Oziel testified to as being agreed to or being stated by the Menendez brothers that they do appear to agree with here was the mercy-killing notion?
Objection calls for conclusion of the witness.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with Dr. Oziel's testimony in which he said that neither of the brothers ever said they loved their parents or their father?
Yes.
And did you note the number of times in this transcript that both Erik and Lyle Menendez talk about how they loved their parents, loved their father, loved their mother?
Yes, that was stated many times.
Now, when you talked about the fact that the notion of a mercy killing can help with one's guilt, did you mean guilt in the legal sense, or did you mean guilt in the emotional sense?
I meant guilt in the emotional sense.
And do you recall reading Lyle Menendez's testimony that at the November 2nd session, he and Erik agreed with Dr. Oziel on the mercy killing theory because it seemed to make Erik feel better?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, how does the notion of a mercy killing, do you see any evidence here that Erik or Lyle Menendez were feeling better because of this notion of a mercy killing?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you recall, Your Honor, I am going to be at least
How much longer do you think?
about
15?
15, 20 minutes.
Okay. All right, is there any examination by the co-defendant, or is it all going to be done by the surgeon?
Yeah, I think they'll be...
Okay, we'll give you a chance then to confer on that as well. We'll resume at 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll resume at 1:30.
Dr. Burgess, Mrs. Bozanich asked you on cross-examination if you were aware of the fact that Judalon Smith made prior statements that were inconsistent with things she testified to at the trial.
Yes.
And she asked you those questions from the viewpoint, did she not, of whether it was appropriate for you to rely on anything Judalon Smith says?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that the police arrested Erik and Lyle Menendez and that they were held without bail for 2 years solely on the word of Judalon Smith?
Objection argumentative and assume facts not known.
Sustained.
Are you aware that it was Judalon Smith's information to the police as she testified to that resulted in the arrest of Erik and Lyle Menendez?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
That was testified to, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Are you aware of the fact that it was Judalon Smith's word that was relied upon for a search warrant for Dr. Oziel's home?
Yes, I am.
And that word was relied upon by the police in formulating that search warrant?
Objection argumentative and calls for conclusions.
Sustained.
Do you know who wrote the search warrant in the case that was served on Dr. Oziel's home? What agency?
Your Honor, objection irrelevant.
It is irrelevant, and it is irrelevant.
Now, Mrs. Bozanich asked you if there's training of therapists to deal with people who have confessed to violent acts and how to deal with such patients.
Yes.
She also asked you if you were aware that this tape was made in Dr. Oziel's office before Erik and Lyle were arrested following Ms. Smith's interview.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you hear anything in Dr. Oziel's voice on that tape where he sounded fearful?
Objection calls for conclusion and speculation.
Sustained.
Did you
Answer
analyze
stricken.
the tape from the viewpoint of the affect of the... You've been asked about Lyle Menendez's tone of voice, have you not?
Yes, I have.
You were asked about Erik Menendez's tone of voice.
Yes, I
Did
was.
you scrutinize Dr. Oziel's tone of voice?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear fear?
No, I didn't.
Objection calls for speculation for the witness.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did you hear emotion?
Objection, same objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Well, then I ask that all the testimony concerning Lyle Menendez's tone of voice elicited by Mrs. Bozanich be stricken.
As well as that elicited by Ms. Avery.
Yes, it was covered on direct and cross as to the defendant's tone of voice. Objection or request is denied. You may
Does
ask your
Dr.
next question.
Oziel say on the tape at any time that he is afraid of the defendant?
No, he does not.
Does he say that he is nervous around them?
No, he does not.
Are you aware of Ms. Smith's testimony that he specifically asked her not to be there that day?
Yes, I am.
Now, you recall Mrs. Bozanich questioning you about whether it was inconsistent that Erik says in this tape that he found the original suicide note in a drawer under a book.
Yes.
As compared to his testimony at the trial that it was lying around the house.
Yes.
Do you find the testimony of Erik consistent with the information from Dr. Summerfield that Kitty Menendez told Dr. Summerfield that she purposely left that note around for Erik to find it?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you familiar with the information in Dr. Summerfield's notes that Kitty Menendez said she purposely left that suicide note around for her son to find?
Objection calls for hearsay as well.
Right, that's already been introduced, so objection overruled.
Yes.
And is that consistent with Erik's testimony that he found it lying around the house?
Yes, it is consistent.
And is the fact that this is a note under a book in a drawer to which he obviously has access inconsistent with it being around the house?
No, it is not.
Now, you were directed by Mrs. Bozanich to that section of one of Lyle Menendez's monologues, if you will, in this tape, to where he mentions several times that his father cried. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you said that this was inconsistent with your understanding because it was inconsistent with the information that was presented about the father.
That is correct.
And do you recall Mrs. Bozanich suggested to you that it was inconsistent with the picture painted in court of Jose Menendez?
Yes.
Now, you have, do you not, Dr. Burgess, every single prosecution interview with every single potential witness?
Yes.
Has the prosecution generated any information from anybody that Jose Menendez ever cried?
No.
Now, you have suggested that there are potential interpretations for some of the phrases that were used by Erik and Lyle in this tape that would be supportive of the self-defense explanation that they gave at this trial.
Yes.
I just want to clarify something. Are you saying that it is your opinion that, in fact, that is what they are saying?
No.
Are you simply saying that's a potential interpretation?
Objection, lady.
You're asking about the transcript here and the tape recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, objection overruled.
Yes.
And you're not offering those interpretations, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're saying it should have been followed up?
That is correct.
Now, you have previously testified, have you not, about Erik Menendez saying something in this tape that was indicative of his desire to confess?
Yes.
And you've previously testified about the clues he gave to the police when they interviewed him?
Yes.
And in analyzing this tape, does he appear to be giving clues to the truth without actually coming out and saying it?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. Sustained.
Are there things that he is saying that are subject to an interpretation that is consistent with the testimony he gave at trial?
Same objection and argument.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
And are there things that Lyle Menendez is saying that are subject to interpretation consistent with self-defense?
Objection. Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, let me go to things that Mrs. Bozanich asked you about. For example, on page 15, I think you've testified that Dr. Oziel changes the subject in the middle of a speech that begins on line 12 and to the topic of what part in the killing of the father had to do with what the father was doing to the sons versus what he's doing to the mother.
Yes.
And Lyle Menendez rejects the suggestion that the father was killed because of what he was doing to him.
Yes.
And do you see what follows that? It was not because of what he was doing to me. And Lyle goes on to explain he had decided and splintered off. He said he didn't want any more money. He was going to be independent. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall Lyle's testimony that at the point when Erik revealed to him about the molestation, he felt he was separating from the family and things were going well and he was going his own way?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Do you remember Lyle's testimony?
Let's not have the witness's memory tested by what she did or did not remember of someone else's testimony. It's irrelevant.
Okay. Did you form the opinion that this statement by Lyle Menendez on page 15 was subject to an interpretation consistent with the self-defense information that was presented at the trial?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, Mrs. Bozanich asked you questions about whether certain statements that appeared to reflect thinking or decision-making or figuring things out was consistent or inconsistent with the fight or flight, the automatic limbic response.
Yes.
Okay. Are there situations that you have analyzed in your professional capacity where self-defense was in response to a sudden threat, unforeseen?
Yes.
And are there situations where you have analyzed people's behavior in the context where self-defense is something that was anticipated because the threat was of some duration?
Yes.
Now, in your analysis of this case, okay, from the standpoint of the limbic system,
yes,
was it your testimony that the limbic system clicks in at the moment when the threat appears imminent to the
You're asking in general, not reference to this case and the facts of this case?
No, her testimony in this case.
Well, then we're going beyond the scope of the examination, so rephrase the question.
I don't believe so.
Well, I do, so rephrase the question.
No, I thought the scope included that aspect of her testimony.
Not if you go beyond the generalized description of the fear.
Right, but I'm talking, you're right.
General,
I'm sorry, Your Honor,
you're going
right.
beyond that.
It is in general. In general, the fight-flight clicks in when the threat appears imminent.
Yes.
Okay, and that was how you testified here.
Yes.
However, you were asked whether certain of these statements were consistent or inconsistent with the notion of self-defense.
Yes.
And in this particular case, is the threat that resulted in the behavior in self-defense a sudden one or one of some duration?
Objection, beyond scope.
Sustained.
Let's turn to page 27 then. Okay, I want to actually just refer you to a question that Mrs. Bosanich asked you about something that was on page 28. She focused, did she not, on page 28, line 19, Erik's statement with reference to his father. He was somebody that I loved and almost had no choice to do what I did, and I hate myself for doing it.
Yes.
And Mrs. Bosanich asked you several times what the significance of the word almost was.
Yes.
Now, you're aware, are you not, that there are 3 times prior to that statement, almost had no choice, where Erik says unequivocally, I had no choice.
Yes.
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If you'd look on page 28 at line 4. Erik there says, I very much regret it. I may not have had a choice. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and look at page 27. You see line 27, this led up to the fact where I had no choice.
Yes, I see that.
And line 28, where I would have taken any other choice.
Yes, I see that.
So I ask you, are those statements consistent with the notion of acting from an instinct or survival state, as you've described, is the limbic system response?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about this notion that Dr. Oziel laughs at his patients to break the tension. You recall that question by
Yes,
Mrs.
I do.
Objection misstates the question.
Right, regardless of the specific characterization, recall the questioning on cross-examination.
I do.
Okay.
Turning to page 38, lines 23. Actually, the laughing part is at 21, is that? This is Dr. Oziel laughing at 21.
Yes.
And Lyle Menendez tells him that he hates the hugging.
Yes.
This is his protest.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Oziel then says, you know what? I don't care.
Yes.
And you've already characterized what you thought of the therapist saying that.
Yes.
Do you see what Lyle Menendez says in response to that?
Yes, I do.
He says, I know you don't.
Yes.
Now, did you attach any significance to Lyle Menendez telling Dr. Oziel that he knows he doesn't care?
Yes, I did.
And what significance did you attach to that?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
You have testified that you do not believe that the story that the Menendez brothers are telling Dr. Oziel here about mercy killing is true.
Objection, excuse me, misstates the testimony and improper opinion.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
You were asked whether some of the statements that they're making about this mercy killing are consistent with self-defense. Do you recall those questions by Mrs. Bozanich?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you've testified that in order for a patient to tell a therapist the truth, one needs two things. Correct?
Yes.
What are the two things?
They need to feel safe. They need to be able to trust the person.
And when Lyle Menendez tells Dr. Oziel that he knows he doesn't care about him,
yes,
is that the kind of statement that is consistent with trust or inconsistent with trust?
Objection calls for speculation on part of the witness.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
It's inconsistent.
And is that statement consistent with the notion that you acknowledge that the therapist is trying to help you, or inconsistent with that notion?
It's inconsistent.
Now, Mrs. Bozanich focused you on the phrase on page 29. Where on line 11, well, first of all, on line 10, Dr. Oziel is asking what is beyond control, and we've already addressed that. But on line 11, Erik Menendez says, eventually it had to happen. It was basically ruining my life.
Yes.
Should we call that?
Yes.
And you said you did not find that contradictory to...
You did not find that?
Contradictory to self-defense.
Yes.
And in not finding that contradictory to self-defense, is that because there's a potential interpretation here of eventually it had to happen?
Yes.
And what is the potential interpretation that you are ascribing to that in order to find it not contradictory to self-defense?
Objection, improper opinion.
Overruled.
It had to do with the abuse.
Okay, and what eventually had to happen?
That it had to stop.
And is your opinion that this is not inconsistent with self-defense also based on a potential interpretation for the words, it was basically ruining my life?
Yes.
And what is the potential interpretation of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Are you asking what could have been clarified or
Yes,
in
indeed.
a questioning? All right.
Yes, you would have to clarify what he essentially meant by that regarding that statement.
But when you told Mrs. Bozanich that you did not find these statements by Erik Menendez to be inconsistent with self-defense, that's because you had in mind...
Counsel, why don't you ask her
that-
why she felt that way?
I did the question before.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Why don't you
Why
ask
did you
her?
feel that way? Why did you feel that eventually it had to happen and it was basically ruining my life is not inconsistent with the self-defense explanation that's been posited here?
Because it's not clear, and because that if it didn't stop, he had to have it stopped, and it was the danger and the survival and all of that component.
Okay, so you're still talking about the sexual abuse?
Yes.
So you are ascribing to it was basically ruining my life. By it, are you saying potentially that could mean the sexual abuse?
Right. It's
Calls for speculation.
Well, it's also leading, objection sustained.
Do you understand what I'm asking, Dr. Burgess?
Well, there's no question at this point, so you'll have to ask a question.
I'm asking what potential interpretation you're giving to the word it on line 11 of page 29.
Are you giving any interpretation to it, or are you just saying that it should be clarified? It should have been clarified.
It should have been clarified. I think that before we get into it would have to be clarified. That's what I had originally said.
But you told Mrs. Bozanich it was not inconsistent with self-defense.
Right.
Why not?
Objection, ask and answer.
All right, when you said not inconsistent with self-defense, what did you mean? Start with that.
Start with that. Well, the it refers to what happened in that particular what he's referring to is what happened.
What do you mean by what happened?
Did you interpret the question regarding self-defense to be a generic response rather than specific to this case?
Yes, I was really
All right.
being generic.
All right.
Yes.
You have information, though, where you could be specific with respect to this case, could you not?
Yes.
Well, I'm asking you to be specific.
Pardon me, I think that's beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I don't believe it was beyond, it was limited in Mrs. Bozanich's examination.
Yes, it was. It was
All right.
limited to the fight response.
Okay. I would like to turn your attention to page 34. Mrs. Bozanich asked you a case-specific question about the information that Erik Menendez is giving on lines 4 and 5, where he says, there was freedom in my lifetime, but my life would be structured and I would have freedom outside of the structure. You remember she asked you if that was consistent or inconsistent with the notion that he'd be forced to be home 2 or 3 nights a week?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Now, I believe your answer was that it was not inconsistent.
Yes.
What significance, if any, I think she asked you, is there any indication in this statement of Erik's about this issue of having to be home 2 or 3 nights a week?
Yes.
What significance, in any, do you give to the words that Erik uses on line 6? It was signs of pain.
Yes.
What significance do you give to that?
Well, the significance is how painful it would be for him to have to be home.
So are you saying that he could be alluding to the fact that his father had basically told him he wasn't escaping to college after all?
That's right.
You don't know that he's doing that, but he could be.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to page 42, Mrs. Bozanich asked you if the reference to that Lyle makes about, I just let him sleep on it for a couple of days, I'm in a very good position, et cetera, okay? If
Yes.
that was inconsistent with self-defense.
Yes.
And you said it was not.
Yes.
And were you thinking, without telling us what it is, but were you thinking of case-specific issues when you answered that question?
Yes, I was.
And did that have to do with information that was testified to about the sequence of events the last 3 days?
Overall, I think she's already said that in her testimony in
Exactly.
answer to the question asked before, so.
Yes.
Okay. So in order to answer that question, you had to refer it to specifics of the case?
That's correct.
Is there a specific incident that occurred over those last few days having to do with the mother and how she presented herself that, in your opinion, could be an interpretation of what this means?
Section calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you answered the question for Mrs. Bozanich, did you have a specific incident involving the mother in mind?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall, you can answer the question, or were you thinking in general about the self-defense as a general term rather than specific to this case?
No, not in that particular question.
What is no?
I had a specific.
And what was the specific?
Specific related to the mother.
And what was the specific in relation to the
Section
mother?
beyond the scope.
Overall.
The specific I had in mind related to the information they learned about the mother knowing about the abuse and then not going to protect and to siding with the father and to now becoming a danger.
Was there a specific thing that you knew about that happened 2 days after the confrontation with the father that happened Saturday night that involved the mother that you had in mind?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was, what the mother said or did Saturday night?
Yes, this is where the mother did say to Erik Menendez that he was the cause for the family problem.
He was the cause, you're the reason this family won't work out?
Yes.
I could have a moment, Ron. I'll see if I'm done in this phase. Yeah? Miss Lansing tells me I'm done, so I'll take my cue from her.
All right, any recross?
I believe I have one or two.
All right, go ahead.
Stacy,
Yes.
I believe you indicated that Dr. Oziel's testimony, he never indicated that the defendants had love for their parents. Is that correct? Remember being asked that on redirect by Ms. Abramson?
Yes.
Right. And are you aware of the fact that Dr. Oziel's testimony in this case was confined to the sessions of October the 31st and November the 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, how long will the examination take before the Erik Menendez jury only?
Well, can we approach for a moment?
Certainly. Jury room, and then we'll call you when we're ready for you. So hopefully by then, everything will be coordinated, and we'll be able to proceed with the next witness with both juries. So the blue jury, come back here. The gold jury, go back to your jury room, and hopefully we'll be able to proceed as scheduled here. And the defendant, Erik Menendez, and his counsel. Further examination of the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Burgess, you conducted, as you previously testified in front of this jury, an evaluation of Erik Menendez from the standpoint of whether he has a psychological profile typical of sexually abused adolescent young adults.
Yes.
And you have rendered your opinion on that previously in this case.
Correct.
Now, in listening to this tape and in scrutinizing it as you've testified you did, was there information in this tape that was consistent or inconsistent with that psychological portrait or profile that you saw in Erik Menendez?
Yes. There was material on the tape that was consistent with this profile.
And can you tell us generally what that material was?
Yes, in general, there was a great deal of emotion shown by Erik Menendez. There was the statements of his love for his parents. It was quite clear on the tape. And there was also examples of his confusion, both his thinking and his feelings around a number of issues.
Issues relating to his parents and the family?
Yes, to the family issues, the parents and the family issues.
And are those things typical of abused children?
Yes, they are.
Now, in analyzing the surface content of this tape, it does not on the surface appear that the brothers are telling Dr. Oziel a self-defense molestation scenario.
That is correct.
Okay. You have indicated that there are many cues and clues in this that should have been explored that are subject to potential interpretation.
That is correct.
Looking at the entire tape, both the process, the interaction between the people, what's actually said, what is followed up, what isn't followed up, is the information on this tape inconsistent with the self-defense explanation that was testified to by both of the Menendez brothers?
It is not inconsistent with the with that statement, no.
And why is it not inconsistent, even though it doesn't specifically say it's self-defense?
Right. Several reasons. First of all, this is not a tape that really is truth-seeking. As one, it has the clues that are present, as we've mentioned. And another factor is that the theory that is presented, or the reason that is presented, or the idea that is presented does not make sense.
That's the mercy killing of the mother and the killing of the father for
Yes.
putting the mother in that condition.
Yes, that the mother was miserable and that the father was responsible for making the mother miserable.
Okay. Now, you said that this theory does not make sense. Is there an aspect to this theory with respect to its chronology, if you will, that leads you to not believe it?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, move to strike. It's irrelevant, I should believe.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
That leads you to conclude that it does not make psychological sense.
Yes.
And what is that?
The reason is that this material that is presented is based on what could be considered old history back in 1987. That's the material that's being used to describe some of the things. It is not current history. It's not 1989 history.
And when you talk about this old history, old news, this has to do with the mother's condition at some point in time.
Yes, there's a great deal of statements on these tape that gets into the mother's, the suicide notes, et cetera, and that relates back to 1987.
And is there any information on this tape that relates to what's going on with the mother in 1989 as you understand that based on all the other information that you have in this case?
Objection calls for speculation and improper opinion.
Sustained.
You have information based on testimony in this case, witnesses who testified, records from the mother's therapy, all these things concerning what her situation is in 1989. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And is any of that alluded to in this tape?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Oh. What are the issues as you understand them concerning the mother in 1989?
What issues are we talking about?
The issues concerning what her condition is as compared to what it was in 1987.
Your emotional condition, is that what you're asking?
Her emotional condition and her interaction with the members of the family. That's what's being talked about.
All right, why don't you rephrase the question then?
Okay. With respect to the interactions in the family and the mother's way of presenting herself, or the way she is presented in 1989, do you have information about that?
Yes.
Okay. And are some of that information significant to your belief that this was a homicide in self-defense?
Yes.
And what is that information that you have?
Objection calls for hearsay, Your Honor. And it's also argumentative and not the proper subject of expert testimony.
Sustained.
Well, you've indicated that the theory that's presented doesn't make sense. Is that because of this other information that you have?
Yes, it is.
Would you tell us then what this other information is?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to re-ask the question this way. Now, in your view, in your opinion, when you formulated your opinion concerning self-defense as the reason for these homicides, did you consider information about the mother, her condition in 1989, how she was relating to her sons, how she was interacting with her husband in support of that opinion?
Yes.
And is your conclusion about the information on this tape that it is does not make sense to you, based in part on the fact that it does not include that information that you considered?
Yes.
Now, did you find that the information, just on the face value, that there is information in this tape recording that supports the claims, if you will, of other forms of abuse that were made in this case by the Menendez brothers and by other witnesses?
Yes.
And with respect, just to focus on a couple, with respect to the notion that the Menendez brothers and Erik in particular were isolated in the sense that they could not communicate with the parents, that Erik, for example, could not go to his mother and tell her about problems with the father. Is that supported in this tape?
Yes, it is supported.
Is the notion that in this family the children could not discuss with the parents real issues and real problems in the abusive situation supported in this tape?
Yes, it is.
And even on the face of this tape, is there information from Erik Menendez and also from Lyle Menendez that the mother was not someone he could have gone to complain about the father?
Yes.
Now, is there information on this tape from listening to it, just hearing how Erik talks, plus the specific things he says, that corroborate your conclusions and opinions about Erik his emotionality and his psychological personality, if you will.
Yes, there is.
And without going through all of it, is there a specific area that in this tape that corroborates that?
Yes.
And can you focus on that particular section? I'll try to find it, reading your mind. Turning to page 28.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a segment there, starting at line 19, that you found particularly significant with respect to
Yes.
your evaluation of Erik? And would you tell us what that is, and would you explain why it's significant to you?
Yes. His statement on line 20 that he says, "And I hate myself for doing that." What that indicates is not only his self-hatred at that particular time, but it goes into, if you see earlier, the no choice to do it, and even though he did it, he hates himself, and he further has said, can I go into that?
Yes.
Okay. He has further said that if there was anything he could undo about that, he would rather be dead than what happened.
Okay.
That's how much he hates himself for what he did.
And he is saying this on this tape, but are you indicating that in your 50 or so hours with him, that this is a theme that has been repeated?
A theme repeated very much over and over, yes.
And in your evaluation of Erik in the 50 hours that you've spent with him, did you form the opinion that he, first of all, blames himself even for some of the abuse that happened to him?
Objection and proper opinion.
Did you find that he has guilt about what happened here?
Objection and proper opinion.
Why don't you rephrase it as far as how he expressed himself?
All right. Well, first of all, in analyzing the tape, I think you've already said that you hear emotionality and remorse and guilt and regret and self-hatred.
Yes, I have.
And is that consistent with things that you have heard over the course of your evaluation time spent with Erik?
Yes, I have heard that.
And with respect to the references in this tape that he makes about being suicidal, is that consistent with things that you have heard in your evaluation of him?
Yes, it is consistent.
And is the way that he presents himself in this tape and the way that he talks about himself consistent with the psychological portrait of him that you have, with your opinion of him psychologically?
Yes, it is.
In what way is it consistent?
It is consistent with his profile that as a sexually abused young man, and the emotional state that he's in, the feelings that he has, as well as the confusion back and forth about the parents. All of that speaks to both the consistency with what is seen in abused young people, as well as with Erik Menendez.
I have nothing further.
So, Dr. Burgess, would it be correct to say then that there are things in this tape which support the defense theory of the case, correct?
Yes.
And that would also be supportive of the notion that this tape was created to help the defendants if they ever got caught, right? I believe you indicated you talked to Erik Menendez about the creation of this tape at some point, and you related that conversation the last time I cross-examined you this morning. Do you remember when it was that you talked to Erik Menendez about the tape?
It was a week or so ago. I don't have a precise date.
All right, but just within the last week, is that correct?
Yes.
And
roughly.
And at no time before that?
No, not specifically.
All right. Now, I'm going to just go over a couple of things within the transcript. On page 1 of the transcript, there is a colloquy here. Actually, it's more like a monologue by Erik Menendez talking about the Kennedys, and you indicated that what you found significant about his reference to the Kennedy brothers is that they both died.
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope.
It is, unless you're going to tie it into the examination that relates only to this jury.
Well, Your Honor, I thought it was more prudent to save this for the examination in front of this jury, and that's why I did it.
All right.
And excuse me, this particular thing was not said in front of the Lyle Menendez jury.
You have a question that's going to follow up on this, you mean?
Yes, I just want to ask her about this particular thing that was only testified to in front of this jury. I can explain it if you want to
go
approach.
ahead. Just go ahead. Never mind. Let's just do it. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay. Now, I believe when you testified in front of this jury yesterday, the first time on direct, that you indicated that what you found significant about this particular passage is that both of the Kennedy brothers mentioned here had died.
I believe I said that this was a metaphor. I was giving an example of how when you're looking and trying to analyze a tape, you look for things that may be a theme, and this was one example of it. You could not make that assumption until you obtain that information from the patient. That's something that the therapist keeps in mind.
Okay, but what is it a metaphor for?
Well, you would elicit that from the patient. But you have your own ideas of what it might be, but you have to keep eliciting that. One possibility, I said, is the fact that both of these men were killed.
All right, is another possibility the fact that both of these men were controlled by their father?
No, I didn't. Okay. No, I would just go with what the fact is, what the overt fact is.
Okay,
on a metaphor.
Okay, so when Erik Menendez says at line 7, we thought that no matter what we did in our life, my father would be there, and that it would be mine's been amended, it was related to Kennedy. When Kennedy was president, his father told him that he wanted Bobby in this position, and it did not matter what John said.
Yes.
So are you saying that you're rejecting the notion that he's talking about a father's control?
No, I'm not rejecting. I'm just saying I thought the original question was how that opening is an example of a metaphor. You would interpret that. You can also interpret that by just looking at the manifest statement.
In other words, just look at what it says.
Correct.
Okay, so when you say look at the manifest statement, you're just saying look at what it says.
Just what it says, yes.
Okay, and what it seems to say is that he's talking about an analogy between the Kennedy father controlling his two sons and Mr. Menendez controlling his two sons.
Well, no, it also could be missing the parents. I mean, that's an equally plausible interpretation.
That he misses his parents the same way John and Bobby miss their parents?
No, he's talking about my father would be there.
Oh.
He's making a personal reference to his father. Then he comes in with the analogy to another family.
Okay. Now, page 30 of the transcript. When Erik Menendez is speaking about his relationship with his mother, and he indicates that he had things that he wanted to talk to her about. I don't know if I was able to complete this line of questioning this morning, but let me just ask this. Did you have any specific discussion with Erik Menendez about this particular passage contained between lines 3 and line 11? Did you ask him?
No, I did not ask any particular line by line. I did not ask him of that.
Did you ask him anything in terms of what kinds of things did he wish he could have discussed with his mother?
Not in particular, no.
Did you ask him in general?
I'm going to object to this vague, I think, with respect to just this transcript or over the course of just the hour that as well.
All right. Well, did you, in relationship to this particular topic, did you ever ask Erik Menendez if he could talk to his mother about relationships with different people and everything?
We talked, what was talked about had to do with, this is a wish, by the way, and this would fall into that category. He did not tell his mother a lot, as is stated there, and it was not in specific that he said what he would want to have been able to tell her, because he knew he couldn't talk to her. So it really stayed at the wish level.
At page 33, starting at line 14, Erik Menendez is talking about college.
Yes.
And he talks about the fact of wanting to major in theater but not being able to because of his father. Did you ever talk to him about the fact that his father was influential, to not use the word control, but influential in his choice of courses, for instance, for college?
Yes.
And so this particular segment of page 33 is accurate insofar as you know.
Yes, this is precisely one of the things that he talked about, where father almost tells him what he's supposed to take.
All right. Now, I believe you indicated that it was your opinion that Erik Menendez had been sexually abused and that there are things in this tape and also contained in the transcript which support your theory. And I think the three things you mentioned were his emotion, which would be more the tape because of the sound, his love for his parents, and his confusion. Were those the three things?
Those were three things.
All right. Now, the fact that he has emotion over killing his parents, you think indicates that he was sexually abused. Is that correct?
It indicates a state that's presented, a demeanor, a emotional state. It doesn't have a direct correlation. You cannot tie that specifically, but it's an emotional state. And it really is getting at the emotions he had for his parents, his ambivalence, his confusion about these parents and trying to reconcile what the parents did.
But emotion is not a symptom of sexual abuse.
No, it's not a symptom per se. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a symptom per se, but it speaks to a condition that is evoked over time from the abuse, from long periods of chronic abuse. You get mood swings, you get mood states, you get that type of response.
And do some people who kill other people feel emotion afterwards, even if they haven't been sexually abused by the person they killed?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Overall.
Yes, you can certainly have other emotional states in other situations.
Are you able to distinguish what particular emotional state is being expressed in this tape?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not picking out in the exact emotion. I'm just saying that an emotional state, mood swings, are part of a pattern that can be seen in chronically victimized persons.
Now, I believe you related, though, that at least the question as posed to you by Ms. Abramson was that this particular emotion was an indicator of sexual abuse. You weren't asked about generic abuse, but you were asked specifically about sexual abuse. All right, and so it's still your testimony then that this emotion is an indicator of a particular kind of abuse, that is sexual abuse.
It's a generalized state. It is not trauma specific, but it is a generalized state, and we tend to divide symptoms into these two areas, what are trauma specific and what are more generalized. This would fall into a more generalized pattern.
Okay. Is love for your parents trauma specific?
No.
And is confusion trauma specific?
No, those are more generalized states.
So would it be fair to say that the emotion that is expressed, the love for his parents and the confusion, are just as likely to have occurred simply because of a killing, not because of sexual abuse?
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm saying the state, the profile of a person that's been sexually abused or abused over a long period of time.
Now, I believe that the testimony of Dr. Briere is that there's no specific symptomology that points only to sexual abuse.
I can object to that, Your Honor, the testimony of Dr. Briere.
Sustained.
All right, would it be your testimony that there are no specific symptomologies which point only to sexual abuse?
In terms of the generalized pattern, yes, that it's generalized to a number of trauma type situations.
And so love for your parents is something that is not specific to sexual abuse, correct? In other words, your parents could be abusive, but not sexually abusive, and you could still love them.
That's correct. That's a more generalized state.
And then confusion as well. Confusion might also result just from the mere fact of having killed your parents.
This is a pattern. I'm talking about specifically a pattern that you see.
What's a pattern?
A pattern, the confusion, because you see him talking about different aspects, loving his parents, giving a situation, then saying, contradicting that. He's really trying to put together what has happened over time and his feeling state back at a point in time, then after the killings.
Okay, well, what are the things that you see in this tape that are specific to sexual abuse?
Well, one has to do with the act that occurred. I mean, that's one possible statement, but it's a generalized pattern. I think what is important to say, it's a generalized pattern.
A generalized pattern of what?
Of the mood swings, the mood state, the emotional state, the confusion, the ambivalence over the love of parents.
Do you think committing a murder could cause a person to have mood swings afterwards?
Committing a killing.
I'm going to object to that as calling for speculation.
Overall. Your answer?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, do you think that committing a murder might cause the person to have mood swings
I'm
afterwards?
also going to object to the use of the word murder. That's an issue for the jury to decide.
Could it create it certainly can create a post-traumatic stress response where the event keeps coming into one's mind over and over and over when it's an emotional state, when it's committed in an emotional state.
My question was, could killing someone, could murdering someone cause you to have mood swings, yes or no?
I don't know. I haven't seen enough on that particular symptom.
Okay, could killing someone that you knew very well, like a parent or a spouse, would it be inconsistent to see that person, the killer, express love for the person killed?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's calling for an improper opinion with no foundation.
Well, killing in self-defense is certainly going to create a lot of confusion.
No, but that wasn't my question, Dr. Burgess.
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah. If you kill someone that you love, would that preclude you later on from expressing love for the person you killed? Yes or no?
It may or may not.
Right. So the answer is it could and it couldn't.
Right, depends on circumstances.
And if you kill someone or murder someone, do you think that would cause you perhaps to have some emotion afterwards?
It could.
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation.
You have to rephrase the question.
Okay, well, Dr. Burgess, you've indicated, you were asked specifically by Ms. Abramson if there are things in the tape that show that he was a sexually abused young adult, and you said...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what I asked. I asked if it was
All right, let's not argue. Objection sustained to the form of the question.
Are emotion, love for parents, and confusion indicators of sexual abuse?
Those are indicators of an emotional state, a state of mind that can be traced to chronic abuse over time, chronic sexual abuse. Those are general indicators that are reported certainly in the literature as well as seen in this particular situation.
Could those three indicators also be indicators of having participated in a murder?
Objection, I think that calls for speculation.
Anything is possible. But I'm not saying, I will repeat, that I think that it's very important to see that this is a state of mind that has occurred over a length of time. It's chronic, and the confusion that is seen and what he describes in this tape is what I see.
All right, so you think that the emotion, the love for the parents, and the confusion stem from sexual abuse and not from the fact of having participated in the killing of his parents. Would that be fair to say?
I think it'd be fair to say that all of that is very compound. You can't separate out specifically what belongs where, that it all is something that has occurred in this particular situation.
But you were asked for indicators of sexual abuse within the tape, and you specifically...
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the question.
All right, you're arguing with the witness. Raise the question.
Dr. Burgess, so is it your testimony now that these things could be consistent with having participated in a killing as well?
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
I think I'm saying that you cannot separate out specifically a state of mind, if you will, looking at just this tape. This is what we're looking at, we're trying to analyze. I've already said that what's important here is that they have, there is misclues, there is metaphors being used, there's a highly emotional state. The emotions that are seen on this tape are certainly come through as very, very important and very real.
And I believe it was your testimony that the emotion is an indicator of sexual abuse, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is not her testimony, and it's been asked and answered.
All right, objection sustained to the form of the question.
Dr. Burgess, in evaluating the defendant's emotion, his love for parents, and the confusion he expressed, did you consider the fact that he had participated in the killings of his parents?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
And did you reject that as a source for the confusion, the love for the parents, and the emotion?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question as irrational.
Overruled.
I would say that it's very difficult to separate out what you're asking in this particular situation, that the moods, what has been described in terms of the mental state, in terms of the emotion, what was heard on the tape, and all of that, the ambivalence over the parents, that is all consistent with what is reported in the literature on abused, victimized young people.
I believe one of the things you found significant about this particular tape, and one of the things that you have mentioned in your testimony, is that it contains old information. Is that correct?
Yes, 1987 information.
I believe that you testified earlier that one of the things that you considered were the notes of Dr. Summerfield, correct?
Yes.
All right, may I approach, please?
With what? All right, let's proceed.
I have nothing further.
All right, Denny, redirect. All right, you may step down. You're excused.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, there was one. Dr. Burgess, is the emotional condition that Erik Menendez displays on this tape consistent with the notion that he killed his parents out of hatred and greed and to eliminate a witness?
Objection argumentative.
Assisting.
Mrs. Pizanich asked you if these expressions of love of parents and confusion and emotionality was inconsistent with having killed your parents. You remember that?
Yes.
Is it inconsistent with a cold-blooded, premeditated murder out of greed and hatred?
Yep.
Objection, improper opinion and argument.
Sustain.
How would you analyze Erik Menendez's emotional state on this tape and in your analysis of him in the context of whether this was a killing out of hatred and greed?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustain.
Well, Your Honor, then I'd move to strike all of the cross-examination on this issue.
That motion is denied.
All right, I'm going to ask again then.
No, if you're going to ask the same question.
No, I'm going to ask a different question.
All right.
Is the emotional state and the emotionality of Erik Menendez, as you hear it on this tape, consistent with your opinion that this is a killing in self-defense?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustain.
Your Honor, that question was already asked and answered.
Well, then why ask it again?
As a foundation to the
All right,
next
then
one.
ask your next question.
Is the emotional state that you hear, in your opinion, inconsistent? Well, first of all, is the expression of love for a parent inconsistent with the notion of hate?
Yes.
Is love the opposite of hate?
Yes.
Objection, improper expert opinion.
Overruled.
If Erik Menendez is expressing love for his parents on the tape, is that inconsistent with the notion that he killed them out of hatred?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustain.
Is it inconsistent with your psychological profile of him?
Same objection.
Sustain.
Would you describe your psychological profile of Erik Menendez?
Objection,
What-
beyond the scope.
Sustain. We've been through all of this. We're just going
No,
over
Your
the
Honor, I
same
think-
material, counsel.
No, Your Honor, I think I have a right to counter the inference that...
Well, let's
counsel
not
is
argue
trying
it.
to make.
You've been going through this material already.
I know.
Let's ask something different. If there's something new that you want to ask, that's part of this questioning that was done by the prosecutor.
Have you been asked to evaluate other people who have committed homicides?
Yes. Yes.
All right, and have you also had extensive contact with other people who have committed homicides, killed people?
Yes.
And is there a profile that emerges of a person who commits premeditated, cold-blooded killings?
Objection, beyond the scope, beyond our expertise.
Overruled.
Yes.
And is there a profile that emerges of people who commit situational crimes, such as those in self-defense situations or arising out of abuse?
Yes.
Which of those profiles does Erik Menendez fit?
Objection, improper opinion.
You haven't laid a foundation as to, other than the fact she's aware there are such profiles, counsel.
Would you describe the profile of
No,
the
that's
person?
not the way you would approach it. She has not expressed any expertise in this field. She might be aware of it. That's as far as it goes.
All right. All right. What expertise do you have in the field of the psychological profile of those who commit planned, premeditated killings?
Your Honor, we would object as being irrelevant, beyond the scope, and under 352.
All right, I'll see counsel at the sidebar so we can conclude this witness's examination.
Okay? One question. Okay, Dr. Burgess, the factors that you referred to about the manner in which Erik Menendez demonstrated emotion on this tape, his emotionality, the love for his parents, the confusion about his feelings about his parents. Is that consistent or inconsistent with someone who killed in self-defense?
It is consistent.
I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.